Chapter 18 of the Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Little T. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Protection of Aperture. Paragraph 1. We have hitherto considered the aperture as merely pierced in the thickness of the walls, and when its masonry is simple, and the fillings of the aperture are unimportant, it may well remain so. But when the fillings are delicate and of value, as in the case of coloured glass, finely wrought tracery, or sculpture, such as we shall often find accompanying the tympanum of doorways, some protection becomes necessary against the run of the rain down the walls and back by the bevel of the aperture to the joints or surface of the fillings. Paragraph 2. The first and simplest mode of obtaining this is by channeling the jambs and arch head, and this is the chief practical service of aperture mouldings, which are otherwise entirely decorative. But as this very decorative character renders them unfit to be made channels for rainwater, it is well to add some external roofing to the aperture, which may protect it from the run of all the rain, except what which necessarily beats into its own area. This protection in its most usual form is a mere dripstone moulding carried over or round the head of the aperture. But this is, in reality, only a contracted form of a true roof, projecting from the wall over the aperture, and all protections of apertures whatsoever are to be conceived as portions of small roofs, attached to the wall behind and supported by it, so long as the scale admits of their being so with safety, and afterwards in such manner as may be most expedient. The proper forms of these, and modes of their support, are to be subjects of our final inquiry. Paragraph 3. Respecting their proper form, we need not stay long in doubt. A deep gable is evidently the best for throwing off rain, even a low gable being better than a high arch. Flat roofs, therefore, may only be used when the nature of the building renders the gable unsightly, as when there is not room for it behind the stories, or when the object is rather shade than protection from rain, as others in verandas and balconies. But for general service the gable is the proper and natural form, and may be taken as representative of the West. Then this gable may either project unsupported from the wall, form A, fig. 48, or be carried by brackets or spurs, form B, or be walls or shafts, form C, which shafts or walls may themselves be, in windows, carried on a sill, and this, in its turn, supported by brackets or spurs. We shall glance at the application of each of these forms in order. Paragraph 4. There is not much variety in the case of the first, form A, fig. 48. In the Cumberland and border cottages the door is generally protected by two pieces of slate arranged in a gable, giving the purest possible type of the first form. In elaborate architecture such a projection hardly ever occurs, and in large architecture cannot with safety occur without brackets. But by cutting away the greater part of the projection, we shall arrive at the idea of a plain gabled cornice, of which a perfect example will be found in Plate 8 of the Philo series. With this first complete form we may associate the rude single projection penthouse roof imperfect, because either it must be level, and the water lodge lazily upon it, or throw off the drip upon the persons entering. Paragraph 5. Form 2b, fig. 48. This is a most beautiful and natural type, and is found in all good architecture, from the highest to the most humble. It is a frequent form of cottage door, more especially when carried on spurs, being of particularly easy construction in wood, as applied to a large architecture, it can evidently be built in its broadest and simplest form, either of wood only, or on a scale which will admit of its sides being each a single slab of stone. If so large as to require jointed masonry, the gabled sides will evidently require support, and an arch must be thrown across under them, as in Fig. 49. From Fillet. If we cut the projection gradually down, we arrive at the common Gothic gable, dripstone carried on small brackets, caved into bosses, heads, or some other ornamental form. The sub-arch, in such case, being useless, is removed, or coincides with the arch-head of the aperture. Paragraph 6. Form 3C, Fig. 48. Substituting walls or pillars for the brackets, we may carry the projection as far out as we choose, and from the perfect porch, either of the cottage or village church, or of the cathedral. As we enlarge the structure, however, certain modifications of form become necessary, owing to the increased boldness of the required supporting arch. For, as the lower end of the gabled roof and of the arch cannot coincide, we have necessarily above the shafts one of the two forms A or B in Fig. 50, of which the latter is clearly the best, requiring less masonry and shorter roofing. And when the arch becomes so large as to carry a heavy lateral thrust, it may become necessary to provide for its further safety by pinnacles, Form C. This last is the perfect type of aperture protection. None other can ever be invented so good. It is that once employed by Giotto in the Cathedral of Florence, and torn down by the Proveditore Benedetto Uguccione to erect a Renaissance font instead. It is that once employed by Giotto in the Cathedral of Florence, and torn down by the Proveditore Benedetto Uguccione to erect a Renaissance font instead, and another such has been destroyed not long since, in Venice, the porch of the Church of St. Apollinaire, also to put up some Renaissance upholstery, for Renaissance, as it were not nuisance enough in the mere fact of its own existence, appears invariably as a beast of prey, and founds itself on the ruin of all that is best and noblest. Many such porches, however, happily still exist in Italy, and are among its principal glories. Paragraph 7. When porches of this kind, carried by walls, are placed close together, as in cases where there are many and large entrances to a cathedral font, they would, in their general form, leave deep and uncomfortable intervals, in which damp wood lodge and grass grow, and there would be a painful feeling in approaching the door in the midst of a crowd, as if some of them might miss the real doors, and be driven into the intervals, and embayed there. Clearly it would be a natural and right expedient, in such cases, to open the walls of the porch wider, so that they may correspond in slope, or nearly so, with the bevel of the doorway, and either meet each other in the intervals, or have the said intervals closed up with an intermediate wall, so that nobody may get embayed in them. The porches will thus be united, and form one range of great open gulfs, or caverns, ready to receive all comers, and direct the current of the crowd into the narrower entrance. As the lateral thrust of the arches is now met by each other, the pinnacles, if there were any, must be removed, and water spouts placed between each arch to discharge the double drainage of the gables. This is the form of all the noble northern porches, without exception, best represented by that of Rheims. Paragraph 8. Contracted conditions of the pinnacle porch are beautifully used in the doors of the Cathedral of Florence, and the entire arrangement in its most perfect form, as adapted to window projection and decoration, is applied by Giotto with inconceivable exquisiteness in the windows of the Campanile, those of the cathedral itself being all of the same type. Various singular and delightful conditions of it are applied in Italian domestic architecture, in the Broletto of Monza, very quaintly, being associated with balconies for speaking to the people and passing into pulpits. In the north we gaze aside to such projections, and they become bow windows, the shape of roofing being then nearly immaterial and very fantastic, often a conical cap. All these conditions of window protection, being for real service, are endlessly delightful, and I believe the beauty of the balcony, protected by an open canopy supported by light shafts, never yet to have been properly worked out. But the Renaissance architects destroyed all of them, and introduced the magnificent and witty Roman invention of a model of a Greek pediment, with its cornices of monstrous thickness bracketed up above the window. The horizontal cornice of the pediment is thus useless, and of course, therefore, retained, the protection to the head of the window being constructed on the principle of a hat with its crown sewn up. But the deep and dark triangular cavity thus obtained affords further opportunity for putting ornament out of sight, of which the Renaissance architects are not slow to avail themselves. A more rational condition is that the complete pediment with a couple shafts, or pilasters, carried on a bracketed sill, and the windows of this kind, which have been well designed, are perhaps the best things which the Renaissance schools have produced. Those of Whitehall are, in their way, exceedingly beautiful, and those of the Palazzo Riccardi at Florence, in their simplicity and sublimity, are scarcely unworthy of their reputed designer, Michelangelo. End of chapter 18. Recording by Little T.
Chapter 19 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Superimposition. Section 1. The reader has now some knowledge of every feature of all possible architecture. Whatever the nature of the building which may be submitted to his criticism, if it be an edifice at all, if it be anything else than a mere heap of stones like a pyramid or a breakwater, or than a large stone hewn into shape like an obelisk, it will be instantly and easily resolvable into some of the parts which we have been hitherto considering. Its pinnacles will separate themselves into their small shafts and roofs, its supporting members into shafts and arches, or walls penetrated by apertures of various shape, and supported by various kinds of buttresses. Respecting each of these several features, I am certain that the reader feels himself prepared, by understanding their plain function, to form something like a reasonable and definite judgment, whether they be good or bad; and this right judgment of parts will in most cases lead him to just reverence or condemnation of the whole. Section 2. The various modes in which these parts are capable of combination, and the merits of buildings of different form and expression, are evidently not reducible into lists, nor to be estimated by general laws. The nobility of each building depends on its special fitness for its own purposes, and these purposes vary with every climate, every soil, and every national custom. Nay, there were never, probably, two edifices erected in which some accidental difference of condition did not require some difference of plan or of structure; so that, respecting plan and distribution of parts, I do not hope to collect any universal law of right, but there are a few points necessary to be noticed respecting the means by which height is attained in buildings of various plans, and the expediency and methods of superimposition of one story or tier of architecture above another. Section 3. For in the preceding inquiry I have always supposed either that a single shaft would reach to the top of the building, or that the farther height required might be added in plain wall above the heads of the arches, whereas it may often be rather expedient to complete the entire lower series of arches, or finish the lower wall with a bold string course or cornice, and build another series of shafts or another wall on the top of it. Section 4. This superimposition is seen in its simplest form in the interior shafts of a Greek temple, and it has been largely used in nearly all countries where buildings have been meant for real service. Outcry has often been raised against it, but the thing is so sternly necessary that it has always forced itself into acceptance, and it would, therefore, be merely losing time to refute the arguments of those who have attempted its disparagement. Thus far, however, they have reason on their side, that if a building can be kept in one grand mass, without sacrificing either its visible or real adaptation to its objects, it is not well to divide it into stories until it has reached proportions too large to be justly measured by the eye. It ought then to be divided in order to mark its bulk, and decorative divisions are often possible, which rather increase than destroy the expression of general unity. Section 5. Superimposition wisely practised is of two kinds, directly contrary to each other, of weight on lightness and of lightness on weight, while the superimposition of weight on weight or lightness on lightness is nearly always wrong. 1. Weight on lightness. I do not say weight on weakness. The superimposition of the human body on its limbs I call weight on lightness. The superimposition of the branches on a tree trunk I call lightness on weight. In both cases, the support is fully adequate to the work, the form of support being regulated by the differences of requirement. Nothing in architecture is half so painful as the apparent want of sufficient support when the weight above is visibly passive, for all buildings are not passive. Some seem to rise by their own strength, or float by their own buoyancy. A dome requires no visibility of support. One fancies it supported by the air. But passive architecture without help for its passiveness is unendurable. In a lately built house, No. 86 in Oxford Street, 3 huge stone pillars in the second story are carried apparently by the edges of 3 sheets of plate glass in the first. I hardly know anything to match the painfulness of this and some other of our shop structures, in which the ironwork is concealed, nor even when it is apparent can the eye ever feel satisfied of their security, when built, as at present, with 50 or 60 feet of wall above a rod of iron not the width of this page. Section 6. The proper forms of this superimposition of weight on lightness have arisen, for the most part, from the necessity or desirableness in many situations of elevating the inhabited portions of buildings considerably above the ground level, especially those exposed to damp or inundation, and the consequent abandonment of the ground story as unserviceable, or else the surrender of it to public purposes. Thus, in many market and town houses, the ground story is left open as a general place of sheltered resort, and the enclosed apartments raised on pillars. In almost all warm countries, the luxury, almost the necessity, of arcades to protect the passengers from the sun, and the desirableness of large space in the rooms above, lead to the same construction. Throughout the Venetian islet group, the houses seem to have been thus, in the first instance, universally built, all the older palaces appearing to have had the rez-de-chaussée perfectly open, the upper parts of the palace being sustained on magnificent arches, and the smaller houses sustained in the same manner on wooden piers. still retained in many of the quartiles, and exhibited characteristically throughout the main street of Murano. As ground became more valuable and house room more scarce, these ground floors were enclosed with wall veils between the original shafts, and so remain. But the type of the structure of the entire city is given in the Ducal Palace. Section 7. To this kind of superimposition we owe the most picturesque street effects throughout the world, and the most graceful, as well as the most grotesque, buildings, from the many-shafted fantasy of the Alhambra, a building as beautiful in disposition as it is base in ornamentation, to the four-legged stolidity of the Swiss chalet. [Footnote: I have spent much of my life among the Alps, but I never pass, without some feeling of new surprise, the chalet, standing on its four pegs, each topped with a flat stone, balanced in the fury of alpine winds. It is not perhaps generally known that the chief use of the arrangement is not so much to raise the building above the snow, as to get a draught of wind beneath it, which may prevent the drift from rising against its sides. Nor these only, but great part of the effect of our cathedrals, in which, necessarily, the close triforium and clerestory walls are superimposed on the nave piers, perhaps with most majesty, where with greatest simplicity, as in the old basilican types and the noble cathedral of Pisa. Section 8. In order to the delightfulness and security of all such arrangements, this law must be observed, that in proportion to the height of wall above them the shafts are to be short. You may take your given height of wall and turn any quantity of that wall into shaft that you like, but you must not turn it all into tall shafts and then put more wall above. Thus, having a house 5 stories high, you may turn the lower story into shafts and leave the 4 stories in wall, or the 2 lower stories into shafts and leave 3 in wall. But whatever you add to the shaft you must take from the wall. Then also, of course, the shorter the shaft, the thicker will be its proportionate, if not its actual, diameter. In the Ducal Palace of Venice the shortest shafts are always the thickest. [Footnote: Shafts of the Ducal Palace.] Section 9. The second kind of superimposition, lightness on weight, is, in its most necessary use, of stories of houses one upon another, where of course wall veil is required in the lower ones, and has to support wall veil above, aided by as much of shaft structure as is attainable within the given limits. The greatest, if not the only, merit of the Roman and Renaissance Venetian architects is their graceful management of this kind of superimposition, sometimes of complete courses of external arches and shafts one above the other, sometimes of apertures with intermediate cornices at the levels of the floors, and large shafts from top to bottom of the building, always observing that the upper stories shall be at once lighter and richer than the lower ones. The entire value of such buildings depends upon the perfect and easy expression of the relative strength of the stories, and the unity obtained by the varieties of their proportions, while yet the fact of superimposition and separation by floors is frankly told. Section 10. In churches and other buildings in which there is no separation by floors, another kind of pure shaft superimposition is often used, in order to enable the builder to avail himself of short and slender shafts. It has been noted that these are often easily attainable and of precious materials, when shafts large enough and strong enough to do the work at once could not be obtained except at unjustifiable expense, and of coarse stone. The architect has then no choice but to arrange his work in successive stories, either frankly completing the archwork and cornice of each, and beginning a new story above it, which is the honester and nobler way, or else tying the stories together by supplementary shafts from floor to roof. The general practice of the Northern Gothic, and one which, unless most gracefully managed, gives the look of a scaffolding, with cross poles tied to its uprights, to the whole clerestory wall. The The best method is that which avoids all chance of the upright shafts being supposed continuous, by increasing their number and changing their places in the upper stories, so that the whole work branches from the ground like a tree. This is the superimposition of the Byzantine and the Pisan Romanesque, the most beautiful examples of it being, I think, the southern portico of St. Mark's, the church of San Giovanni at Pistoia, and the apse of the Cathedral of Pisa. In Renaissance work the two principles are equally distinct, though the shafts are, I think, always one above the other. The reader may see one of the best examples of the separately superimposed story in Whitehall, and another far inferior in St. Paul's, and by turning himself round at Whitehall may compare with it the system of connecting shafts in the Treasury, though this is a singularly bad example, the window cornices of the first floor being like shelves in a cupboard, and cutting the mass of the building in two in spite of the pillars. Section 11. But this superimposition of lightness on weight is still more distinctly the system of many buildings of the kind which I have above called architecture of position, that is to say, architecture of which the greater part is intended merely to keep something in a peculiar position, as in lighthouses and many towers and belfries. The subject of spire and tower architecture, however, is so interesting and extensive that I have thoughts of writing a detached essay upon it, and at all events cannot enter upon it here. But this much is enough for the reader to note for our present purpose, that although many towers do in reality stand on piers or shafts, as the central towers of cathedrals, yet the expression of all of them, and the real structure of the best and strongest, are the elevation of gradually diminishing weight on massy or even solid foundation. Nevertheless, since the tower is in its origin a building for strength of defense, and faithfulness of watch, rather than splendor of aspect, its true expression is of just so much diminution of weight upwards as may be necessary to its fully balanced strength, not a jot more. There must be no light-headedness in your noble tower, impregnable foundation, wrathful crest, with the visor down, and the dark vigilance seen through the clefts of it, not the filigree crown or embroidered cap. No towers are so grand as the square-browed ones, with massy cornices and rent battlements. Next to these come the fantastic towers, with their various forms of steep roof, the best, not the cone, but the plain gable, thrown very high. Last of all in my mind, of good towers, those with spires or crowns, though these, of course, are fittest for ecclesiastical purposes, and capable of the richest ornament. The paltry 4 or 8 pinnacled things we call towers in England, as in York Minster, are mere confectioner's Gothic, and not worth classing. Section 12. But in all of them this I believe to be a point of chief necessity, that they shall seem to stand, and shall verily stand in their own strength, not by help of buttresses nor artful balancings on this side and on that. Your noble tower must need no help, must be sustained by no crutches, must give place to no suspicion of decrepitude. Its office may be to withstand war, look forth for tidings, or to point to heaven. But it must have in its own walls the strength to do this. It is to be itself a bulwark, not to be sustained by other bulwarks, to rise and look forth, the Tower of Lebanon that looketh toward Damascus, like a stern sentinel, not like a child held up in its nurse's arms. A tower may indeed have a kind of buttress, a projection, or subordinate tower at each of its angles, but these are to its main body like the satellites to a shaft, joined with its strength, and associated in its uprightness, part of the tower itself, exactly in the proportion in which they lose their massive unity with its body, and assume the form of true buttress walls set on its angles, the tower loses its dignity. Section 13. These two characters, then, are common to all noble towers, however otherwise different in purpose or feature. The first, that they rise from massy foundation to lighter summits, frowning with battlements perhaps, but yet evidently more pierced and thinner in wall than beneath, and in most ecclesiastical examples divided into rich open work. The second, that whatever the form of the tower, it shall not appear to stand by help of buttresses. It follows from the first condition, as indeed it would have followed from ordinary aesthetic requirements, that we shall have continual variation in the arrangements of the stories and the larger number of apertures towards the top, a condition exquisitely carried out in the old Lombardic towers, in which, however small they may be, the number of apertures is always regularly increased towards the summit, generally one window in the lowest stories, two in the second, then 3, 5, and 6, often also 1, 2, 4, and 6, with beautiful symmetries of placing not at present to our purpose. We may sufficiently exemplify the general laws of tower building by placing side by side, drawn to the same scale, a medieval tower, in which most of them are simply and unaffectedly observed, and one of our own modern towers in which every one of them is violated, in small space convenient for comparison. Plate 6. Section 14. The old tower is that of St. Mark's at Venice, not a very perfect example, for its top is Renaissance, but as good Renaissance as there is in Venice. And it is fit for our present purpose because it owes none of its effect to ornament. It is built as simply as it well can be to answer its purpose. No buttresses, no external features whatever, except some huts at the base, and the loggia afterwards built, which on purpose I have not drawn. One bold square mass of brickwork, double walls with an ascending inclined plane between them, with apertures as small as possible, and these only in necessary places, giving just the light required for ascending the stair or slope, not a ray more, and the weight of the whole relieved only by the double pilasters on the sides, sustaining small arches at the top of the mass, each decorated with a scallop or cockle shell, presently to be noticed as frequent in Renaissance ornament, and here, for once, thoroughly well applied. Then, when the necessary height is reached, the belfry is left open, as in the ordinary Romanesque campanile, only the shafts more slender, but severe and simple, and the whole crowned by as much spire as the tower could carry, to render it more serviceable as a landmark. The arrangement is repeated in numberless campaniles throughout Italy. Section 15. The one beside it is one of those of the lately built college at Edinburgh. I have not taken it as worse than many others, just as I have not taken the St. Mark's Tower as better than many others, but it happens to compress our British system of tower building into small space. The Venetian tower rises 350 feet. Footnote: I have taken Professor Willis's estimate, there being discrepancy among various statements. I did not take the trouble to measure the height myself, the building being one which does not come within the range of our future inquiries, and its exact dimensions even here are of no importance as respects the question at issue. And has no buttresses, though built of brick. The British Tower rises 121 feet and is built of stone, but is supposed to be incapable of standing without two huge buttresses on each angle. The St. Mark's Tower has a high sloping roof, but carries it simply, requiring no pinnacles at its angles. The British Tower has no visible roof, but has 4 pinnacles for mere ornament. The Venetian tower has its lightest part at the top, and is massy at the base. The British tower has its lightest part at the base, and shuts up its windows into a mere arrow slit at the top. What the tower was built for at all must therefore, it seems to me, remain a mystery to every beholder, for surely no studious inhabitant of its upper chambers will be conceived to be pursuing his employments by the light of the single chink on each side. And had it been intended for a belfry, the sound of its bells would have been as ineffectually prevented from getting out as the light from getting in. Section 16. In connection with the subject of towers and of superimposition, One other feature, not conveniently to be omitted from our house building, requires a moment's notice: the staircase. In modern houses it can hardly be considered an architectural feature, and is nearly always an ugly one, from its being apparently without support. And here I may not unfitly note the important distinction, which perhaps ought to have been dwelt upon in some places before now, between the marvellous and the perilous in apparent construction. There are many edifices which are awful or admirable in their height, and lightness, and boldness of form, respecting which, nevertheless, we have no fear that they should fall. Many a mighty dome and aerial aisle and arch may seem to stand, as I said, by miracle, but by steadfast miracle notwithstanding, there is no fear that the miracle should cease. We have a sense of inherent power in them, or at all events of concealed and mysterious provision for their safety. But in leaning towers, as of Pisa or Bologna, and in much minor architecture, passive architecture of modern times, we feel that there is but a chance between the building and destruction, that there is no miraculous life in it which animates it into security, but an obstinate, perhaps vain, resistance to immediate danger. The appearance of this is often as strong in small things as in large. In the sounding boards of pulpits, for instance, when sustained by a single pillar behind them, so that one is in dread, during the whole sermon, of the preacher being crushed if a single nail should give way. And again the modern geometrical unsupported staircase. There is great disadvantage also in the arrangement of this latter when room is of value, and excessive ungracefulness in its awkward divisions of the passage walls or windows. In mediaeval architecture, where there was need of room, the staircase was spiral, and enclosed generally in an exterior tower, which added infinitely to the picturesque effect of the building. Nor was the stair itself steeper nor less commodious than the ordinary compressed straight staircase of a modern dwelling house. Many of the richest towers of domestic architecture owe their origin to this arrangement. In Italy the staircase is often in the open air, surrounding the interior court of the house, and giving access to its various galleries or loggias. In this case it is almost always supported by bold shafts and arches, and forms a most interesting additional feature of the cortile, but presents no peculiarity of construction requiring our present examination. We may here, therefore, close our inquiries into the subject of construction, nor must the reader be dissatisfied with the simplicity or apparent barrenness of their present results. He will find, when he begins to apply them, that they are of more value than they now seem. But I have studiously avoided letting myself be drawn into any intricate question, because I wished to ask from the reader only so much attention as it seemed that even the most indifferent would not be unwilling to pay to a subject which is hourly becoming of greater practical interest. Evidently it would have been altogether beside the purpose of this essay to have entered deeply into the abstract science, or closely into the mechanical detail of construction. Both have been illustrated by writers far more capable of doing so than I, and may be studied at the reader's discretion. All that has been here endeavored was the leading him to appeal to something like definite principle, and refer to the easily intelligible laws of convenience and necessity, whenever he found his judgment likely to be overborne by authority on the one hand, or dazzled by novelty on the other. If he has time to do more, and to follow out in all their brilliancy the mechanical inventions of the great engineers and architects of the day, I in some sort envy him, but must part company with him. For my way lies not along the viaduct, but down the quiet valley which its arches cross, nor through the tunnel, but up the hillside which its cavern darkens, to see what gifts Nature will give us, and with what imagery she will fill our thoughts, that the stones we have ranged in rude order may now be touched with life, nor lose forever in their hewn nakedness the voices they had of old, when the valley streamlet eddied round them in palpitating light, and the winds of the hillside shook over them the shadows of the fern. End of chapter 19. Superimposition. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 20, The Material of Ornament, Part 1. Section 1. We enter now on the second division of our subject. We have no more to do with heavy stones and hard lines. We are going to be happy, to look round in the world and discover, in a serious manner always, however, and under a sense of responsibility, what we like best in it, and to enjoy the same at our leisure, to gather it, examine it, fasten all we can of it into imperishable forms, and put it where we may see it forever. This is to decorate architecture. Section 2. There are, therefore, 3 steps in the process. First, to find out in a grave manner what we like best. Secondly, to put as much of this as we can, which is little enough, into form. Thirdly, to put this formed abstraction into a proper place. And we have now, therefore, to make these 3 inquiries in succession. First, what we like, or what is the right material of ornament. Then, how we are to present it, or its right treatment. Then, where we are to put it, or its right place. I think I can answer that first inquiry in this chapter, the second inquiry in the next chapter, and the third I shall answer in a more diffusive manner, by taking up in succession the several parts of architecture above distinguished, and rapidly noting the kind of ornament fittest for each. Section 3. I said in Chapter 2, Section 14, that all noble ornamentation was the expression of man's delight in God's work. This implied that there was an ignoble ornamentation, which was the expression of man's delight in his own. There is such a school, chiefly degraded Classic and Renaissance, in which the ornament is composed of imitations of tilings made by man. I think, before inquiring what we like best of God's work, we had better get rid of all this imitation of man's, and be quite sure we do not like that. Section 4. We shall rapidly glance, then, at the material of decoration hence derived. And now I cannot, as I before have done respecting construction, convince the reader of one thing being wrong, and another right. I have confessed as much again and again. I am now only to make appeal to him, and cross-question him, whether he really does like things or not. If he likes the ornament on the base of the column of the Place Vendôme, composed of Wellington boots and laced frock coats, I cannot help it. I can only say I differ from him, and don't like it. And if, therefore, I speak dictatorially, and say this is base, or degraded, or ugly, I mean only that I believe men of the longest experience in the matter would either think it so, or would be prevented from thinking it so only by some morbid condition of their minds. And I believe that the reader, if he examine himself candidly, will usually agree in my statements. Section 5. The subjects of ornament found in man's work may properly fall into 4 heads. 1. Instruments of art, agriculture and war, armor and dress. 2. Drapery. 3. Shipping. 4. Architecture itself. 1. Instruments, armor, and dress. The custom of raising trophies on pillars and of dedicating arms in temples, appears to have first suggested the idea of employing them as the subjects of sculptural ornament. Thenceforward, this abuse has been chiefly characteristic of classical architecture, whether true or Renaissance. Armor is a noble thing in its proper service and subordination to the body. So is an animal's hide on its back. But a heap of cast skins or of shed armor is alike unworthy of all regard or imitation. We owe much true sublimity and more of delightful picturesqueness to the introduction of armor both in painting and sculpture. In poetry it is better still. Homer's undressed Achilles is less grand than his crested and shielded Achilles, though Phidias would rather have had him naked. In all medieval painting, arms, like all other parts of costume, are treated with exquisite care and delight. In the designs of Leonardo, Raphael, and Perugino, the armor sometimes becomes almost too conspicuous from the rich and endless invention bestowed upon it, while Titian and Rubens seek in its flash what the Milanese and Perugian sought in its form, sometimes subordinating heroism to the light of the steel, while the great designers wearied themselves in its elaborate fancy. But all this labor was given to the living, not the dead armor, to the shell with its animal in it, not the cast shell of the beech. And even so, it was introduced more sparingly by the good sculptors than the good painters. For the former felt, and with justice, that the painter had the power of conquering the over-prominence of costume by the expression and color of the countenance, and that by the darkness of the eye and glow of the cheek he could always conquer the gloom and the flash of the male. But they could hardly, by any boldness or energy of the marble features, conquer the forwardness and conspicuousness of the sharp armorial forms. Their armed figures were therefore almost always subordinate, their principal figures draped or naked, and their choice of subject was much influenced by this feeling of necessity. But the Renaissance sculptors displayed the love of a Camilla for the mere crest and plume. Paltry and false alike in every feeling of their narrowed minds, they attached themselves not only to costume without the person, but to the pettiest details of the costume itself. They could not describe Achilles, but they could describe his shield, a shield like those of dedicated spoil, without a handle, never to be waved in the face of war. And then we have helmets and lances, banners and swords, sometimes with men to hold them, sometimes without, but always chiseled with a tailor-like love of the chasing or the embroidery. Show helmets of the stage, no Vulcan work on them, no heavy hammer strokes, no Etna fire in the metal of them, nothing but pasteboard crests and high feathers. And these, cast together in disorderly heaps, or grinning vacantly over keystones, form one of the leading decorations of Renaissance architecture, and that one of the best. For helmets and lances, however loosely laid, are better than violins and pipes and books of music, which were another of the Palladian and Sansovinian sources of ornament. Supported by ancient authority, the abuse soon became a matter of pride, and since it was easy to copy a heap of cast clothes, but difficult to manage an arranged design of human figures, the indolence of architects came to the aid of their affectation, until by the moderns we find the practice carried out to its most interesting results, and, as above noted, a large pair of boots occupying the principal place in the bas-reliefs on the base of the colonne Vendôme. Section 6. A less offensive, because singularly grotesque, example of the abuse at its height occurs in the Hôtel des Invalides, where the dormer windows are suits of armor down to the bottom of the corslet, crowned by the helmet, and with the window in the middle of the breast. Instruments of agriculture and the arts are of less frequent occurrence, except in hieroglyphics and other work, where they are not employed as ornaments, but represented for the sake of accurate knowledge or as symbols. Wherever they have purpose of this kind, they are, of course, perfectly right, but they are then part of the building's conversation, not conducive to its beauty. The French have managed, with great dexterity, the representation of the machinery for the elevation of their Luxor obelisk, now sculptured on its base. Section 7. 2. Drapery. I have already spoken of the error of introducing drapery as such for ornament in the 7 lamps. I may here note a curious instance of the abuse in the Church of the Jesuiti at Venice, Renaissance. On first entering, you suppose that the church, being in a poor quarter of the city, has been somewhat meanly decorated by heavy green and white curtains of an ordinary upholsterer's pattern. On looking closer, they are discovered to be of marble, with the green pattern inlaid. Another remarkable instance is in a piece of not altogether unworthy architecture at Paris, Rue Rivoli, where the columns are supposed to be decorated with images of handkerchiefs tied in a stout knot round the middle of them. This shrewd invention bids fair to become a new order. Multitudes of massy curtains and various upholstery, more or less in imitation of that of the drawing-room, are carved and gilt, in wood or stone, about the altars and other theatrical portions of Romanist churches. But from these coarse and senseless vulgarities we may well turn in all haste to note, with respect as well as regret, one of the errors of the great school of Niccolò Pisano, an error so full of feeling as to be sometimes all but redeemed, and altogether forgiven. The sculpture, namely, of curtains around the recumbent statues upon tombs, curtains which angels are represented as withdrawing to gaze upon the faces of those who are at rest. For some time the idea was simply and slightly expressed, and though there was always a painfulness in finding the shafts of stone, which were felt to be the real supporters of the canopy, represented as of yielding drapery, yet the beauty of the angelic figures and the tenderness of the thought disarmed all animadversion. But the scholars of the Pisani, as usual, caricatured when they were unable to invent, and the quiet curtained canopy became a huge marble tent with a pole in the centre of it. Thus vulgarized, the idea itself soon disappeared, to make room for urns, torches, and weepers, and the other modern paraphernalia of the churchyard. Section 8. 3. Shipping. I have allowed this kind of subject to form a separate head, owing to the importance of rostra in Roman decoration, and to the continual occurrence of naval subjects in modern monumental bas-relief. Mr. Ferguson says, somewhat doubtfully, that he perceives a kind of beauty in a ship. I say, without any manner of doubt, that a ship is one of the loveliest things man ever made, and one of the noblest. Nor do I know any lines, out of divine work, so lovely as those of the head of a ship, or even as the sweep of the timbers of a small boat, not a race boat, a mere floating chisel, but a broad, strong sea boat, able to breast a wave and break it. And yet, with all this beauty, ships cannot be made subjects of sculpture. No one pauses in particular delight beneath the pediments of the Admiralty, nor does scenery of shipping ever become prominent in bas-relief without destroying it. Witness the base of the Nelson pillar. It may be, and must be sometimes, introduced in severe subordination to the figure subject, but just enough to indicate the scene. Sketched in the lightest lines on the background, never with any attempt at realization, never with any equality to the force of the figures, unless the whole purpose of the subject be picturesque, I shall explain this exception presently in speaking of imitative architecture. Section 9. There is one piece of a ship's fittings, however, which may be thought to have obtained acceptance as a constant element of architectural ornament: the cable. It is not, however, the cable itself, but its abstract form, a group of twisted lines, which a cable only exhibits in common with many natural objects, which is indeed beautiful as an ornament. Make the resemblance complete, give to the stone the threads and character of the cable, and you may, perhaps, regard the sculpture with curiosity, but never more with admiration. Consider the effect of the base of the statue of King William IV at the end of London Bridge. Section 10. 4. Architecture itself. The erroneous use of armor or dress or instruments or shipping as decorative subject is almost exclusively confined to bad architecture, Roman or Renaissance. But the false use of architecture itself as an ornament of architecture is conspicuous even in the medieval work of the best times, and is a grievous fault in some of its noblest examples. It is therefore of great importance to note exactly at what point this abuse begins and in what it consists. Section 11. In all bas-relief, architecture may be introduced as an explanation of the scene in which the figures act, but with more or less prominence in the inverse ratio of the importance of the figures. The metaphysical reason of this is, that where the figures are of great value and beauty, the mind is supposed to be engaged wholly with them, and it is an impertinence to disturb its contemplation of them by any minor features whatever. As the figures become of less value, and are regarded with less intensity, accessory subjects may be introduced, such as the thoughts may have leisure for. Thus, if the figures be as large as life, and complete statues, it is gross vulgarity to carve a temple above them, or distribute them over sculptured rocks, or lead them up steps into pyramids. I need hardly instance Canova's works, and the Dutch pulpit groups, with fishermen, boats, and nets in the midst of church naves. Footnote: the admiration of Canova I hold to be one of the most deadly symptoms in the civilization of the upper classes in the present century. End footnote. If the figures be in bas-relief, though as large as life, the scene may be explained by lightly traced outlines. This is admirably done in the Ninevite marbles. If the figures be in bas-relief, or even alto relievo, but less than life, and if their purpose is rather to enrich a space and produce picturesque shadows than to draw the thoughts entirely to themselves, the scenery in which they act may become prominent. The most exquisite examples of this treatment are the gates of Ghiberti. What would that Madonna of the Annunciation be without the little shrine into which she shrinks back? But all medieval work is full of delightful examples of the same kind of treatment. The gates of hell and of paradise are important pieces, both of explanation and effect, in all early representations of the Last Judgment, or of the descent into Hades. The keys of St. Peter, and the crushing flat of the devil under his own door when it is beaten in, would hardly be understood without the respective gateways above. The best of all the later capitals of the Ducal Palace of Venice depends for great part of its value on the richness of a small campanile, which is pointed to proudly by a small emperor in a turned-up hat, who, the legend informs us, is, quote, Numa Pompilio, Imperador, edificador di tempi e chiese. End quote. Section 12. Shipping may be introduced, or rich fancy of vestments, crowns, and ornaments, exactly on the same conditions as architecture, and if the reader will look back to my definition of the picturesque in the 7 Lamps, he will see why I said, above, that they might only be prominent when the purpose of the subject was partly picturesque, that is to say, when the mind is intended to derive part of its enjoyment from the parasitical qualities and accidents of the thing, not from the heart of the thing itself. And thus, while we must regret the flapping sails in the death of Nelson in Trafalgar Square, we may yet most heartily enjoy the sculpture of a storm in one of the bas-reliefs of the tomb of St. Pietro Martyr in the church of St. Eustorgio at Milan, where the grouping of the figures is most fancifully complicated by the undercut cordage of the vessel. Section 13. In all these instances, however, observe that the permission to represent the human work as an ornament is conditional on its being necessary to the representation of a scene, or an explanation of an action. On no terms whatever could any such subject be independently admissible. Observe, therefore, the use of manufacture as ornament is 1. With heroic figure sculpture, not admissible at all. 2. With picturesque figure sculpture, admissible in the degree of its picturesqueness. 3. Without figure sculpture, not admissible at all. So also in painting. Michelangelo in the Sistine Chapel would not have willingly painted a dress of figured damask or of watered satin. His was heroic painting, not admitting accessories. Tintoret, Titian, Veronese, Rubens, and Van Dyck would be very sorry to part with their figured stuffs and lustrous silks, and sorry, observe, exactly in the degree of their picturesque feeling. Should not we also be sorry to have Bishop Ambrose without his vest in that picture of the National Gallery? But I think Van Dyck would not have liked, on the other hand, the vest without the bishop. I much doubt if Titian or Veronese would have enjoyed going into Waterloo House and making studies of dresses upon the counter. Section 14. So, therefore, finally, neither architecture nor any other human work is admissible as an ornament, except in subordination to figure subject. And this law is grossly and painfully violated by those curious examples of Gothic, both early and late, in the North, but late, I think, exclusively in Italy, in which the minor features of the architecture were composed of small models of the larger, examples which led the way to a series of abuses materially affecting the life, strength, and nobleness of the Northern Gothic, abuses which no Ninevite, nor Egyptian, nor Greek, nor Byzantine, nor Italian of the earlier ages would have endured for an instant, and which strike me with renewed surprise whenever I pass beneath a portal of 13th century Northern Gothic, associated as they are with manifestations of exquisite feeling and power in other directions. The porches of Bourges, Amiens, Notre Dame of Paris, and Notre Dame of Dijon may be noted as conspicuous in error. Small models of feudal towers with diminutive windows and battlements, of cathedral spires with scaly pinnacles, mixed with temple pediments and nondescript edifices of every kind, are crowded together over the recess of the niche into a confused fool's cap for the saint below. Italian Gothic is almost entirely free from the taint of this barbarism until the Renaissance period, when it becomes rampant in the cathedral of Como and Certosa of Pavia, and at Venice we find the Renaissance churches decorated with models of fortifications like those in the repository at Woolwich, or inlaid with mock arcades in pseudo-perspective, copied from gardeners' paintings at the ends of conservatories. Section 15. I conclude, then, with the reader's leave, that all ornament is base which takes for its subject human work, that it is utterly base, painful to every rightly toned mind, without perhaps immediate sense of the reason, but for a reason palpable enough when we do think of it. For to carve our own work and set it up for admiration is a miserable self-complacency, a contentment in our own wretched doings, when we might have been looking at God's doings. And all noble ornament is the exact reverse of this. It is the expression of man's delight in God's work. Section 16. For observe, the function of ornament is to make you happy. Now in what are you rightly happy? Not in thinking of what you have done yourself, not in your own pride, not your own birth, not in your own being or your own will, but in looking at God, watching what He does, what He is, and obeying His law and yielding yourself to His will. You are to be made happy by ornaments. Therefore they must be the expression of all this. Not copies of your own handiwork, not boastings of your own grandeur, not heraldries, not king's arms, nor any creature's arms, but God's arm, seen in His work. Not manifestation of your delight in your own laws, or your own liberties, or your own inventions, but in divine laws, constant, daily, common laws. Not composite laws, nor Doric laws, nor laws of the 5 orders, but of the 10 commandments. Section 17. Then the proper material of ornament will be whatever God has created, and its proper treatment that which seems in accordance with, or symbolical of His laws. And for material we shall therefore have, first, the abstract lines which are most frequent in nature, and then, from lower to higher, the whole range of systematized inorganic and organic forms. We shall rapidly glance in order at their kinds, and however absurd the elemental division of inorganic matter by the ancients may seem to the modern chemist, it is one so grand and simple for arrangements of external appearances that I shall here follow it. Noticing first, after abstract lines, the imitable forms of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air, and then those of animal organisms. It may be convenient to the reader to have the order stated in a clear succession at first. Thus: 1. Abstract lines. 2. Forms of earth, crystals. 3. Forms of water, waves. 4. Forms of fire, flames and rays. 5. Forms of air, clouds. 6. Organic forms, shells. 7. Fish. 8. Reptiles and insects. 9. Vegetation. A. Stems and trunks. 10. Vegetation B. Foliage. 11. Birds. 12. Mammalian animals and man. It may be objected that clouds are a form of moisture, not of air. They are, however, a perfect expression of aerial states and currents, and may sufficiently well stand for the element they move in. And I have put vegetation apparently somewhat out of its place, owing to its vast importance as a means of decoration, and its constant association with birds and men. End of Chapter 20. The Material of Ornament, Part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. The Material of Ornament, Part 2. Section 18, 1. Abstract Lines. I have not with lines named also shades and colors, for this evident reason, that there are no such things as abstract shadows, irrespective of the forms which exhibit them, and distinguished in their own nature from each other, and that the arrangement of shadows, in greater or less quantity, or in certain harmonical successions, is an affair of treatment, not of selection. And when we use abstract colors, we are in fact using a part of nature herself, using a quality of her light, correspondent with that of the air, to carry sound. And the arrangement of color in harmonious masses is again a matter of treatment, not selection. Yet even in this separate art of coloring, as referred to architecture, it is very notable that the best tints are always those of natural stones. These can hardly be wrong. I think I never yet saw an offensive introduction of the natural colors of marble and precious stones, unless in small mosaics, and in one or two glaring instances of the resolute determination to produce something ugly at any cost. On the other hand, I have most assuredly never yet seen a painted building, ancient or modern, which seemed to me quite right. Section 19. Our first constituents of ornament will therefore be abstract lines, that is to say, the most frequent contours of natural objects, transferred to architectural forms when it is not right or possible to render such forms distinctly imitative. For instance, the line or curve of the edge of a leaf may be accurately given to the edge of a stone, without rendering the stone in the least like a leaf, or suggestive of a leaf. And this the more fully, because the lines of nature are alike in all her works, simpler or richer in combination, but the same in character. And when they are taken out of their combinations, it is impossible to say from which of her works they have been borrowed, their universal property being that of ever-varying curvature in the most subtle and subdued transitions, with peculiar expressions of motion, elasticity, or dependence, which I have already insisted upon at some length in the chapters on typical beauty in modern painters. But that the reader may here be able to compare them for himself as deduced from different sources, I have drawn, as accurately as I can, on the opposite plate, some 10 or 11 lines from natural forms of very different substances and scale. The first, line AB, is, in the original, I think, the most beautiful simple curve I have ever seen in my life. It is a curve about 3/4 of a mile long, formed by the surface of a small glacier of the second order, on a spur of the Aiguille de Blitière, Chamonix. I have merely outlined the crags on the right of it, to show their sympathy and united action with the curve of the glacier, which is of course entirely dependent on their opposition to its descent, softened however into unity by the snow, which rarely melts on this high glacier surface. The line DC is some 1.5 or 2 miles long. It is part of the flank of the chain of the Dents d'Auche above the Lake of Geneva, one or two of the lines of the higher and more distant ranges being given in combination with it. Line H is a line about 4 feet long, a branch of spruce fir. I have taken this tree because it is commonly supposed to be stiff and ungraceful. Its outer sprays are, however, more noble in their sweep than almost any that I know. But this fragment is seen at great disadvantage, because placed upside down, in order that the reader may compare its curvatures with line CD, line EG, and line IK, which are all mountain lines. Line EG, about 500 feet of the southern edge of the Matterhorn. Line IK, the entire slope of the Aiguille Bouchard, from its summit into the valley of Chamonix, a line some 3 miles long. Line LM is the line of the side of a willow leaf traced by laying the leaf on the paper. Line NO, one of the innumerable groups of curves at the lip of a paper nautilus. Line P, a spiral, traced on the paper round a serpola. Line QR, the leaf of the Alisma plantago, with its interior ribs real size. Line ST, the side of a bay leaf. Line UW, of a salvia leaf. And it is to be carefully noted that these last curves, being never intended by nature to be seen singly, are more heavy and less agreeable than any of the others, which would be seen as independent lines, but all agree in their character of changeful curvature, the mountain and glacier lines only excelling the rest in delicacy and richness of transition. Section 20. Why lines of this kind are beautiful, I endeavored to show in the Modern Painters, but one point there omitted may be mentioned here, that almost all these lines are expressive of action of force of some kind, while the circle is a line of limitation or support. In leafage they mark the forces of its growth and expansion, but some among the most beautiful of them are described by bodies variously in motion or subjected to force, as by projectiles in the air, by the particles of water in a gentle current, by planets in motion in an orbit, by their satellites, if the actual path of the satellite in space be considered instead of its relation to the planet, by boats or birds turning in the water or air, by clouds in various action upon the wind, by sails in the curvatures they assume under its force, and by thousands of other objects moving or bearing force. In the Alisma leaf, line QR, the lines through its body, which are of peculiar beauty, mark the different expansions of its fibers, and are, I think, exactly the same as those which would be traced by the currents of a river entering a lake of the shape of the leaf, at the end where the stalk is, and passing out at its point. Circular curves, on the contrary, are always, I think, curves of limitation or support, that is to say, curves of perfect rest. The cylindrical curve round the stem of a plant binds its fibers together, while the ascent of the stem is in lines of various curvature. So the curve of the horizon and of the apparent heaven, of the rainbow, etc. And though the reader might imagine that the circular orbit of any moving body, or the curve described by a sling, was a curve of motion, he should observe that the circular character is given to the curve not by the motion, but by the confinement. The circle is the consequence not of the energy of the body, but of its being forbidden to leave the center. And whenever the whirling or circular motion can be fully impressed on it, we obtain instant balance and rest with respect to the center of the circle. Hence, the peculiar fitness of the circular curve as a sign of rest and security of support in arches, while the other curves, belonging especially to action, are to be used in the more active architectural features, the hand and foot, the capital and base, and in all minor ornaments, more freely in proportion to their independence of structural conditions. Section 21. We need not, however, hope to be able to imitate, in general work, any of the subtly combined curvatures of nature's highest designing. On the contrary, their extreme refinement renders them unfit for coarse service or material. Lines which are lovely in the pearly film of the nautilus shell are lost in the gray roughness of stone, and those which are sublime in the blue of faraway hills are weak in the substance of incumbent marble. Of all the graceful lines assembled on Plate 7, we shall do well to be content with 2 of the simplest. We shall take 1 mountain line, line EG, and 1 leaf line, line UW, or rather fragments of them, for we shall perhaps not want them all. I will mark off from line UW the little bit line XY, and from line EG the piece line EF, both which appear to me likely to be serviceable, and if hereafter we need the help of any abstract lines, we will see what we can do with these only. Section 22. 2. Forms of Earth, Crystals. It may be asked why I do not say rocks or mountains, simply because the nobility of these depends, first, on their scale, and secondly, on accident. Their scale cannot be represented, nor their accident systematized. No sculptor can in the least imitate the peculiar character of accidental fracture. He can obey or exhibit the laws of nature, but he cannot copy the felicity of her fancies, nor follow the steps of her fury. The very glory of a mountain is in the revolutions which raised it into power, and the forces which are striking it into ruin. But we want no cold and careful imitation of catastrophe, no calculated mockery of convulsion, no delicate recommendation of ruin. We are to follow the labor of nature, but not her disturbance, to imitate what she has deliberately ordained, not what she has violently suffered or strangely permitted. Footnote. Thus above I adduced for the architect's imitation the appointed stories and beds of the Matterhorn, not its irregular forms of crag or fissure. End footnote. The only uses, therefore, of rock form which are wise in the architect are its actual introduction, by leaving untouched such blocks as are meant for rough service, and that noble use of the general examples of mountain structure of which I have often heretofore spoken. Imitations of rock form have, for the most part, been confined to periods of degraded feeling, and to architectural toys or pieces of dramatic effect, the Calvaries and Holy Sepulchres of Romanism, or the grottos and fountains of English gardens. They were, however, not unfrequent in medieval bas-reliefs, very curiously and elaborately treated by Ghiberti on the doors of Florence, and in religious sculpture necessarily introduced wherever the life of the anchorite was to be expressed. They were rarely introduced as of ornamental character, but for particular service and expression. We shall see an interesting example in the Ducal Palace at Venice. Section 23. But against crystalline form, which is the completely systematized natural structure of the earth, none of these objections hold good, and, accordingly, it is an endless element of decoration, where higher conditions of structure cannot be represented. The four-sided pyramid, perhaps the most frequent of all natural crystals, is called in architecture a dog-tooth. Its use is quite limitless and always beautiful. The cube and rhomb are almost equally frequent in chequers and dentils, and all mouldings of the Middle Gothic are little more than representations of the canaliculated crystals of the beryl and such other minerals. Section 24. Not knowingly. I do not suppose a single hint was ever actually taken from mineral form, not even by the Arabs in their stalactite pendants and vaults. All that I mean to allege is, that beautiful ornament, wherever found or however invented, is always either an intentional or unintentional copy of some constant natural form, and that in this particular instance the pleasure we have in these geometrical figures of our own invention is dependent, for all its acuteness, on the natural tendency impressed on us by our Creator to love the forms into which the earth He gave us to tread, and out of which He formed our bodies, knit itself as it was separated from the deep. Section 25. 3. Forms of water. Waves. The reasons which prevent rocks from being used for ornament repress still more forcibly the portraiture of the sea. Yet the constant necessity of introducing some representation of water in order to explain the scene of events, or as a sacred symbol, has forced the sculptors of all ages to the invention of some type or letter for it, if not an actual imitation. We find every degree of conventionalism or of naturalism in these types, the earlier being, for the most part, thoughtful symbols, the latter awkward attempts at portraiture. Footnote: Appendix 21, Ancient Representations of Water. End footnote. The most conventional of all types is the Egyptian zigzag, preserved in the astronomical sign of Aquarius, but every nation with any capacities of thought has given, in some of its work, the same great definition of open water, as an undulatory thing with fish in it. I say open water because inland nations have a totally different conception of the element. Imagine for an instant the different feelings of an husbandman whose hut is built by the Rhine or the Po, and who sees day by day the same giddy succession of silent power, the same opaque, thick, whirling, irresistible labyrinth of rushing lines and twisted eddies, coiling themselves into serpentine race by the reedy banks, in omni volubilis eovum, and the image of the sea in the mind of the fisher upon the rocks of Ithaca, or by the straits of Sicily, who sees how, day by day, the morning winds come coursing to the shore, every breath of them with a green wave rearing before it, clear, crisp, ringing, merry-minded waves that fall over and over each other, laughing like children as they near the beach, and at last clash themselves all into dust of crystal over the dazzling sweeps of sand. Fancy the difference of the image of water in those two minds, and then compare the sculpture of the coiling eddies of the Tigris and its reedy branches in those slabs of Nineveh, with the crested curls of the Greek sea on the coins of Camarina or Tarentum. But both agree in the undulatory lines either of the currents or the surface, and in the introduction of fish as explanatory of the meaning of those lines. So also the Egyptians in their frescoes with most elaborate realization of the fish. There is a very curious instance on a Greek mirror in the British Museum representing Orion on the sea, and multitudes of examples with dolphins on the Greek vases. The type is preserved without alteration in medieval painting and sculpture. The sea in that Greek mirror, at least 400 B.C., in the mosaics of Torcello and St. Mark's, on the font of St. Frediano at Lucca, on the gate of the fortress of St. Michael's Mount in Normandy, on the Bayeux tapestry, and on the capitals of the Ducal Palace at Venice, under Orion on his dolphin, is represented in a manner absolutely identical. Giotto, in the frescoes of Avignon, has, with his usual strong feeling for naturalism, given the best example I remember, in painting, of the unity of the conventional system with direct imitation, and that both in sea and river, giving in pure blue color the coiling whirlpool of the stream and the curled crest of the breaker. But in all early sculptural examples, both imitation and decorative effect are subordinate to easily understood symbolical language. The undulatory lines are often valuable as an enrichment of surface, but are rarely of any studied gracefulness. One of the best examples I know of their expressive arrangement is around some figures in a spandrel at Bourges, representing figures sinking in deep sea, the deluge. The waved lines yield beneath the bodies and wildly lave the edge of the moulding, two birds, as if to mark the reverse of all order of nature, lowest of all sunk in the depth of them. In later times of debasement, water began to be represented with its waves, foam, etc., as on the Vendramin tomb at Venice, above cited. But even there, without any definite ornamental purpose, the sculptor meant partly to explain a story, partly to display dexterity of chiseling, but not to produce beautiful forms pleasant to the eye. The imitation is vapid and joyless, and it has often been matter of surprise to me that sculptors, so fond of exhibiting their skill, should have suffered this imitation to fall so short and remain so cold, should not have taken more pains to curl the waves clearly, to edge them sharply, and to express, by drill holes or other artifices, the character of foam. I think in one of the Antwerp churches something of this kind is done in wood, but in general it is rare. Section 26, 4. Forms of Fire, Flames, and Rays. If neither the sea nor the rock can be imagined, still less the devouring fire, it has been symbolized by radiation both in painting and sculpture, for the most part in the latter very unsuccessfully. It was suggested to me not long ago that zigzag decorations of Norman architects were typical of light springing from the half-set orb of the sun. Footnote: by the friend to whom I owe Appendix 21. End footnote. The resemblance to the ordinary sun type is indeed remarkable, but I believe accidental. I shall give you in my large plates 2 curious instances of radiation in brick ornament above arches, but I think these also without any very luminous intention. The imitations of fire in the torches of Cupids and Genii, and burning in tops of urns, which attest and represent the mephitic inspirations of the 17th century in most London churches, and in monuments all over civilized Europe, together with the gilded rays of Romanist altars, may be left to such mercy as the reader is inclined to show them. Section 27, 5. Forms of Air, Clouds. Hardly more manageable than flames, and of no ornamental use, their majesty being in scale and color, and inimitable in marble. They are lightly traced in much of the Cinquecento sculpture, very boldly and grandly in the strange Last Judgment in the porch of Saint Maclou at Rouen, described in the 7 Lamps, but the most elaborate imitations are altogether of recent date, arranged in concretions like flattened sacks, 40 or 50 feet above the altars of continental churches, mixed with the gilded truncheons intended for sunbeams above alluded to. Section 28, 6. Shells. I place these lowest in the scale, after inorganic forms, as being molds or coats of organism, not themselves organic. The sense of this, and of their being mere emptiness and deserted houses, must always prevent them, however beautiful in their lines, from being largely used in ornamentation. It is better to take the line and leave the shell. One form indeed, that of the cockle, has been in all ages used as the decoration of half-domes, which were named conchas from their shell form. And I believe the wrinkled lip of the cockle, so used, to have been the origin, in some parts of Europe at least, of the exuberant foliation of the round arch. The scallop also is a pretty, radiant form, and mingles well with other symbols when it is needed. The crab is always as delightful as a grotesque, for here we suppose the beast inside the shell, and he sustains his part in a lively manner among the other signs of the zodiac, with the scorpion, or scattered upon sculptured shores, as beside the bronze boar of Florence. We shall find him in a basket at Venice, at the base of one of the Piazzetta shafts. Section 29. 7. Fish. These, as beautiful in their forms as they are familiar to our sight, while their interest is increased by their symbolic meaning, are of great value as material of ornament. Love of the picturesque has generally induced a choice of some supple form with scaly body and lashing tail, but the simplest fish form is largely employed in medieval work. We shall find the plain oval body and sharp head of the tunny constantly at Venice, and the fish used in the expression of sea-water, or water generally, are always plain-bodied creatures in the best medieval sculpture. The Greek type of the dolphin, however, sometimes but slightly exaggerated from the real outline of the Delphinus delphus, is one of the most picturesque of animal forms, and the action of its slow revolving plunge is admirably caught upon the surface sea represented in Greek vases. Footnote: One is glad to hear from Cuvier that though dolphins in general are
les plus carnassiers et proportions gardées avec leur taille, les plus cruelles de l'ordre,
yet that in the Delphinus delphus
toute l'organisation de son cerveau annonce qu'il ne doit pas être dépourvu de la docilité qu'ils, les anciens, lui attribuaient.
End footnote. Section 30. 8. Reptiles and insects. The forms of the serpent and lizard exhibit almost every element of beauty and horror in strange combination. The horror, which in an imitation is felt only as a pleasurable excitement, has rendered them favorite subjects in all periods of art, and the unity of both lizard and serpent in the ideal dragon, the most picturesque and powerful of all animal forms, and of peculiar symbolical interest to the Christian mind, is perhaps the principal of all the materials of medieval picturesque sculpture. By the best sculptors it is always used with this symbolic meaning, by the Cinquecento sculptors as an ornament merely. The best and most natural representations of mere viper or snake are to be found interlaced among their confused groups of meaningless objects. The real power and horror of the snakehead has, however, been rarely reached. I shall give one example from Verona of the 12th century. Other less powerful reptile forms are not unfrequent. Small frogs, lizards, and snails almost always enliven the foregrounds and leafage of good sculpture. The tortoise is less usually employed in groups. Beetles are chiefly mystic and colossal. Various insects, like everything else in the world, occur in Cinquecento work, grasshoppers most frequently. We shall see on the Ducal Palace at Venice an interesting use of the bee. Section 31. 9. Branches and stems of trees. I arrange these under a separate head, because while the forms of leafage belong to all architecture and ought to be employed in it always, those of the branch and stem belong to a peculiar imitative and luxuriant architecture, and are only applicable at times. Pagan sculptors seem to have perceived little beauty in the stems of trees. They were little else than timber to them, and they preferred the rigid and monstrous triglyph, or the fluted column, to a broken bough or gnarled trunk. But with Christian knowledge came a peculiar regard for the forms of vegetation, from the root upwards. The actual representation of the entire trees required in many Scripture subjects, as in the most frequent of Old Testament subjects, the fall, and again in the drunkenness of Noah, the garden agony, and many others, familiarized the sculptors of bas-relief to the beauty of forms before unknown, while the symbolical name given to Christ by the prophets, the branch, and the frequent expressions referring to this image throughout every scriptural description of conversion, gave an especial interest to the Christian mind to this portion of vegetative structure. For some time, nevertheless, the sculpture of trees was confined to bas-relief, but it at last affected even the treatment of the main shafts in Lombard Gothic buildings, as in the western façade of Genoa, where two of the shafts are represented as gnarled trunks. And as bas-relief itself became more boldly introduced, so did tree sculpture, until we find the writhed and knotted stems of the vine and fig used for angle shafts on the Doge's palace, and entire oaks and apple trees forming, roots and all, the principal decorative sculptures of the Scala tombs at Verona. It was then discovered to be more easy to carve branches than leaves, and much helped by the frequent employment in later Gothic of the tree of Jesse for traceries and other purposes, the system reached full development in a perfect thicket of twigs, which form the richest portion of the decoration of the porches of Beauvais. It had now been carried to its richest extreme. Men wearied of it and abandoned it, and like all other natural and beautiful things, it was ostracized by the mob of Renaissance architects. But it is interesting to observe how the human mind, in its acceptance of this feature of ornament, proceeded from the ground and followed, as it were, the natural growth of the tree. It began with the rude and solid trunk, as at Genoa. Then the branches shot out and became loaded leaves. Autumn came, the leaves were shed, and the eye was directed to the extremities of the delicate branches. The Renaissance frosts came, and all perished. Section 32. 10. Foliage, flowers, and fruit. It is necessary to consider these as separated from the stems, not only, as above noted, because their separate use marks another school of architecture, but because they are the only organic structures which are capable of being so treated, and intended to be so, without strong effort of imagination. To pull animals to pieces and use their paws for feet of furniture, or their heads for terminations of rods and shafts, is usually the characteristic of feelingless schools. The greatest men like their animals whole. The head may, indeed, be so managed as to look emergent from the stone, rather than fastened to it. And wherever there is, throughout the architecture, any expression of sternness or severity, severity in its literal sense, as in Romans chapter 11, verse 22, such divisions of the living form may be permitted. Still, you cannot cut an animal to pieces as you can gather a flower or a leaf. These were intended for our gathering and for our constant delight. Wherever men exist in a perfectly civilized and healthy state, they have vegetation around them. Wherever their state approaches that of innocence or perfectness, it approaches that of paradise. It is a dressing of garden. And therefore, where nothing else can be used for ornament, vegetation may. Vegetation in any form, however fragmentary, however abstracted. A single leaf laid upon the angle of a stone, or the mere form or framework of the leaf drawn upon it, or the mere shadow and ghost of the leaf, the hollow foil cut out of it, possesses a charm which nothing else can replace, a charm not exciting nor demanding laborious thought or sympathy, but perfectly simple, peaceful, and satisfying. Section 33. The full recognition of leaf forms as the general source of subordinate decoration is one of the chief characteristics of Christian architecture. But the two roots of leaf ornament are the Greek acanthus and the Egyptian lotus. Footnote: Vide Wilkinson, Volume 5, Woodcut No. 478, Figure 8. The tamarisk appears afterwards to have given the idea of a subdivision of leaf more pure and quaint than that of the acanthus. Of late our botanists have discovered, in the Victoria regia, supposing its blossom reversed, another strangely beautiful type of what we may perhaps hereafter find it convenient to call lily capitals. End footnote. The dry land and the river thus each contributed their part, and all the florid capitals of the richest northern Gothic on the one hand, and the arrowy lines of the severe Lombardic capitals on the other, are founded on these two gifts of the dust of Greece and the waves of the Nile. The leaf which is, I believe, called the Persepolitan water-leaf is to be associated with the lotus flower and stem, as the origin of our noblest types of simple capital. And it is to be noted that the florid leaves of the dry land are used most by the northern architects, while the water leaves are gathered for their ornaments by the parched builders of the desert. Section 34. Fruit is, for the most part, more valuable in color than form. Nothing is more beautiful as a subject of sculpture on a tree, but, gathered and put in baskets, it is quite possible to have too much of it. We shall find it so used very dexterously on the Ducal Palace of Venice, there with a meaning which rendered it right necessary. But the Renaissance architects address themselves to spectators who care for nothing but feasting, and suppose that clusters of pears and pineapples are visions of which their imagination can never weary, and above which it will never care to rise. I am no advocate for image worship, as I believe the reader will elsewhere sufficiently find, but I am very sure that the Protestantism of London would have found itself quite as secure in a cathedral decorated with statues of good men, as in one hung round with bunches of Ribston pippins. Section 35. 11. Birds. The perfect and simple grace of bird form, in general, has rendered it a favorite subject with early sculptors, and with those schools which loved form more than action. But the difficulty of expressing action, where the muscular markings are concealed, has limited the use of it in later art. Half the ornament, at least, in Byzantine architecture, and a third of that of Lombardic, is composed of birds, either pecking at fruit or flowers, or standing on either side of a flower or vase, or alone, as generally the symbolical peacock. But how much of our general sense of grace or power of motion, of serenity, peacefulness, and spirituality we owe to these creatures it is impossible to conceive, their wings supplying us with almost the only means of representation of spiritual motion which we possess, and with an ornamental form of which the eye is never weary, however meaninglessly or endlessly repeated, whether in utter isolation or associated with the bodies of the lizard, the horse, the lion, or the man. The heads of the birds of prey are always beautiful, and used as the richest ornaments in all ages. Section 36, 12. Quadrupeds and Men. Of quadrupeds, the horse has received an elevation into the primal rank of sculptural subject, owing to his association with men. The full value of other quadruped forms has hardly been perceived or worked for in late sculpture, and the want of science is more felt in these subjects than in any other branches of early work. The greatest richness of quadruped ornament is found in the hunting sculpture of the Lombards, but rudely treated, the most noble examples of treatment being the lions of Egypt, the Ninevite bulls, and the medieval griffins. Quadrupeds, of course, form the noblest subjects of ornament next to the human form, this latter, the chief subject of sculpture, being sometimes the end of architecture rather than its decoration. We have thus completed the list of the materials of architectural decoration, and the reader may be assured that no effort has ever been successful to draw elements of beauty from any other sources than these. Such an effort was once resolutely made. It was contrary to the religion of the Arab to introduce any animal form into his ornament, but although all the radiance of color, all the refinements of proportion, and all the intricacies of geometrical design were open to him, he could not produce any noble work without an abstraction of the forms of leafage to be used in his capitals, and made the ground plan of his chaste ornament. But I have above noted that coloring is an entirely distinct and independent art, and in the 7 lamps we saw that this art had most power when practiced in arrangements of simple geometrical form. The Arab, therefore, lay under no disadvantage in coloring, and he had all the noble elements of constructive and proportional beauty at his command. He might not imitate the seashell, but he could build the dome. The imitation of radiance by the variegated voussoirs, the expression of the sweep of the desert by the barred red lines upon the wall, the starred inshedding of light through his vaulted roof, and all the endless fantasy of abstract line were still in the power of his ardent and fantastic spirit. Footnote: Appendix 22, Arabian Ornamentation. End footnote. Much he achieved, and yet in the effort of his overtaxed invention, restrained from its proper food, he made his architecture a glittering vacillation of undisciplined enchantment, and left the luster of its edifices to wither like a startling dream, whose beauty we may indeed feel, and whose instruction we may receive, but must smile at its inconsistency and mourn over its evanescence. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Recording by Lucretia B. French by Nadine Eckert-Boulay.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1 by John Ruskin. Treatment of Ornament. Part 1.
We now know where we are to look for subjects of decoration. The next question is, as the reader must remember, how to treat or express these subjects. There are evidently two branches of treatment, the first being the expression, or rendering to the eye and mind, of the thing itself, and the second the arrangement of the thing so expressed, both of these being quite distinct from the placing of the ornament in proper parts of the building. For instance, suppose we take a vine leaf for our subject. The first question is, how to cut the vine leaf. Shall we cut its ribs and notches on the edge, or only its general outline, and so on. Then, how to arrange the vine leaves when we have them, whether symmetrically, or at random, or unsymmetrically, yet within certain limits. All these I call questions of treatment. Then, whether the vine leaves so arranged are to be set on the capital of a pillar, or on its shaft, I call a question of place. So then the questions of mere treatment are twofold, how to express, and how to arrange. And expression is to the mind or the sight. Therefore the inquiry becomes really threefold. 1. How ornament is to be expressed with reference to the mind. 2. How ornament is to be arranged with reference to the sight. 3. How ornament is to be arranged with reference to both. 1. How is ornament to be treated with reference to the mind? If to produce a good or beautiful ornament it were only necessary to produce a perfect piece of sculpture, and if a well-cut group of flowers or animals were indeed an ornament wherever it might be placed, the work of the architect would be comparatively easy. Sculpture and architecture would become separate arts, and the architect would order so many pieces of such subject and size as he needed, without troubling himself with any questions but those of disposition and proportion. But this is not so. No perfect piece, either of painting or sculpture, is an architectural ornament at all, except in that vague sense in which any beautiful thing is said to ornament the place it is in. Thus we say that pictures ornament a room, but we should not thank an architect who told us that his design, to be complete, required a Titian to be put in one corner of it, and a Velasquez in the other. And it is just as unreasonable to call perfect sculpture, niched in or encrusted on a building, a portion of the ornament of that building, as it would be to hang pictures by the way of ornament on the outside of it. It is very possible that the sculptured work may be harmoniously associated with the building, or the building executed with reference to it, but in this latter case the architecture is subordinate to the sculpture, as in the Medicean chapel, and I believe also in the Parthenon. And so far from the perfection of the work conducing to its ornamental purpose, we may say, with entire security, that its perfection, in some degree, unfits it for its purpose, and that no absolutely complete sculpture can be decoratively right. We have a familiar instance in the flower work of St. Paul's, which is probably in the abstract as perfect flower sculpture as could be produced at the time, and which is just as rational an ornament of the building as so many valuable Van Huysums, framed and glazed and hung up over each window. The especial condition of true ornament is, that it be beautiful in its place, and nowhere else, and that it aid the effect of every portion of the building over which it has influence; that it does not by richness make other parts bald, or by its delicacy make other parts coarse. Every one of its qualities has reference to its place and use, and it is fitted for its service by what would be faults and deficiencies if it had no especial duty. Ornament, the servant, is often formed where sculpture, the master, would have been set free. The servant is often silent where the master would have been eloquent, or hurried where the master would have been serene. How far this subordination is in different situations to be expressed, or how far it may be surrendered, and ornament, the servant, be permitted to have independent will, and by what means the subordination is best to be expressed when it is required, are by far the most difficult questions I have ever tried to work out respecting any branch of art. For, In many of the examples to which I look as authoritative in their majesty or effect, it is almost impossible to say whether the abstraction or imperfection of the sculpture was owing to the choice, or the incapacity of the workman, and, if to the latter, how far the result of fortunate incapacity can be imitated by prudent self-restraint. The reader, I think, will understand this at once by considering the effect of the illuminations of an old missal. In their bold rejection of all principles of perspective, light and shade, and drawing, they are infinitely more ornamental to the page, owing to the vivid opposition of their bright colours and quaint lines, than if they had been drawn by Da Vinci himself. And so the Arena Chapel is far more brightly decorated by the archaic frescoes of Giotti than the stanze of the Vatican are by those of Raffaelle. But how far it is possible to recur to such archaicism, or to make up for it by any voluntary abandonment of power, I cannot as yet venture in any wise to determine. So, on the other hand, in many instances of finished work in which I find most to regret or to reprobate, I can hardly distinguish what is erroneous in principal form from what is vulgar in execution. For instance, in most Romanesque churches of Italy, the porches are guarded by gigantic animals, lions or griffins, of admirable severity of design, yet in many cases of so rude workmanship, that it can hardly be determined how much of this severity was intentional, how much involuntary. In the Cathedral of Genoa, 2 modern lions have, in imitation of this ancient custom, been placed on the steps of its west front, and the Italian sculptor, thinking himself a marvellous great man because he knew what lions were really like, has copied them in the menagerie with great success, and produced 2 hairy and well-whiskered beasts, as like to real lions as he could possibly cut them. One wishes them back in the menagerie for his pains. But it is impossible to say how far the offence of their presence is owing to the mere stupidity and vulgarity of the sculpture, and how far we might have been delighted with a realisation, carried to nearly the same length by Ghiberti or Michael Angelo. I say nearly, because neither Ghiberti nor Michael Angelo would ever have attempted or permitted entire realisation, even in independent sculpture. In spite of these embarrassments, however, some few certainties may be marked in the treatment of past architecture, and secure conclusions deduced for future practice. There is first, for instance, the assuredly intended and resolute abstraction of the Ninevite and Egyptian sculptors. The men who cut those granite lions in the Egyptian room of the British Museum, and who carved the calm faces of those Ninevite kings, knew much more, both of lions and kings, than they chose to express. Then there is the Greek system, in which the human sculpture is perfect, the architecture and animal sculpture is subordinate to it, and the architectural ornament severely subordinated to this again, so as to be composed of little more than abstract lines. And finally, there is the peculiarly mediaeval system, in which the inferior details are carried to as great or greater imitative perfection as the higher sculpture, and the subordination is chiefly effected by symmetries of arrangement, and quaintnesses of treatment, respecting which it is difficult to say how far they resulted from intention, and how far from incapacity. Now of these systems, the Ninevite and Egyptian are altogether opposed to modern habits of thought and action. They are sculptures evidently executed under absolute authorities, physical and mental, such as cannot at present exist. The Greek system presupposes the possession of a Phidias. It is ridiculous to talk of building in the Greek manner. You may build a Greek shell or box, such as the Greek intended to contain sculpture, but you have not the sculpture to put in it. Find your Phidias first, and your new Phidias will very soon settle all your architectural difficulties in very unexpected ways indeed. But until you find him, do not think yourselves architects while you go on copying those poor subordinations, and secondary and tertiary orders of ornament, which the Greek put on the shell of his sculpture. Some of them, beads and dentils, and such like, are as good as they can be for their work, and you may use them for subordinate work still, but they are nothing to be proud of, especially when you did not invent them, and others of them are mistakes and impertinences in the Greek himself, such as his so-called honeysuckle ornaments and others, in which there is a starched and dull suggestion of vegetable form, and yet no real resemblance nor life, for the conditions of them result from his own conceit of himself, and ignorance of the physical sciences, and want of relish for common nature, and vain fancy that he could improve everything he touched, and that he honoured it by taking it into his service. By freedom from which conceits the true Christian architecture is distinguished, not by points to its arches. There remains, therefore, only the mediaeval system, in which I think, generally, more completion is permitted, though this often because more was possible, in the inferior than in the higher portions of ornamental subject. Leaves and birds and lizards are realised, or nearly so, men and quadrupeds formalised. For observe, the smaller and inferior subject remains subordinate, however richly finished, but the human sculpture can only be subordinate by being imperfect. The realisation is, however, in all cases, dangerous, except under most skilful management. And the abstraction, if true and noble, is almost always more delightful. What, then, is noble abstraction? It is taking first the essential elements of the thing to be represented, then the rest in the order of importance, so that wherever we pause we shall always have obtained more than we leave behind, and using any expedient to impress what we want upon the mind, without caring about the mere literal accuracy of such expedient. Suppose, for instance, we have to represent a peacock. Now a peacock has a graceful neck, so has a swan. It has a high crest, so has a cockatoo. It has a long tail, so has a bird of paradise. But the whole spirit and power of peacock is in those eyes of the tail. It is true, the Argus pheasant, and one or two more birds, have something like them, but nothing for a moment comparable to them in brilliancy. Express the gleaming of the blue eyes through the plumage, and you have nearly all you want of peacock, but without this, nothing. And yet those eyes are not in relief. A rigidly true sculpture of a peacock's form could have no eyes, nothing but feathers. Here then enters the stratagem of sculpture. You must cut the eyes in relief, somehow or another. See how it is done in the peacock on the opposing page. It is so done by nearly all the Byzantine sculptors. This particular peacock is meant to be seen at some distance. How far off I know not, for it is an interpolation in the building where it occurs, of which more hereafter. But in all events at a distance of 30 or 40 feet. I have put it close to you, that you may see plainly the rude rings and rods which stand for the eyes and quills, but at the just distance their effect is perfect. And the simplicity of the means here employed may help us, both to some clear understanding of the spirit of Ninevite and Egyptian work, and to some perception of the kind of enfantillage or archaicism to which it may be possible, even in the days of advanced science, legitimately to return. The architect has no right, as we said before, to require of us a picture of Titian's in order to complete his design. Neither has he the right to calculate on the co-operation of perfect sculptors, in subordinate capacities. Far from this. His business is to dispense with such aid altogether, and to devise such a system of ornament as shall be capable of execution by uninventive and even unintelligent workmen. For supposing that he required noble sculpture for his ornament, how far would this at once limit the number and the scale of his possible buildings? Architecture is the work of nations, but we cannot have nations of great sculptors. Every house in every street of every city ought to be good architecture, but we cannot have a Flaxman or Thorwaldsen at work upon it, nor, even if we chose only to devote ourselves to our public buildings, could the mass and majesty of them be great, if we required all to be executed by great men. Greatness is not to be had in the required quantity. Giotto may design a campanile, but he cannot carve it. He can only carve one or two of the bas reliefs at the base of it, and with every increase of your fastidiousness in the execution of your ornament, you diminish the possible number and grandeur of your buildings. Do not think you can educate your workmen, or that the demand for perfection will increase the supply. Educated imbecility and finessed foolishness are the worst of all imbecilities and foolishnesses, and there is no free trade measure which will ever lower the price of brains. There is no California of common sense. Exactly in the degree in which you require your decoration to be wrought by thoughtful men, you diminish the extent and number of architectural works. Your business as an architect is to calculate only on the cooperation of inferior men, to think for them, and to indicate for them such expressions of your thoughts as the weakest capacity can comprehend and the feeblest hand can execute. This is the definition of the purest architectural abstractions. They are deep and laborious thoughts of the greatest men, put into such easy letters that they can be written by the simplest. They are expressions of the mind of manhood by the hands of childhood. And now, suppose one of those old Ninevite or Egyptian builders, with a couple of 1,000 men, mud-bred, onion-eating creatures, under him, to be set to work like so many ants on his temple sculptures. What is he to do with them? He can put them through a granitic exercise of current hand. He can teach them all how to curl hair thoroughly into croche-coeurs, as you teach a bunch of schoolboys how to shape pot-hooks. He can teach them all how to draw long eyes and straight noses, and how to copy accurately certain well-defined lines. Then he fits his own great design to their capacities. He takes out of king, or lion, or god, as much as was expressible by croche-coeurs and granitic pot-hooks. He throws this into noble forms of his own imagining, and having mapped out their lines so that there can be no possibility of error, sets his 2,000 men to work upon them with a will, and so many onions a day. I said those times cannot now return. We have with Christianity recognized the individual value of every soul, and there is no intelligence so feeble that its single ray may in some sort contribute to the general light. This is the glory of Gothic architecture, that every jot and tittle, every point and niche of it affords room, fuel, and focus for individual fire. But you cease to acknowledge this, and you refuse to accept the help of the lesser mind, if you require the work to be all executed in a great manner. Your business is to think out all of it nobly, to dictate the expression of it as far as your dictation can assist the less elevated intelligence. Then to leave this, aided and taught as far as may be, to its own simple act and effort, and to rejoice in its simplicity if not in its power, and in its vitality if not in its science. We have, then, 3 orders of ornament, classed according to the degrees of correspondence of the executive and conceptive minds. We have the servile ornament, in which the executive is absolutely subjected to the inventive, the ornament of the great Eastern nations, more especially Hamite, and all pre-Christian, yet thoroughly noble in its submissiveness. Then we have the medieval system, in which the mind of the inferior workman is recognized, and has full room for action, but is guided and ennobled by the ruling mind. This is the truly Christian and only perfect system. Finally, we have ornaments expressing the endeavour to equalize the executive and the inventive, endeavour which is Renaissance and revolutionary, and destructive of all noble architecture. Thus far, then, of the incompleteness or simplicity of execution necessary in architectural ornament, as referred to the mind. Next we have to consider that which is required when it is referred to the sight, and the various modifications of treatment which are rendered necessary by the variation of its distance from the eye. I say necessary, not merely expedient or economical. It is foolish to carve what is to be seen 40 feet off with the delicacy which the eye demands within 2 yards, not merely because such delicacy is lost in the distance, but because it is a great deal worse than lost. The delicate work has actually worse effect in the distance than rough work. This is a fact well known to painters, and for the most part acknowledged by the critics of painters, namely, that there is a certain distance for which a picture is painted, and that the finish, which is delightful if that distance be small, is actually injurious if the distance be great; and moreover, that there is a particular method of handling which none but consummate artists reach, which has its effect at the intended distance, and is altogether hieroglyphical and unintelligible at any other. This, I say, is acknowledged in painting, but it is not practically acknowledged in architecture, nor until my attention was especially directed to it had I myself any idea of the care with which this great question was studied by the medieval architects. On my first careful examination of the capitals of the upper arcade of the Ducal Palace at Venice, I was induced, by their singular inferiority of workmanship, to suppose them posterior to those of the lower arcade. It was not till I discovered that some of those which I thought the worst above were the best when seen from below, that I obtained the key to this marvellous system of adaptation, a system which I afterwards found carried out in every building of the great times which I had opportunity of examining. There are two distinct modes in which this adaptation is effected. In the first, the same designs which are delicately worked when near the eye are rudely cut and have far fewer details when they are removed from it. In this method it is not always easy to distinguish economy from skill, or slovenliness from science. But in the second method a different design is adopted, composed of fewer parts and of simpler lines, and this is cut with exquisite precision. This is of course the higher method, and the more satisfactory proof of purpose. But an equal degree of imperfection is found in both kinds when they are seen closer. In the first, a bald execution of a perfect design; the second, a baldness of design with perfect execution. And in these very imperfections lies the admirableness of the ornament. It may be asked whether, in advocating this adaptation to the distance of the eye, I obey my adopted rule of observance of natural law. Are not all natural things, it may be asked, as lovely near as far away? Nay, not so. Look at the clouds, and watch the delicate sculpture of their alabaster sides, and the rounded lustre of their magnificent rolling. They are meant to be beheld far away. They were shaped for their place, high above your head. Approach them, and they fuse into vague mists, or whirl away in fierce fragments of thunderous vapour. Look at the crest of the Alp, from the far-away plains over which its light is cast, whence human souls have communion with it by their myriads. The child looks up to it in the dawn, and the husbandman in the burden and heat of the day, and the old man in the going down of the sun, and it is to them all as the celestial city on the world's horizon, dyed with the depth of heaven, and clothed with the calm of eternity. There was it set, for holy dominion, by him who marked for the sun his journey, and bade the moon know her going down. It was built for its place in the far-off sky. Approach it, and as the sound of the voice of man dies away about its foundations, and the tide of human life, shallowed upon the vast aerial shore, is at last met by the eternal, here shall thy waves be stayed. The glory of its aspect fades into blanched fearfulness, its purple walls are rent into grisly rocks, its silver fretwork saddened into wasting snow, the storm brands of ages are on its breast, the ashes of its own ruin lie solemnly on its white raiment. Nor in such instances as these alone, though strangely enough the discrepancy between apparent and actual beauty is greater in proportion to the unapproachableness of the object, is the law observed. For every distance from the eye, there is a peculiar kind of beauty, or a different system of lines of form. The sight of that beauty is reserved for that distance, and for that alone. If you approach nearer, that kind of beauty is lost, and another succeeds, to be disorganized and reduced to strange and incomprehensible means and appliances in its turn. If you desire to perceive the great harmonies of the form of a rocky mountain, you must not ascend upon its sides. All is there disorder and accident, or seems so, sudden starts of its shattered beds hither and thither. ugly straggles of unexpected strength from under the ground, fallen fragments, toppling one over another into more helpless fall. Retire from it, and as your eye commands it more and more, as you see the ruined mountain world with a wider glance, behold, dim sympathies begin to busy themselves in the disjointed mass. Line binds itself into stealthy fellowship with line. Group by group, the helpless fragments gather themselves into ordered companies. New captains of hosts and masses of battalions become visible, one by one, and far away answers of foot to foot, and of bone to bone, until the powerless chaos is seen risen up with girded loins, and not one piece of all the unregarded heap could now be spared from the mystic whole. End of section 24. Chapter 21, Part 2 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 21, Part 2. Now it is indeed true that where nature loses one kind of beauty, as you approach it, she substitutes another. This is worthy of her infinite power, and as we shall see, art can sometimes follow her even in doing this. But all I insist upon at present is, that the several effects of nature are each worked with means referred to a particular distance, and producing their effect at that distance only. Take a singular and marked instance. When the sun rises behind a ridge of pines, and those pines are seen from a distance of a mile or two, against his light the whole form of the tree, trunk, branches, and all, becomes one frostwork of intensely brilliant silver, which is relieved against the clear sky like a burning fringe, for some distance on either side of the sun. Now suppose that a person who had never seen pines were, for the first time in his life, to see them under this strange aspect, and, reasoning as to the means by which such effect could be produced, laboriously to approach the eastern ridge, how would he be amazed to find that the fiery spectres had been produced by trees with swarthy and grey trunks, and dark green leaves? We, in our simplicity, if we had been required to produce such an appearance, should have built up trees of chased silver, with trunks of glass, and then been grievously amazed to find that, at 2 miles off, neither silver nor glass were any more visible, but nature knew better, and prepared for her fairy work with the strong branches and dark leaves in her own mysterious way. Now this is exactly what you have to do with your good ornament. It may be that it is capable of being approached, as well as likely to be seen far away, and then it ought to have microscopic qualities, as the pine leaves have, which will bear approach. But your calculation of its purpose is for a glory to be produced at a given distance. It may be here, it may be there, but it is a given distance, and the excellence of the ornament depends upon its fitting that distance, and being seen better there than anywhere else, and having a particular function and form which it can only discharge and assume there. You are never to say that ornament has great merit because you cannot see the beauty of it here, but it has great merit because you can see its beauty here only. And to give it this merit is just about as difficult a task as I could well set you. I have above noted the 2 ways in which it is done. The one, being merely rough cutting, may be passed over. The other, which is scientific alteration of design, falls, itself, into 2 great branches: simplification and emphasis. A word or two is necessary on each of these heads. When an ornamental work is intended to be seen near, if its composition be indeed fine, the subdued and delicate portions of the design lead to and unite the energetic parts, and those energetic parts form within the rest a whole, in which their own immediate relations to each other are not perceived. Remove this design to a distance, and the connecting delicacies vanish, the energies alone remain, now either disconnected altogether, or assuming with each other new relations, which, not having been intended by the designer, will probably be painful. There is a like and more palpable effect in the retirement of a band of music in which the instruments are of very unequal powers. The fluting and fifing expire, the drumming remains, and that in a painful arrangement, as demanding something which is unheard. In like manner, as the designer at arm's length removes or elevates his work, fine gradations and roundings and incidents vanish, and a totally unexpected arrangement is established between the remainder of the markings, certainly confused, and in all probability painful. The art of architectural design is therefore, first, the preparation for this beforehand, the rejection of all the delicate passages as worse than useless, and the fixing the thought upon the arrangement of the features which will remain visible far away. Nor does this always imply a diminution of resource, for, while it may be assumed as a law that fine modulation of surface in light becomes quickly invisible as the object retires, there are a softness and mystery given to the harder markings, which enable them to be safely used as media of expression. There is an exquisite example of this use in the head of the Adam of the Ducal Palace. It is only at the height of 17 or 18 feet above the eye. Nevertheless, the sculptor felt it was no use to trouble himself about drawing the corners of the mouth or the lines of the lips delicately at that distance. The object has been to mark them clearly, and to prevent accidental shadows from concealing them or altering their expression. The lips are cut thin and sharp, so that their line cannot be mistaken, and a good deep drill hole struck into the angle of the mouth. The eye is anxious and questioning, and one is surprised from below to perceive a kind of darkness in the iris of it, neither like colour, nor like a circular furrow. The expedient can only be discovered by ascending to the level of the head. It is one which would have been quite inadmissible except in distant work. 6 drill holes cut into the iris, round a central one for the pupil. By just calculation like this, the means at our disposal, by beautiful arrangement of the prominent features, and by choice of different subjects for different places, choosing the broadest forms for the farthest distance, it is possible to give the impression, not only of perfection, but of an exquisite delicacy to the most distant ornament. And this is the true sign of the right having been done, and the utmost possible power attained. The spectator should be satisfied to stay in his place, feeling the decoration, wherever it may be, equally rich, full, and lovely, not desiring to climb the steeples in order to examine it, but sure that he has it all where he is. Perhaps the capitals of the cathedral at Genoa are the best instances of absolute perfection in this kind. Seen from below, they appear as rich as the frosted silver of the Strada degli Orefici, and the nearer you approach them, the less delicate they seem. This is, however, not the only mode, though the best, in which ornament is adapted for distance. The other is emphasis, the unnatural insisting upon explanatory lines, where the subject would otherwise become unintelligible. It is to be remembered that, by a deep and narrow incision, an architect has the power, at least in sunshine, of drawing a black line on stone, just as vigorously as it can be drawn with chalk on grey paper, and that he may thus, wherever and in the degree that he chooses, substitute chalk sketching for sculpture. They are curiously mingled by the Romans. The bas-reliefs of the Arc d'Orange are small, and would be confused, though in bold relief, if they depended for intelligibility on the relief only. But each figure is outlined by a strong incision at its edge into the background, and all the ornaments on the armour are simply drawn with incised lines, and not cut out at all. A similar use of lines is made by the Gothic nations in all their early sculpture, and with delicious effect. Now to draw a mere pattern, as for instance the bearings of a shield, with these simple incisions would, I suppose, occupy an able sculptor 20 minutes or half an hour, and the pattern is then clearly seen, under all circumstances of light and shade. There can be no mistake about it, and no missing it. To carve out the bearings in due and finished relief would occupy a long summer's day, and the results would be feeble and indecipherable in the best lights, and in some lights totally and hopelessly invisible, ignored, non-existent. Now the Renaissance architects, and our modern ones, despise the simple expedient of the rough Roman or barbarian. They do not care to be understood. They care only to speak finely and be thought great orators, if one could only hear them. So I leave you to choose between the old men who took minutes to tell things plainly, and the modern men who take days to tell them unintelligibly. All expedients of this kind, both of simplification and energy, for the expression of details at a distance where their actual forms would have been invisible, but more especially this linear method, I shall call fruitism. For the greatest master of the art in modern times has been Samuel Prout. He actually takes up buildings of the later times in which the ornament has been too refined for its place, and translates it into the energized linear ornament of earlier art, and to this power of taking the life and essence of decoration and putting it into a perfectly intelligible form, when its own fullness would have been confused, is owing the especial power of his drawings. Nothing can be more closely analogous than the method with which an old Lombard uses his chisel, and that with which Proust uses the reed pen, and we shall see presently farther correspondence in their feeling about the enrichment of luminous surfaces. Now all that has been hitherto said refers to ornament whose distance is fixed, or nearly so, as when it is at any considerable height from the ground, supposing the spectator to desire to see it, and to get as near it as he can. But the distance of ornament is never fixed to the general spectator. The tower of a cathedral is bound to look well, 10 miles off, or 5 miles, or half a mile, or within 50 yards. The ornaments of its top have fixed distances, compared with those of its base, but quite unfixed distances in their relation to the great world, and the ornaments of the base have no fixed distance at all. They are bound to look well from the other side of the cathedral close, and to look equally well, or better, as we enter the cathedral door. How are we to manage this? As nature manages it. I said above, that for every distance from the eye there was a different system of form in all natural objects. This is to be seen so then in architecture. The lesser ornament is to be grafted on the greater, and third or fourth orders of ornaments upon this again, as need may be, until we reach the limits of possible sight, each order of ornament being adapted for a different distance. First, for example, the great masses, the buttresses and stories and black windows and broad cornices of the tower, which give it make, and organism, as it rises over the horizon, half a score of miles away. Then the traceries and shafts and pinnacles, which give it richness as we approach. Then the niches and statues and knobs and flowers, which we can only see when we stand beneath it. At this third order of ornament we may pause, in the upper portions, but on the roofs of the niches, and the robes of the statues, and the rolls of the mouldings, comes a fourth order of ornament, as delicate as the eye can follow, when any of these features may be approached. All good ornamentation is thus arborescent, as it were, one class of it branching out of another and sustained by it, and its nobility consists in this, that whatever order or class of it we may be contemplating, we shall find it subordinated to a greater, simpler, and more powerful, and if we then contemplate the greater order, we shall find it again subordinated to a greater still, until the greatest can only be quite grasped by retiring to the limits of distance commanding it. And if this subordination be not complete, the ornament is bad. If the fingerings and chasings and borderings of a dress be not subordinated to the folds of it, if the folds are not subordinate to the action and mass of the figure, if this action and mass not to the divisions of the recesses and shafts among which it stands, if these not to the shadows of the great arches and buttresses of the whole building, in each case there is error, much more if all be contending with each other, and striving for attention at the same time. It is nevertheless evident, that, however perfect this distribution, there cannot be orders adapted to every distance of the spectator. Between the ranks of ornament there must always be a bold separation, and there must be many intermediate distances, where we are too far off to see the lesser rank clearly, and yet too near to grasp the next higher rank wholly, and at all these distances the spectator will feel himself ill-placed, and will desire to go nearer or farther away. This must be the case in all noble work, natural or artificial. It is exactly the same with respect to Rouen Cathedral or the Mont Blanc. We like to see them from the other side of the Seine, or of the Lake of Geneva, from the Marche aux Fleurs, or the valley of Chamonix, from the parapets of the Alps, or the crags of the Montagne de la Côte. But there are intermediate distances which dissatisfy as in either case, and from which one is in haste either to advance or to retire. Directly opposed to this ordered, disciplined, well-officered, and variously ranked ornament, this type of divine, and therefore of all good human government, is the democratic ornament, in which all is equally influential, and has equal office and authority. That is to say, none of it any office nor authority, but a life of continual struggle for independence and notoriety, or of gambling for chance regards. The English Perpendicular work is by far the worst of this kind that I know, its main idea, or decimal fraction of an idea, being to cover its walls with dull, successive eternity of reticulation, to fill with equal foils the equal interstices between the equal bars, and charge the interminable blanks with statues and rosettes, invisible at a distance, and uninteresting near. The early Lombardic, Veronese, and Norman work is the exact reverse of this, being divided first into large masses, and these masses covered with minute chasing and surface work, which fill them with interest, and yet do not disturb nor divide their greatness. The lights are kept broad and bright, and yet are found on near approach to be charged with intricate design. This again is a part of the great system of treatment which I shall hereafter call Prutism. Much of what is thought mannerism and imperfection in Prout's work, being the result of his determined resolution that minor details shall never break up his large masses of light. Such are the main principles to be observed in the adaptation of ornament to the sight. We have lastly to inquire by what method, and in what quantities, the ornament, thus adapted to mental contemplation, and prepared for its physical position, may most wisely be arranged. I think the method ought first to be considered, and the quantity last, for the advisable quantity depends upon the method. It was said above that the proper treatment or arrangement of ornament was that which expressed the laws and ways of Deity. Now the subordination of visible orders to each other, just noted, is one expression of these. But there may also, must also, be a subordination and obedience of the parts of each order to some visible law, out of itself, but having reference to itself only, not to any upper order, some law which shall not oppress, but guide, limit, and sustain. In the 10th chapter of the 2nd volume of Modern Painters, the reader will find that I traced one part of the beauty of God's creation to the expression of a self-restrained liberty. That is to say, the image of that perfection of divine action, which, though free to work in arbitrary methods, works always in consistent methods, called by us laws. Now correspondingly, we find that when these natural objects are to become subjects of the art of man, their perfect treatment is an image of the perfection of human action, a voluntary submission to divine law. It was suggested to me but lately by the friend to whose originality of thought I have before expressed my obligations, Mr. Newton, that the Greek pediment with its enclosed sculptures represented to the Greek mind the law of fate, confining human action within limits not to be overpassed. I do not believe the Greeks ever distinctly thought of this, but the instinct of all the human race, since the world began, agrees in some expression of such limitation as one of the first necessities of good ornament. And this expression is heightened rather than diminished when some portion of the design slightly breaks the law to which the rest is subjected. It is like expressing the use of miracles in the divine government, or perhaps, in slighter degrees, the relaxing of the law, generally imperative, in compliance with some more imperative need, the hungering of David. How eagerly this special infringement of a general law was sometimes sought by the medieval workman, I shall be frequently able to point out to the reader, but I remember just now a most curious instance, in an archivolt of a house in the Court del Remo, close to the Rialto at Venice. It is composed of a wreath of flowerwork, a constant Byzantine design, with an animal in each coil, the whole encircled between two fillets. Each animal, leaping or eating, scratching or biting, is kept nevertheless strictly within its coil, and between the fillets. Not the shake of an ear, not the tip of a tail, overpasses this appointed line, through a series of some 25 or 30 animals, until, on a sudden, and by mutual consent, two little beasts, not looking for the rest more rampant than the others, one on each side, lay their small paws across the enclosing fillet at exactly the same point of its course, and thus break the continuity of its line. 2 ears of corn, or leaves, do the same thing in the mouldings round the northern door of the baptistery at Florence. Observe, however, and this is of the utmost possible importance, that the value of this type does not consist in the mere shutting of the ornament into a certain space, but in the acknowledgment by the ornament of the fitness of the limitation, of its own perfect willingness to submit to it, nay, of a predisposition in itself to fall into the ordained form, without any direct expression of the command to do so. An anticipation of the authority, and an instant and willing submission to it, in every fibre and spray, not merely willing, but happy submission, as being pleased rather than vexed to have so beautiful a law suggested to it, and one which to follow is so justly in accordance with its own nature. You must not cut out a branch of hawthorn as it grows, and rule a triangle round it, and suppose that it is then submitted to law. Not a bit of it. It is only put in a cage, and will look as if it must get out, for its life, or wither in the confinement. But the spirit of the triangle must be put into the hawthorn. It must suck in isoscelism with its sap. Thorn and blossom, leaf and spray, must grow with an awful sense of triangular necessity upon them, for the guidance of which they are to be thankful, and to grow all the stronger and more gloriously. And though there may be a transgression here and there, and an adaptation to some other need, or a reaching forth to some other end greater even than the triangle, yet this liberty is to be always accepted under a solemn sense of special permission, and when the full form is reached and the entire submission expressed, and every blossom has a thrilling sense of its responsibility down into its tiniest stamen, you may take your terminal line away if you will. No need for it any more. The commandment is written on the heart of the thing. Then, besides this obedience to external law, there is the obedience to internal headship, which constitutes the unity of ornament, of which I think enough has been said for my present purpose in the chapter of Unity in the 2nd volume of Modern Painters. But I hardly know whether to arrange as an expression of a divine law, or a representation of a physical fact, the alternation of shade with light, which, in equal succession, forms one of the chief elements of continuous ornament, and in some peculiar ones, such as dentils and billet mouldings, is the source of their only charm. The opposition of good and evil, the antagonism of the entire human system, so ably worked out by Lord Lindsay, the alternation of labour with rest, the mingling of life with death, or the actual physical fact of the division of light from darkness, and of the falling and rising of night and day, are all typified or represented by these chains of shade and light, of which the eye never wearies, though their true meaning may never occur to the thoughts. The next question respecting the arrangement of ornament is one closely connected also with its quantity. The system of creation is one in which God's creatures leap not, but express a feast, where all the guests sit close and nothing wants. It is also a feast where there is nothing redundant. So then, in distributing our ornament, there must never be any sense of gap or blank, neither any sense of there being a single member or fragment of a member which could be spared. Whatever has nothing to do, whatever could go without being missed, is not ornament. It is deformity and encumbrance. Away with it. And, on the other hand, care must be taken either to diffuse the ornament which we permit in due relation over the whole building, or so to concentrate it as never to leave a sense of its having got into knots, and curdled upon some points, and left the rest of the building way. It is very difficult to give the rules, or analyse the feelings, which should direct us in this matter, for some shafts may be carved, and others left unfinished, and that with advantage. Some windows may be jewelled like Aladdin's, and one left plain, and still with advantage. The door or doors, or a single turret, or the whole western façade of a church, or the apse or transept, may be made special subjects of decoration, and the rest left plain, and still sometimes with advantage. But in all such cases there is either sign of that feeling which I advocated in the first chapter of the 7 Lamps, the desire of rather doing some portion of the building as we would have it, and leaving the rest plain, than doing the whole imperfectly, or else there is choice made of some important feature, to which, as more honourable than the rest, the decoration is confined. The evil is when, without system, and without preference of the nobler members, the ornament alternates between sickly luxuriance and sudden blankness. In many of our Scotch and English abbeys, especially Melrose, this is painfully felt. But the worst instance I have ever seen is the window in the side of the arch, under the Wellington statue, next St. George's Hospital. In the first place, a window has no business there at all. In the second, the bars of the window are not the proper place for decoration, especially wavy decoration, which one instantly fancies of cast iron. In the third, the richness of the ornament is a mere patch and eruption upon the wall, and one hardly knows whether to be most irritated at the affectation of severity in the rest, or at the vain luxuriance of the dissolute parallelogram. Finally, as regards quantity of ornament, I have already said, again and again, you cannot have too much of it if it be good, that is, if it be thoroughly united and harmonized by the laws hitherto insisted upon. But you may easily have too much if you have more than you have the sense to manage. For with every added order of ornament increases the difficulty of discipline. It is exactly the same as in war. You cannot, as an abstract law, have too many soldiers, but you may easily have more than the country is able to sustain, or than your generalship is competent to command. And every regiment which you cannot manage will, on the day of battle, be in your way, and encumber the movements it is not in disposition to sustain. Sic transit gloriae Napoleonis. As an architect, therefore, you are modestly to measure your capacity of governing ornament. Remember its essence, its being ornament at all, consists in its being governed. Lose your authority over it, let it command you, or lead you, or dictate to you in any wise, and it is an offence, an encumbrance, and a dishonour. And it is always ready to do this, wild to get the bit in its teeth and rush forth on its own devices. Measure therefore your strength, and as long as there is no chance of mutiny, add soldier to soldier, battalion to battalion, but be assured that all are heartily in the cause, and that there is not one of whose position you are ignorant, or whose service you could spare. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 22. The Angle. We have now examined the treatment and specific kinds of ornament at our command. We have lastly to note the fittest places for their disposal. Not but that all kinds of ornament are used in all places, but there are some parts of the building which, without ornament, are more painful than others, and some which wear ornament more gracefully than others, so that, although an able architect will always be finding out some new and unexpected modes of decoration, and fitting his ornament into wonderful places where it is least expected, there are, nevertheless, one or two general laws which may be noted respecting every one of the parts of a building, laws not, except a few, imperative like those of construction, but yet generally expedient and good to be understood, if it were only that we might enjoy the brilliant methods in which they are sometimes broken. I shall note, however, only a few of the simplest, to trace them into their ramifications, and class in due order the known or possible members of decoration for each part of a building, would alone require a large volume, and be, I think, a somewhat useless work, for there is often a high pleasure in the very unexpectedness of the ornament, which would be destroyed by too elaborate an arrangement of its kinds. I think that the reader must, by this time, so thoroughly understand the connection of the parts of a building, that I may class together, in treating of decoration, several parts which I kept separate in speaking of construction. Thus I shall put under one head A. The base of the wall and of the shaft, then B. The wall veil and shaft itself, then C. The cornice and capital, then D. The jamb and archivolt, including the arches both over shafts and apertures, and the jambs of apertures, which are closely connected with their archivolts. Finally, E. The roof, including the real roof and the minor roofs or gables of pinnacles and arches. I think, under these divisions, all may be arranged which is necessary to be generally stated, for tracery decorations or aperture fillings are but smaller forms of application of the arch, and the cusps are merely smaller spandrels, while buttresses have, as far as I know, no specific ornament. The best are those which have least, and the little they have resolves itself into pinnacles, which are common to other portions of the building, or into small shafts, arches, and niches, of still more general applicability. We shall therefore have only 5 divisions to examine in succession, from foundation to roof. But in the decoration of these several parts, certain minor conditions of ornament occur which are of perfectly general application. For instance, whether in archivolts, jambs, or buttresses, or in square piers, or at the extremity of the entire building, we necessarily have the awkward, moral or architectural feature, the corner. How to turn a corner gracefully becomes therefore a perfectly general question, to be examined without reference to any particular part of the edifice. Again, the furrows and ridges by which bars of parallel light and shade are obtained, whether these are employed in arches or jambs or bases or cornices, must of necessity present one or more of 6 forms: square projection A, Fig. L1, or square recess B, sharp projection C, or sharp recess D, curved projection E, or curved recess F. What odd curves the projection or recess may assume, or how these different conditions may be mixed and run into one another, is not our present business. We note only the 6 distinct kinds or types. Now, when these ridges or furrows are on a small scale, they often themselves constitute all the ornament required for larger features, and are left smooth cut. But on a very large scale they are apt to become insipid, and they require a sub-ornament of their own, the consideration of which is, of course, in great part, general, and irrespective of the place held by the mouldings in the building itself, which consideration I think we had better undertake first of all. But before we come to particular examination of these minor forms, let us see how far we can simplify it. Look back to Fig. L1 above. There are distinguished in it 6 forms of moulding. Of these, C is nothing but a small corner, but for convenience sake it is better to call it an edge, and to consider its decoration together with that of the member A, which is called a fillet; while E, which I shall call a roll, because I do not choose to assume that it shall be only of the semicircular section here given, is also best considered together with its relative recess F, and because the shape of a recess is of no great consequence, I shall class all the 3 recesses together, and we shall thus have only 3 subjects for separate consideration: 1. The angle, 2. The edge and fillet, 3. The roll and recess. There are 2 other general forms which may probably occur to the reader's mind, namely the ridge, as of a roof, which is a corner laid on its back or sloping, a supine corner, decorated in a very different manner from a stiff upright corner, and the point, which is a concentrated corner, and has wonderfully elaborate decorations all to its insignificant self, finials and spikes, and I know not what more. But both these conditions are so closely connected with roofs, even the cusp finial being a kind of pendant to a small roof, that I think it better to class them and their ornament under the head of roof decoration, together with the whole tribe of crockets and bosses, so that we shall be here concerned only with the 3 subjects above distinguished, and first the corner or angle. The mathematician knows there are many kinds of angles, but the one which we have principally to deal with now is that which the reader may very easily conceive as the corner of a square house, or square anything. It is of course the one of most frequent occurrence, and its treatment, once understood, may with slight modification be referred to other corners, sharper or blunter, or with curved sides. Evidently the first and roughest idea which would occur to any one who found a corner troublesome would be to cut it off. This is a very summary and tyrannical proceeding, somewhat barbarous, yet advisable if nothing else can be done. An amputated corner is said to be chamfered. It can, however, evidently be cut off in 3 ways: 1 with a concave cut, A; 2 with a straight cut, B; 3 with a convex cut, C. Fig. 52. The first 2 methods, the most violent and summary, have the apparent disadvantages we get by them: 2 corners instead of 1, much milder corners, however, and with a different light and shade between them, so that both methods are often very expedient. You may see the straight chamfer, B, on most lamp posts and pillars at railway stations, it being the easiest to cut. The concave chamfer requires more care, and occurs generally in well-finished but simple architecture, very beautifully in the small arches of the Broletto at Como, Plate V, and the straight chamfer in architecture of every kind, very constantly in Norman cornices and arches, as in Fig. 2, Plate IV, at Sens. The third or convex chamfer, as it is the gentlest mode of treatment, so, as in medicine and morals, it is very generally the best. For while the 2 other methods produce 2 corners instead of 1, this gentle chamfer does verily get rid of the corner altogether, and substitutes a soft curve in its place. But it has, in the form above given, this grave disadvantage: that it looks as if the corner had been rubbed or worn off, blunted by time and weather, and in want of sharpening again. A great deal often depends, and in such a case as this, everything depends on the voluntariness of the ornament. The work of time is beautiful on surfaces, but not on edges intended to be sharp. Even if we needed them blunt, we should not like them blunt on compulsion. So, to show that the bluntness is our own ordaining, we will put a slight incised line to mark off the rounding, and show that it goes no farther than we choose. We shall thus have the section A, Fig. 53, and this mode of turning an angle is one of the very best ever invented. By enlarging and deepening the incision, we get in succession the forms B, C, D, and by describing a small equal arc on each side of the sloping lines of these figures, we get E, F, G, H. I do not know whether these mouldings are called by architects chamfers or beads, but I think bead a bad word for continuous moulding, and the proper sense of the word chamfer is fixed by Spenser as descriptive not merely of truncation, but of trench or furrow. Though Gnu fond flies the cold to scorn, and crowing in pipes made of green corn, you thinken to be lords of the year. But eft when ye count you freed from fear, comes the bream winter with chamfered brows, full of wrinkles and frosty furrows. So I shall call the above mouldings beaded chamfers, when there is any chance of confusion with the plain chamfer, A or B, of Fig. 52, and when there is no such chance, I shall use the word chamfer only. Of those above given, B is the constant chamfer of Venice, and A of Verona, A being the grandest and best, and having a peculiar precision and quaintness of effect about it. I found it twice in Venice, used on the sharp angle, as at A and B, Fig. 54, A being from the angle of a house on the Rio San Zulian, and B from the windows of the church of San Stefano. There is, however, evidently another variety of the chamfers, F and G, Fig. 53, formed by an unbroken curve instead of two curves, as at C, Fig. 54, and when this, or the chamfer D, Fig. 53, is large, it is impossible to say whether they have been devised from the incised angle, or from small shafts set in a nook, as at E, Fig. 54, or in the hollow of the curved chamfer, as at D, Fig. 54. In general, however, the shallow chamfers, A, B, E, and F, Fig. 53, are peculiar to southern work, and may be assumed to have been derived from the incised angle, while the deep chamfers, C, D, G, H, are characteristic of northern work, and may be partly derived or imitated from the angle shaft, while, with the usual extravagance of the northern architects, they are cut deeper and deeper until we arrive at the condition F, Fig. 54, which is the favourite chamfer at Bourges and Bayeux, and in other good French work. I have placed in the appendix a figure belonging to this subject, but which cannot interest the general reader, showing the number of possible chamfers with a roll moulding of given size. If we take the plain chamfer B of Fig. 52 on a large scale, as at A, Fig. 55, and bead both its edges, cutting away the parts there shaded, we shall have a form which is used in richly decorated Gothic, both in England and Italy. It might be more simply described as the chamfer A of Fig. 52, with an incision on each edge, but the part here shaded is often worked into ornamental forms, not being entirely cut away. Many other mouldings, which at first sight appear very elaborate, are nothing more than a chamfer with a series of small echoes of it on each side, dying away with a ripple on the surface of the wall, as in B, Fig. 55, from Coutances. Observe here the white part is the solid stone, the shade is cut away. Chamfers of this kind are used on a small scale and in delicate work. The coarse chamfers are found on all scales, F and G, Fig. 53, in Venice, form the great angles of almost every Gothic palace, the roll being a foot or a foot and a half round, and treated as a shaft, with a capital and fresh base at every story, while the stones of which it is composed form alternate quoins in the brickwork beyond the chamfer curve. I need hardly say how much nobler this arrangement is than a common quoined angle. It gives a finish to the aspect of the whole pile attainable in no other way, and thus much may serve concerning angle decoration by chamfer. End of Chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 23, The Edge and Fillet. The decoration of the angle by various forms of chamfer and bead, as above described, is the quietest method we can employ. Too quiet when great energy is to be given to the moulding, and impossible when, instead of a bold angle, we have to deal with a small projecting edge, like C in Figure 51. In such cases, we may employ a decoration, far ruder and easier in its simplest conditions than the bead, far more effective when not used in too great profusion, and of which the complete developments are the source of mouldings at once the most picturesque and most serviceable, which the Gothic builders invented. The gunwales of the Venetian heavy barges, being liable to somewhat rough collision with each other and with the walls of the streets, are generally protected by a piece of timber which projects in the form of the fillet, A, Figure 51, but which, like all other fillets, may, if we so choose, be considered as composed of two angles or edges, which the natural and most wholesome love of the Venetian boatmen for ornament, otherwise strikingly evidenced by their painted sails and glittering flag vanes, will not suffer to remain wholly undecorated. The rough service of these timbers, however, will not admit of rich ornament, and the boat builder usually contents himself with cutting a series of notches in each edge, one series alternating with the other, as represented at 1, Plate 9. In that simple ornament, not as confined to Venetian boats, but as representative of a general human instinct to hack at an edge, demonstrated by all schoolboys and all idle possessors of penknives or other cutting instruments on both sides of the Atlantic. In that rude Venetian gunwale, I say, is the germ of all the ornament which has touched, with its rich successions of angular shadow, the portals and archivolts of nearly every building of importance, from the North Cape to the Straits of Messina. Nor are the modifications of the first suggestion intricate. All that is generic in their character may be seen on Plate 9 at a glance. Taking a piece of stone instead of timber, and enlarging the notches until they meet each other, we have the condition 2, which is a moulding from the tomb of the Doge Andrea Dandolo in St. Mark's. Now, considering this moulding as composed of two decorated edges, each edge will be reduced by the meeting of the notches to a series of four-sided pyramids, as marked off by the dotted lines, which, the notches here being shallow, will be shallow pyramids. But by deepening the notches, we get them as at 3, with a profile A more or less steep. This moulding I shall always call the plain dogtooth. It is used in profusion in the Venetian and Veronese Gothic, generally set with its front to the spectator, as here at 3, but its effect may be much varied by placing it obliquely, 4, and profile as at B, or with one side horizontal, 5, and profile C. Of these three conditions, 3 and 5 are exactly the same in reality, only differently placed. But in 4 the pyramid is obtuse, and the inclination of its base variable, the upper side of it being always kept vertical. It is comparatively rare. Of the 3, the last, 5, is far the most brilliant in effect, giving in the distance a zigzag form to the high light on it, and a full sharp shadow below. The use of this shadow is sufficiently seen by figure 7 in this plate, the arch on the left, the number beneath it, in which these levelled dog teeth, with a small interval between each, are employed to set off by their vigour the delicacy of floral ornament above. This arch is the side of a niche from the tomb of Can Signoria della Scala at Verona, and the value, as well as the distant expression of its dogtooth, may be seen by referring to Prout's beautiful drawing of this tomb in his Sketches in France and Italy. I have before observed that this artist never fails of seizing the true and leading expression of whatever he touches. He has made this ornament the leading feature of the niche, expressing it, as in distance it is only expressible, by a zigzag. The reader may perhaps be surprised at my speaking so highly of this drawing, if he take the pains to compare Prout's symbolism of the work on the niche with the facts as they stand here in plate 9. But the truth is that Prout has rendered the effect of the monument on the mind of the passer-by, the effect it was intended to have on every man who turned the corner of the street beneath it. And in this sense there is actually more truth and likeness in Prout's translation than in my facsimile, made diligently by peering into the details from a ladder. I do not say that all the symbolism in Prout's sketch is the best possible, but it is the best which any architectural draftsman has yet invented, and in its application to special subjects it always shows curious internal evidence that the sketch has been made on the spot, and that the artist tried to draw what he saw, not to invent an attractive subject. I shall notice other instances of this hereafter. The dog-tooth, employed in this simple form, is, however, rather a foil for other ornament, than itself a satisfactory or generally available decoration. It is, however, easy to enrich it as we choose. Taking up its simple form at 3, and describing the arcs marked by the dotted lines upon its sides, and cutting a small triangular cavity between them, we shall leave its ridges somewhat rudely representative of 4 leaves, as at 8, which is the section and front view of one of the Venetian stone cornices described above, chapter 14.4, the figure 8 being here put in the hollow of the gutter. The dogtooth is put on the outer lower truncation, and is actually in position as figure 5, but, being always looked up to, is to the spectator as 3, and always rich and effective. The dog teeth are perhaps most frequently expanded to the width of figure 9. As in nearly all other ornaments previously described, so in this. We have only to deepen the Italian cutting, and we shall get the northern type. If we make the original pyramid somewhat steeper, and instead of lightly incising, cut it through, so as to have the leaves held only by their points to the base, we shall have the English dogtooth, somewhat vulgar in its piquancy, when compared with French mouldings of a similar kind. It occurs, I think, on one house in Venice, in the Campo St. Polo, but the ordinary moulding, with light incisions, is frequent in archivolts and architraves, as well as in the roof cornices. This being the simplest treatment of the pyramid, figure 10, from the refectory of Wenlock Abbey, is an example of the simplest decoration of the recesses or inward angles between the pyramids. That is to say, of a simple hacked edge, like one of those in figure 2, the cuts being taken up and decorated instead of the points. Each is worked into a small trefoiled arch, with an incision round it to mark its outline, and another slight incision above, expressing the angle of the first cutting. I said that the teeth in figure 7 had in distance the effect of a zigzag. In figure 10, this zigzag effect is seized upon and developed, but with the easiest and roughest work. The angular incision being a mere limiting line, like that described in 9 of the last chapter. But hence, the farther steps to every condition of Norman ornament are self-evident. I do not say that all of them arose from development of the dogtooth in this manner, many being quite independent inventions and uses of zigzag lines. Still, they may all be referred to this simple type as their root and representative, that is to say, the mere hack of the Venetian gunwale, with a limiting line following the resultant zigzag. Figure 11 is a singular and much more artificial condition, cast in brick, from the church of the Frari, and given here only for future reference. Figure 12, resulting from a fillet with the cuts on each of its edges interrupted by a bar, is a frequent Venetian moulding, and of great value. But the plain or leaved dog teeth have been the favourites, and that to such a degree that even the Renaissance architects took them up, and the best bit of Renaissance design in Venice, the side of the ducal palace next the Bridge of Sighs, owes great part of its splendour to its foundation, faced with large flat dog teeth, each about a foot wide in the base, with their points truncated, and alternating with cavities which are their own negatives or casts. One other form of the dogtooth is of great importance in northern architecture, that produced by oblique cuts slightly curved, as in the margin, figure 56. It is susceptible of the most fantastic and endless decoration, each of the resulting leaves being, in the early porches of Rouen and Lisieux, hollowed out and worked into branching tracery, and at Bourges, for distant effect, worked into plain leaves, or bold bony processes with knobs at the points, and near the spectator, into crouching demons and broad-winged owls, and other fancies and intricacies, innumerable and inexpressible. Thus much is enough to be noted respecting edge decoration. We were next to consider the fillet. Professor Willis has noticed an ornament, which he has called the Venetian dentil, as the most universal ornament in its own district that ever I met with, but has not noticed the reason for its frequency. It is nevertheless highly interesting. The whole architecture of Venice is architecture of incrustation. This has not been enough noticed in its peculiar relation to that of the rest of Italy. There is, indeed, much encrusted architecture throughout Italy, in elaborate ecclesiastical work, but there is more which is frankly of brick, or thoroughly of stone. But the Venetian habitually encrusted his work with nacre. He built his houses, even the meanest, as if he had been a shellfish, roughly inside, mother of pearl on the surface. He was content, perforce, to gather the clay of the Brenta banks, and bake it into brick for his substance of wall. But he overlaid it with the wealth of ocean, with the most precious foreign marbles. You might fancy early Venice one wilderness of brick, which a petrifying sea had beaten upon till it coated it with marble. At first a dark city, washed white by the sea foam. And I told you before that it was also a city of shafts and arches, and that its dwellings were raised upon continuous arcades, among which the sea waves wandered. Hence the thoughts of its builders were early and constantly directed to the incrustation of arches. In figure 57 I have given 2 of these Byzantine stilted arches. The one on the right, A, as they now too often appear in its bare brickwork; that on the left, with its alabaster covering, literally marble defensive armour, riveted together in pieces, which follow the contours of the building. Now, on the wall, these pieces are mere flat slabs cut to the arch outline, but under the soffit of the arch, the marble mail is curved, often cut singularly thin, like bent tiles, and fitted together so that the pieces would sustain each other even without rivets. It is, of course, desirable that this thin subarch of marble should project enough to sustain the facing of the wall, and the reader will see, in Figure 57, that its edge forms a kind of narrow band round the arch, B, a band which the least enrichment would render a valuable decorative feature. Now, this band is, of course, if the soffit pieces project a little beyond the face of the wall pieces, a mere fillet, like the wooden gunwale in Plate 9, and the question is, how to enrich it most wisely. It might easily have been dog-toothed, but the Byzantine architects had not invented the dogtooth, and would not have used it here if they had, for the dogtooth cannot be employed alone, especially on so principal an angle as this of the main arches, without giving to the whole building a peculiar look, which I cannot otherwise describe than as being to the eye exactly what untempered acid is to the tongue. The mere dogtooth is an acid moulding, and can only be used in certain mingling with others, to give them piquancy, never alone. What, then, will be the next easiest method of giving interest to the fillet? Simply to make the incision square instead of sharp, and to leave equal intervals of the square edge between them. Figure 58 is one of the curved pieces of arch armour, with its edge thus treated, one side only being done at the bottom, to show the simplicity and ease of the work. This ornament gives force and interest to the edge of the arch, without in the least diminishing its quietness. Nothing was ever, nor could be ever invented, fitter for its purpose or more easily cut. From the arch it therefore found its way into every position where the edge of a piece of stone projected, and became, from its constancy of occurrence in the latest Gothic as well as the earliest Byzantine, most truly deserving of the name of the Venetian dentil. Its complete intention is now, however, only to be seen in the pictures of Gentile Bellini and Vittor Carpaccio, for, like most of the rest of the mouldings of Venetian buildings, it was always either gilded or painted, often both, gold being laid on the faces of the dentils, and their recesses coloured alternately red and blue. Observe, however, that the reason above given for the universality of this ornament was by no means the reason of its invention. The Venetian dentil is a particular application, consequent on the encrusted character of Venetian architecture, of the general idea of dentil, which had been originally given by the Greeks, and realised both by them and the Byzantines in many laborious forms, long before there was need of them for arch armour. And the lower half of Plate 9 will give some idea of the conditions which occur in the Romanesque of Venice, distinctly derived from the classical dentil, and of the gradual transition to the more convenient and simple type, the running hand dentil, which afterwards became the characteristic of Venetian Gothic. Number 13 is the common dentiled cornice, which occurs repeatedly in St. Mark's, and, as late as the 13th century, a reduplication of it, forming the abaci of the capitals of the Piazzetta shafts. Figure 15 is perhaps an earlier type, perhaps only one of more careless workmanship, from a Byzantine ruin in the Rio di Ca' Foscari, and it is interesting to compare it with Figure 14 from the Cathedral of Vienne in South France. Figure 17 from St. Mark's and 18 from the apse of Murano are two very early examples in which the future true Venetian dentil is already developed in method of execution, though the object is still only to imitate the classical one, and a rude imitation of the bead is joined with it in Figure 17. Number 16 indicates two examples of experimental forms, the uppermost from the tomb of Mastino della Scala at Verona, the lower from a door in Venice, I believe, of the 13th century. 19 is a more frequent arrangement, chiefly found in cast brick, and connecting the dentils with the dog teeth. 20 is a form introduced richly in the later Gothic, but of rare occurrence until the latter half of the 13th century. I shall call it the gabled dentil. It is found in the greatest profusion in sepulchral Gothic, associated with several slight variations from the usual dentil type, of which number 21 from the tomb of Pietro Cornaro may serve as an example. All the forms given in Plate 9 are of not unfrequent occurrence, varying much in size and depth according to the expression of the work in which they occur, generally increasing in size in late work. The earliest dentils are seldom more than an inch or an inch and a half long. The fully developed dentil of the later Gothic is often as much as 4 or 5 in length, by 1.5 in breadth. But they are all somewhat rare compared to the true or armour dentil above described. On the other hand, there are 1 or 2 unique conditions which will be noted in the buildings where they occur. The Ducal Palace furnishes 3 anomalies in the arch, dogtooth, and dentil. It has a hyperbolic arch, as noted above, chapter 10:15. It has a double-fanged dogtooth in the rings of the spiral shafts on its angles, and finally it has a dentil with concave sides, of which the section and 2 of the blocks, real size, are given in Plate 14. The labour of obtaining this difficult profile has, however, been thrown away, for the effect of the dentil at 10 feet distance is exactly the same as that of the usual form, and the reader may consider the dogtooth and dentil in that plate as fairly representing the common use of them in the Venetian Gothic. I am aware of no other form of fillet decoration requiring notice. In the Northern Gothic, the fillet is employed chiefly to give severity or flatness to mouldings supposed to be too much rounded, and is therefore generally plain. It is itself an ugly moulding, and when thus employed, is merely a foil for others, of which, however, it at last usurped the place, and became one of the most painful features in the debased Gothic both of Italy and the North. End of chapter 23. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Chapter 24 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1 by John Ruskin. Chapter 24, The Roll and Recess. I have classed these 2 means of architectural effect together, because the one is in most cases the negative of the other, and is used to relieve it exactly as shadow relieves light. Recess alternating with roll, not only in lateral, but in successive order. Not merely side by side with each other, but interrupted the one by the other in their own lines. A recess itself has properly no decoration, but its depth gives value to the decoration which flanks, encloses, or interrupts it, and the form which interrupts it best is the roll. I use the word roll generally for any mouldings which present to the eye somewhat the appearance of being cylindrical, and look like round rods. When upright, they are in appearance, if not in fact, small shafts, and are a kind of bent shaft, even when used in archivolts and traceries. When horizontal, they confuse themselves with cornices, and are, in fact, generally to be considered as the best means of drawing an architectural line in any direction, the soft curve of their side obtaining some shadow at nearly all times of the day, and that more tender and grateful to the eye that can be obtained either by an incision or by any other form of projection. Their decorative power is, however, too slight for rich work, and they frequently require, like the angle and the fillet, to be rendered interesting by subdivision of minor ornament of their own. When the roll is small, this is effected, exactly as in the case of the fillet, by cutting pieces out of it, giving, in the simplest results, what is called the Norman billet moulding, and when the cuts are given in couples, and the pieces rounded into spheres and almonds, we have the ordinary Greek bead, both of them too well known to require illustration. The Norman billet we shall not meet with in Venice. The bead constantly occurs in Byzantine, and of course in Renaissance work. In Plate 9, Figure 17, there is a remarkable example of its early treatment, where the cuts in it are left sharp. But the roll, if it be of any size, deserves better treatment. Its rounded surface is too beautiful to be cut away in notches, and it is rather to be covered with flat chasing or inlaid patterns. Thus ornamented, it gradually blends itself with the true shaft, both in the Romanesque work of the north and in the Italian connected schools. And the patterns used for it are those used for shaft decoration in general. But, as alternating with the recess, it has a decoration peculiar to itself. We have often, in the preceding chapters, noted the fondness of the northern builders for deep shade and hollowness in their mouldings, and in the second chapter of the Seven Lamps, the changes are described which reduced the massive roll mouldings of the early Gothic to a series of recesses separated by bars of light. The shape of these recesses is at present a matter of no importance to us. It was, indeed, endlessly varied, but needlessly, for the value of a recess is in its darkness, and its darkness disguises its form. But it was not in mere wanton indulgence of their love of shade that the flamboyant builders deepened the furrows of their mouldings. They had found a means of decorating those furrows as rich as it was expressive, and the entire framework of their architecture was designed with a view to the effect of this decoration. Where the ornament ceases, the framework is meagre and mean, but the ornament is, in the best examples of the style, unceasing. It is, in fact, an ornament formed by the ghosts or anatomies of the old shafts, left in the furrows which had taken their place. Every here and there, a fragment of a roll or shaft is left in the recess or furrow. A billet moulding on a huge scale, but a billet moulding reduced to a skeleton, for the fragments of roll are cut hollow, and worked into mere entanglement of stony fibres, with the gloom of the recess shown through them. These ghost rolls, forming sometimes pedestals, sometimes canopies, sometimes covering the whole recess with an arch of tracery, beneath which it runs like a tunnel, are the peculiar decorations of the flamboyant Gothic. Now observe, in all kinds of decoration, we must carefully keep under separate heads the consideration of the changes wrought in the mere physical form, and in the intellectual purpose of ornament. The relations of the canopy to the statue it shelters are to be considered altogether distinctly from those of the canopy to the building which it decorates. In its earliest conditions, the canopy is partly confused with representations of miniature architecture. It is sometimes a small temple or gateway, sometimes an honorary addition to the pomp of a saint, a covering to his throne or his shrine, and this canopy is often expressed in bas-relief, as in painting, without much reference to the great requirements of the building. At other times, it is a real protection to the statue, and is enlarged into a complete pinnacle, carried on proper shafts, and boldly roofed. But in the late northern system, the canopies are neither expressive nor protective. They are a kind of stone lacework, required for the ornamentation of the building, for which the statues are often little more than an excuse, and of which the physical character is, as above described, that of ghosts of departed shafts. There is, of course, much rich tabernacle work which will not come literally under this head, much which is straggling or flat in its plan, connecting itself gradually with the ordinary forms of independent shrines and tombs, but the general idea of all tabernacle work is marked in the common phrase of a niche, that is to say, a hollow intended for a statue, and crowned by a canopy. And this niche decoration only reaches its full development when the flamboyant hollows are cut deepest, and when the manner and spirit of sculpture had so much lost their purity and intensity that it became desirable to draw the eye away from the statue to its covering, so that at last the canopy became the more important of the two, and is itself so beautiful that we are often contented with architecture from which profanity has struck the statues, if only the canopies are left, and consequently, in our modern ingenuity, even set up canopies where we have no intention of setting statues. It is a pity that thus we have really no noble example of the effect of the statue in the recesses of architecture, for the flamboyant recess was not so much a preparation for it as a gulf which swallowed it up. When statues were most earnestly designed, they were thrust forward in all kinds of places, often in the front of the pillars, as at Amiens, awkwardly enough, but with manly respect to the purpose of the figures. The flamboyant hollows yawned at their sides, the statues fell back into them, and nearly disappeared, and a flash of flame in the shape of a canopy rose as they expired. I do not feel myself capable, at present, of speaking with perfect justice of this niche ornament of the North, my late studies in Italy having somewhat destroyed my sympathies with it. But I once loved it intensely, and will not say anything to depreciate it now, save only this, that while I have studied long at Aberville, without in the least finding that it made me care less for Verona, I never remained long in Verona without feeling some doubt of the nobility of Aberville. Recess decoration by leaf mouldings is constantly and beautifully associated in the North with niche decoration, but requires no special notice, the recess in such cases being used merely to give value to the leafage by its gloom, and the difference between such conditions and those of the South being merely that in the one the leaves are laid across a hollow, and in the others over a solid surface, but in neither of the schools exclusively so, each in some degree intermingling the method of the other. Finally, the recess decoration by the ball flower is very definite and characteristic, found, I believe, chiefly in English work. It consists merely in leaving a small boss or sphere, fixed as it were, at intervals in the hollows, such bosses being afterwards carved into roses or other ornamental forms, and sometimes lifted quite up out of the hollow on projecting processes, like vertebrae, so as to make them more conspicuous, as throughout the decoration of the Cathedral of Bourges. The value of this ornament is chiefly in the spotted character which it gives to the lines of mouldings seen from a distance. It is very rich and delightful when not used in excess, but it would satiate and weary the eye if it were ever used in general architecture. The spire of Salisbury and of St. Mary's at Oxford are agreeable as isolated masses, but if an entire street were built with this spotty decoration at every casement, we could not traverse it to the end without disgust. It is only another example of the constant aim at piquancy of effect, which characterised the northern builders. An ingenious but somewhat vulgar effort to give interest to their grey masses of coarse stone, without overtaking their powers either of invention or execution. We will thank them for it without blame or praise, and pass on. End of chapter 24. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Chapter 25 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1 by John Ruskin. Chapter 25. The Base. We know now as much as is needful respecting the methods of minor and universal decorations, which were distinguished in Chapter 22.3 from the ornament which has special relation to particular parts. This local ornament, which, it will be remembered, we arranged in 2 of the same chapter under 5 heads, we have next, under those heads, to consider. And first, the ornament of the bases, both of walls and shafts. It was noticed in our account of the divisions of a wall that there are something in those divisions like the beginning, the several courses, and the close of a human life, and, as in well-conducted lives, the hard work and roughing and gaining of strength come first, the honour or decoration in certain intervals during their course, but most of all in their close. So, in general, the base of the wall, which is its beginning of labour, will bear least decoration, its body more, especially those epochs of rest called its string courses, but its crown or cornice most of all. Still, in some buildings, all these are decorated richly, though the last most, and in others, when the base is well protected and yet conspicuous, it may probably receive even more decoration than other parts. Now, the main things to be expressed in a base are its levelness and evenness. We cannot do better than construct the several members of the base, as developed in Figure 2, page 55, each of a different coloured marble, so as to produce marked, level bars of colour all along the foundation. This is exquisitely done in all the Italian elaborate wall bases. That of St. Anastasia at Verona is one of the most perfect existing for play of colour. That of Giotto's Campanile is on the whole the most beautifully finished. Then, on the vertical portions, A, B, C, we may put what patterns in mosaic we please, so that they be not too rich, but if we choose rather to have sculpture, or must have it for want of stones to inlay, then observe that all sculpture on bases must be in panels, or it will soon be worn away, and that a plain panelling is often good without any other ornament. The member B, which in St. Mark's is subordinate, and C, which is expanded into a seat, are both of them decorated with simple but exquisitely finished panelling, in red and white or green and white marble, and the member E is in bases of this kind very valuable, as an expression of a firm beginning of the substance of the wall itself. This member has been of no service to us hitherto, and was unnoticed in the chapters on construction, but it was expressed in the figure of the wall base on account of its great value when the foundation is of stone and the wall of brick, coated or not. In such cases, it is always better to add the course E above the slope of the base than abruptly to begin the common masonry of the wall. It is, however, with the member D, or XB, that we are most seriously concerned, for, this being the essential feature of all bases, and the true preparation for the wall or shaft, it is most necessary that here, if anywhere, we shall have full expression of levelness and precision, and farther, that, if possible, the eye should not be suffered to rest on the points of junction of the stones, which would give an effect of instability. Both these objects are accomplished by attracting the eye to 2 rolls, separated by a deep hollow, in the member D itself. The bold projections of their mouldings entirely prevent the attention from being drawn to the joints of the masonry, and besides form a simple but beautifully connected group of bars of shadow, which express, in their perfect parallelism, the absolute levelness of the foundation. I need hardly give any perspective drawing of an arrangement which must be perfectly familiar to the reader, as occurring under nearly every column of the too numerous classical buildings all over Europe. But I may name the base of the Bank of England as furnishing a very simple instance of the group, with a square instead of a rounded hollow, both forming the base of the wall, and gathering into that of the shafts as they occur. while the bases of the pillars of the façade of the British Museum are as good examples as the reader can study on a larger scale. I believe this group of mouldings was first invented by the Greeks, and it has never been materially improved, as far as its peculiar purpose is concerned. The classical attempts at its variation being the ugliest. One, the using a single roll of larger size, as may be seen in the Duke of York's column, which therefore looks as if it stood on a large sausage. The monument has the same base, but more concealed by pedestal decoration. Another, the using two rolls without the intermediate cavetto, a condition hardly less awkward, and which may be studied to advantage in the wall and shaft bases of the Athenaeum clubhouse. And another, the introduction of what are called fillets between the rolls, as may be seen in the pillars of Hanover Chapel, Regent Street, which look, in consequence, as if they were standing upon a pile of pewter collection plates. But the only successful changes have been medieval, and their nature will be at once understood by a glance at the varieties given on the opposite page. It will be well, first, to give the buildings in which they occur, in order. 1. Santa Fosca, Torcello. 2. North transept, St. Mark's, Venice. 3. Nave, Torcello. 4. Nave, Torcello. 5. South transept, St. Mark's. 6. Northern portico, upper shafts, St. Mark's. 7. Another of the same group. 8. Cortile of St. Ambrogio, Milan. 9. Nave shafts, St. Michel, Pavia. 10. Outside wall base, St. Mark's, Venice. 11. Fondaco di Turchi, Venice. 12. Nave, Vienne, France. 13. Fondaco di Turchi, Venice. 14. Ca' Giustiniani, Venice. 15. Byzantine fragment, Venice. 16. St. Mark's, upper colonnade. 17. Ducal Palace, Venice, windows. 18. Ca' Falier, Venice. 19. St. Zeno, Verona. 20. San Stefano, Venice. 21. Ducal Palace, Venice, windows. 22. Nave, Salisbury. 23. Santa Fosca, Torcello. 24. Nave, Lyon Cathedral. 25. Notre Dame, Dijon. 26. Nave, Bourges Cathedral. 27. Nave, Mortain, Normandy. 28. Nave, Rouen Cathedral. 18 out of the 28 varieties are Venetian, being bases to which I shall have need of future reference. But the interspersed examples 8, 9, 12, and 19 from Milan, Pavia, Vienne, France, and Verona show the exactly correspondent conditions of the Romanesque base at the period throughout the centre of Europe. The last 5 examples show the changes effected by the French Gothic architects. The Salisbury base, 22, I have only introduced to show its dullness and vulgarity beside them, and 23 from Torcello for a special reason in that place. The reader will observe that the 2 bases, 8 and 9, from the 2 most important Lombardic churches of Italy, St. Ambrogio of Milan and St. Michel of Pavia, mark the character of the barbaric base founded on pure Roman models, sometimes approximating to such models very closely, and the varieties 10, 11, 13, 16 are Byzantine types, also founded on Roman models. But in the bases 1 to 7 inclusive, and still more characteristically in 23 below, there is evidently an original element, a tendency to use the fillet and hollow instead of the roll, which is eminently Gothic, which in the base 3 reminds one even of flamboyant conditions, and is excessively remarkable as occurring in Italian work, certainly not later than the 10th century. taking even the date of the last rebuilding of the Duomo of Torcello, though I am strongly inclined to consider these bases portions of the original church. And I have therefore put the base 23 among the Gothic group, to which it has so strong relationship, though, on the last supposition, 5 centuries older than the earliest of the 5 terminal examples. And it is still more remarkable because it reverses the usual treatment of the lower roll, which is in general a tolerably accurate test of the age of a base in the degree of its projection. Thus, in the examples 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 12, the lower roll is hardly rounded at all, and diametrically opposed to the late Gothic conditions 24 to 28, in which it advances gradually, like a wave preparing to break, and at last is actually seen curling over with the long-backed rush of surf upon the shore. Yet the Torcello base resembles these Gothic ones both in expansion beneath and in depth of cavetto above. There can be no question of the ineffable superiority of these Gothic bases, in grace of profile, to any ever invented by the ancients, but they have all 2 great faults. They seem, in the first place, to have been designed without sufficient reference to the necessity of their being usually seen from above. Their grace of profile cannot be estimated when so seen, and their excessive expansion gives them an appearance of flatness and separation from the shaft, as if they had been splashed out under its pressure. In the second place, their cavetto is so deeply cut that it has the appearance of a black fissure between the members of the base, and in the Lyon and Bourges shafts 24 and 26, it is impossible to conquer the idea suggested by it, that the 2 stones above and below have been intended to join close, but that some pebbles have got in and kept them from fitting. One is always expecting the pebbles to be crushed, and the shaft to settle into its place with a thunderclap. For these reasons, I said that the profile of the pure classic base had hardly been materially improved. But the various conditions of it are beautiful or commonplace, in proportion to the variety of proportion among their lines and the delicacy of their curvatures. That is to say, the expression of characters like those in the abstract lines in Plate 7. The 5 best profiles in Plate 10 are 10, 17, 19, 20, 21. 10 is peculiarly beautiful in the opposition between the bold projection of its upper roll and the delicate leafy curvature of its lower, and this and 21 may be taken as nearly perfect types, the one of the steep, the other of the expansive basic profiles. The characters of all, however, are so dependent upon their place and expression that it is unfair to judge them thus separately, and the precision of curvature is a matter of so small consequence in general effect that we do not need here pursue the subject farther. We have thus far, however, considered only the lines of moulding in the member XB, whether of wall or shaft base. But the reader will remember that in our best shaft base, in Figure 12, page 78, certain props or spurs were applied to the slope of XB. But now that XB is divided into these delicate mouldings, we cannot conveniently apply the spur to its irregular profile. We must be content to set it against the lower roll. Let the upper edge of this lower roll be the curved line here, ADEB, figure 59, and C the angle of the square plinth projecting beneath it. Then the spur, applied as we saw in chapter 7, will be of some such form as the triangle CED, figure 59. Now, it has just been stated that it is of small importance whether the abstract lines of the profile of a base moulding be fine or not, because we rarely stoop down to look at them, but this triangular spur is nearly always seen from above, and the eye is drawn to it as one of the most important features of the whole base. Therefore, it is a point of immediate necessity to substitute for its harsh right lines, CD, CE, some curve of noble abstract character. I mentioned, in speaking of the line of the salvia leaf at page 224, that I had marked off the portion of it XY, because I thought it likely to be generally useful to us afterwards, and I promised the reader that, as he had built, so he should decorate his edifice at his own free will. If, therefore, he likes the above triangular spur CDE, by all means let him keep it. But if he be on the whole dissatisfied with it, I may be permitted, perhaps, to advise him to set to work like a tapestry bee, to cut off the little bit of line of salvia leaf XY, and try how he can best substitute it for the awkward lines CDCE. He may try it any way that he likes, but if he puts the salvia curvature inside the present lines, he will find the spur looks weak, and I think he will determine at last on placing it as I have done at CDCE, figure 60. If the reader will be at pains to transfer the salvia leaf line with tracing paper, he will find it accurately used in this figure. Then I merely add an outer circular line to represent the outer swell of the roll against which the spur is set, and I put another such spur to the opposite corner of the square, and we have the half base, figure 60, which is a general type of the best Gothic bases in existence, being very nearly that of the upper shafts of the Ducal Palace of Venice. In those shafts, the quadrant AB, or the upper edge of the lower roll, is 2 feet 1 3/8 inches round, and the base of the spur DE is 10 inches. The line DE being therefore to AB as 10 to 25 3/8. In figure 60, it is as 10 to 24, the measurement being easier, and the type somewhat more generally representative of the best, i.e. broadest, spurs of Italian Gothic. Now, the reader is to remember there is nothing magical in salvia leaves. The line I take from them happened merely to fall conveniently on the page, and might as well have been taken from anything else. It is simply its character of gradated curvature which fits it for our use. On plate 11 opposite, I have given plans of the spurs and quadrants of 12 Italian and 3 northern bases. These latter, 13 from Bourges, 14 from Lyon, 15 from Rouen, are given merely to show the northern disposition to break up bounding lines, and lose breadth in picturesqueness. These northern bases look the prettiest in this plate, because this variation of the outline is nearly all the ornament they have, being cut very rudely, but the Italian bases above them are merely prepared by their simple outlines for far richer decoration at the next step, as we shall see presently. The northern bases are to be noted also for another grand error, the projection of the roll beyond the square plinth, of which the corner is seen, in various degrees of advancement, in the 3 examples. 13 is the base whose profile is number 26 in plate 10, 14 is 24 in the same plate, and 15 is 28. The Italian bases are the following, all except 7 and 10 being Venetian, 1 and 2 upper colonnade St. Mark's, 3 Cavalier, 4 lower colonnade, and 5 transept St. Mark's, 6 from the church of St. John and Paul, 7 from the tomb near St. Anastasia, Verona, described above, page 142, 8 and 9 Fondaco di Turchi, Venice, 10 tomb of Can Mastino della Scala, Verona, 11 San Stefano, Venice, 12 Ducal Palace, Venice, upper colonnade. The numbers 3, 8, 9, 11 are the bases whose profiles are respectively numbers 18, 11, 13 and 20 in plate 10. The flat surfaces of the basic plinths are here shaded, and in the lower corner of the square occupied by each quadrant is put, also shaded, the central profile of each spur, from its root at the roll of the base to its point, those of numbers 1 and 2 being conjectural, for their spurs were so rude and ugly that I took no note of their profiles, but they would probably be as here given. As these bases, though here, for the sake of comparison, reduced within squares of equal size, in reality belong to shafts of very different size, 9 being some 6 or 7 inches in diameter, and 6 3 or 4 feet, the proportionate size of the roll varies accordingly, being largest as in 9, where the base is smallest, and in 6 and 12 the leaf profile is given on a larger scale than the plan, or its character could not have been exhibited. Now, in all these spurs, the reader will observe that the narrowest are for the most part the earliest. Number 2, from the upper colonnade of St. Mark's, is the only instance I ever saw of the double spur, as transitive between the square and octagon plinth. The truncated form, 1, is also rare and very ugly. Numbers 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9 are the general conditions of the Byzantine spur. 8 is a very rare form of plan in Byzantine work, but proved to be so by its rude level profile, while 7, on the contrary, Byzantine in plan, is eminently Gothic in the profile. 9 to 12 are from formed Gothic buildings, equally refined in their profile and plan. The character of the profile is indeed much altered by the accidental nature of the surface decoration, but the importance of the broad difference between the raised and flat profile will be felt on glancing at the examples 1 to 6 in Plate 12. The 3 upper examples are the Romanesque types, which occur as parallels with the Byzantine types 1 to 3 of Plate 11. Their plans would be nearly the same, but instead of resembling flat leaves, they are literally spurs, or claws, as high as they are broad. And the third, from St. Michel of Pavia, appears to be intended to have its resemblance to a claw enforced by the transverse fillet. 1 is from St. Ambrogio, Milan, 2 from Vienne, France. The 4th type, Plate 12, almost like the extremity of a man's foot, is a Byzantine form, perhaps worn on the edges, from the nave of St. Mark's, and the 2 next show the unity of the 2 principles, forming the perfect Italian Gothic types. 5 from tomb of Cansignorio della Scala, Verona. 6 from San Stefano, Venice, the base 11 of Plate 11 in perspective. The 2 other bases, 10 and 12 of Plate 11, are conditions of the same kind, showing the varieties of rise and fall in exquisite modulation. The 10th, a type more frequent at Verona than Venice, in which the spur profile overlaps the roll, instead of rising out of it, and seems to hold it down as if it were a ring held by sockets. This is a character found both in early and late work. A kind of band, or fillet, appears to hold, and even compress, the centre of the roll in the base of one of the crypt shafts of St. Peter's, Oxford, which has also spurs at its angles, and long bands flow over the base of the angle shaft of the Ducal Palace of Venice, next the Porta della Carta. When the main contours of the base are once determined, its decoration is as easy as it is infinite. I have merely given, in Plate 12, 3 examples to which I shall need to refer hereafter. Number 9 is a very early and curious one. The decoration of the base 6 in Plate 11, representing a leaf turned over and flattened down, or rather the idea of the turned leaf, worked as well as could be imagined on the flat contour of the spur. Then 10 is the perfect but simplest possible development of the same idea, from the earliest bases of the upper colonnade of the Ducal Palace, that is to say, the bases of the sea façade, and 7 and 8 are its lateral profile and transverse section. Finally, 11 and 12 are 2 of the spurs of the later shafts of the same colonnade on the Piazzetta side, number 12 of plate 11. Number 11 occurs on one of these shafts only, and is singularly beautiful. I suspect it to be earlier than the other, which is the characteristic base of the rest of the series, and already shows the loose, sensual, ungoverned character of 15th century ornament in the dissoluteness of its rolling. I merely give these as examples ready to my hand, and necessary for future reference, not as in any wise representative of the variety of the Italian treatment of the general contour, far less of the endless caprices of the north. The most beautiful base I ever saw, on the whole, is a Byzantine one in the baptistry of St. Mark's, in which the spur profile approximates to that of number 10 in plate 11. But it is formed by a cherub, who sweeps downwards on the wing. His 2 wings, as they half close, form the upper part of the spur, and the rise of it in the front is formed by exactly the action of Alicchino swooping on the pitch lake. Quadrizzo volando susso il petto. But it requires noble management to confine such a fancy within such limits. The greater number of the best bases are formed of leaves, and the reader may amuse himself as he will by endless inventions of them from types which he may gather among the weeds at the nearest roadside. The value of the vegetable form is especially here, as above noted, chapter 20:32, its capability of unity with the mass of the base, and of being suggested by few lines. None but the Northern Gothic architects are able to introduce entire animal forms in this position with perfect success. There is a beautiful instance at the north door of the west front of Rouen. A lizard pausing and curling himself round a little in the angle. One expects him the next instant to lash round the shaft and vanish. And we may with advantage compare this base with those of Renaissance Scuola di San Rocca at Venice, in which the architect, imitating the medieval bases, which he did not understand, has put an elephant 4 inches higher in the same position. I have not, in this chapter, spoken at all of the profiles which are given in Northern architecture to the projections of the lower members of the base, B and C in Fig. 2, nor of the methods in which both these and the rolls of the mouldings in Plate 10 are decorated, especially in Roman architecture, with superadded chainwork or chasing of various patterns. Of the first I have not spoken, because I shall have no occasion to allude to them in the following essay, nor of the second, because I consider them barbarisms. Decorated rolls and decorated ogee profiles, such for instance as the base at the Arc de l'Étoile at Paris, are among the richest and farthest refinements of decorative appliances, and they ought always to be reserved for jambs, cornices, and archivolts. If you begin with them in the base, you have no power of refining your decorations as you ascend, and, which is still worse, you put your most delicate work on the jutting portions of the foundation, the very portions which are most exposed to abrasion. The best expression of a base is that of stern endurance, the look of being able to bear roughing, or, if the whole building is so delicate that no one can be expected to treat even its base with unkindness, then at least the expression of quiet, prefatory simplicity. The angle spur may receive such decoration as we have seen, because it is one of the most important features in the whole building, and the eye is always so attracted to it that it cannot be, in rich architecture, left altogether blank. The eye is stayed upon it by its position, but glides, and ought to glide, along the basic rolls to take measurement of their length. And even with all this added fitness, the ornament of the basic spur is best, in the long run, when it is boldest and simplest. The base above described, 18, as the most beautiful I ever saw, was not, for that reason, the best I ever saw. Beautiful in its place, in a quiet corner of a baptistry, sheeted with jasper and alabaster, it would have been utterly wrong, nay, even offensive, if used in sterner work, or repeated along a whole colonnade. The base number 10 of plate 12 is the richest with which I was ever perfectly satisfied for general service, and the basic spurs of the building which I have named as the best Gothic monument in the world, page 141, have no ornament upon them whatever. The adaptation, therefore, of rich cornice and roll mouldings to the level and ordinary lines of bases, whether of walls or shafts, I hold to be one of the worst barbarisms which the Roman and Renaissance architects ever committed, and that nothing can afterwards redeem the effeminacy and vulgarity of the buildings in which it prominently takes place. I have also passed over, without present notice, the fantastic bases formed by couchant animals, which sustain many Lombardic shafts. The pillars they support have independent bases of the ordinary kind, and the animal form beneath is less to be considered as a true base, though often exquisitely combined with it, as in the shaft on the southwest angle of the Cathedral of Genoa, than as a piece of sculpture, otherwise necessary to the nobility of the building, and deriving its value from its special positive fulfilment of expressional purposes, with which we have here no concern. As the embodiment of a wild superstition, and the representation of supernatural powers, their appeal to the imagination sets at utter defiance all judgment based on ordinary canons of law, and the magnificence of their treatment atones, in nearly every case, for the extravagance of their conception. I should not admit this appeal to the imagination if it had been made by a nation in whom the powers of body and mind have been languid, but by the Lombard, strong in all the realities of human life. We need not fear being led astray. The visions of a distempered fancy are not indeed permitted to replace the truth, or set aside the laws of science. But the imagination, which is thoroughly under the command of the intelligent will, has a dominion indiscernible by science, and illimitable by law, and we may acknowledge the authority of the Lombardic griffins in the mere splendour of their presence, without thinking idolatry an excuse for mechanical misconstruction, or dreading to be called upon, in other cases, to admire a systemless architecture, because it may happen to have sprung from an irrational religion. End of chapter 25. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Chapter 26 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. The Stones of Venice Volume 1 by John Ruskin. Chapter 26. The Wall Veil and Shaft. No subject has been more open ground of dispute among architects than the decoration of the wall veil, because no decoration appeared naturally to grow out of its construction, nor could any curvatures be given to its surface large enough to produce much impression on the eye. It has become, therefore, a kind of general field for experiments of various effects of surface ornament, or has been altogether abandoned to the mosaicist and fresco painter. But we may perhaps conclude, from what was advanced in the 5th chapter, that there is one kind of decoration which will, indeed, naturally follow on its construction, for it is perfectly natural that the different kinds of stone used in its successive courses should be of different colours, and there are many associations and analogies which metaphysically justify the introduction of horizontal bands of colour, or of light and shade. They are, in the first place, a kind of expression of the growth or age of the wall, like the rings in the wood of a tree. Then they are a farther symbol of the alternation of light and darkness, which was above noted as the source of the charm of many inferior mouldings. Again, they are valuable as an expression of horizontal space to the imagination, space of which the conception is opposed, and gives more effect by its opposition to the enclosing power of the wall itself. This I spoke of as probably the great charm of these horizontal bars to the Arabian mind, and again they are valuable in their suggestion of the natural courses of rocks and beds of the earth itself. And to all these powerful imaginative reasons, we have to add the merely ocular charm of interlineal opposition of colour, a charm so great that all the best colourists, without a single exception, depend upon it for the most piquant of their pictorial effects, some vigorous mass of alternate stripes or bars of colour being made central in all their richest arrangements. The whole system of Tintoret's great picture of the Miracle of St. Mark is poised on the bars of blue which cross the white turban of the executioner. There are, therefore, no ornaments more deeply suggestive in their simplicity than these alternate bars of horizontal colours. Nor do I know any buildings more noble than those of the Pisan Romanesque, in which they are habitually employed, and certainly none so graceful, so attractive, so enduringly delightful in their nobleness. Yet, of this pure and graceful ornamentation, Professor Willis says, a practice more destructive of architectural grandeur can hardly be conceived, and modern architects have substituted for it the ingenious ornament of which the reader has had one specimen above, figure 3, page 61, and with which half the large buildings in London are disfigured, or else traversed by mere straight lines, as for instance the back of the bank. The lines on the bank may perhaps be considered typical of accounts, but in general the walls, if left destitute of them, would have been as much fairer than the walls charged with them, as a sheet of white paper is than the leaf of a ledger. But the reader may have free liberty of judgment in this matter. I place two examples of the old and the Renaissance ornament side by side on the opposite page. That on the right is Romanesque, from St. Pietro of Pistoia. That on the left, modern English, from the Arthur Clubhouse, St. James's Street. But why, it will be asked, should the lines which mark the division of the stones be wrong when they are chiselled, and right when they are marked by colour? First, because the colour separation is a natural one. You build with different kinds of stone, of which, probably, one is more costly than another, which latter, as you cannot construct your building of it entirely, you arrange in conspicuous bars. But the chiselling of the stones is a wilful throwing away of time and labour in defacing the building. It costs much to hew one of those monstrous blocks into shape, and, when it is done, the building is weaker than it was before, by just as much stone as had been cut away from its joints. And secondly, because, as I have repeatedly urged, straight lines are ugly things as lines, but admirable as limits of coloured spaces, and the joints of the stones, which are painful in proportion to their regularity, if drawn as lines, are perfectly agreeable when marked by variations of hue. What is true of the divisions of stone by chiselling is equally true of divisions of bricks by pointing. Nor, of course, is the mere horizontal bar the only arrangement in which the colours of brickwork or masonry can be gracefully disposed. It is rather one which can only be employed with advantage when the courses of stone are deep and bold. When the masonry is small, it is better to throw its colours into checkered patterns. We shall have several interesting examples to study in Venice, besides the well-known one of the Ducal Palace. The town of Moulins, in France, is one of the most remarkable on this side the Alps for its checkered patterns in bricks. The church of Christchurch, Streatham, lately built, though spoiled by many grievous errors, the ironwork in the campanile being the grossest, yet affords the inhabitants of the district a means of obtaining some idea of the variety of effects which are possible with no other material than brick. We have yet to notice another effort of the Renaissance architects to adorn the blank spaces of their walls by what is called rustication. There is sometimes an obscure trace of the remains of the imitation of something organic in this kind of work. In some of the better French 18th century buildings, it has a distinctly floral character, like a final degradation of flamboyant leafage. And some of our modern English architects appear to have taken the decayed teeth of elephants for their type. But, for the most part, it resembles nothing so much as worm casts, nor these with any precision. If it did, it would not bring it within the sphere of our properly imitative ornamentation. I thought it unnecessary to warn the reader that he was not to copy forms of refuse or corruption, and that, while he might legitimately take the worm or the reptile for a subject of imitation, he was not to study the worm cast or coprolite. It is, however, I believe, sometimes supposed that rustication gives an appearance of solidity to foundation stones. Not so, at least to anyone who knows the look of a hard stone. You may, by rustication, make your good marble or granite look like wet slime, honeycombed by sand eels, or like half-baked tuffo covered with slow exudation of stalactite, or like rotten claystone coated with concretions of its own mud, but not like the stones of which the hard world is built. Do not think that nature rusticates her foundations. Smooth sheets of rock, glistening like sea waves, and that ring under the hammer like a brazen bell, that is her preparation for first stories. She does rusticate sometimes, crumbly sandstones with their ripple marks filled with red mud, dusty limestones which the rains wash into labyrinthine cavities, spongy lavas which the volcano blast drags hither and thither into ropey coils and bubbling hollows. These she rusticates indeed, when she wants to make oyster shells and magnesia of them, but not when she needs to lay foundations with them. Then she seeks the polished surface and iron heart, not rough looks and incoherent substance. Of the richer modes of wall decoration, it is impossible to institute any general comparison. They are quite infinite, from mere inlaid geometrical figures up to incrustations of elaborate bas-relief. The architect has perhaps more license in them, and more power of producing good effect with rude design, than in any other features of the building. The checker and hatchet work of the Normans, and the rude bas-reliefs of the Lombards, being almost as satisfactory as the delicate panelling and mosaic of the Duomo of Florence. But this is to be noted of all good wall ornament, that it retains the expression of firm and massive substance, and of broad surface, and that architecture instantly declined when linear design was substituted for massive, and the sense of weight of wall was lost in a wilderness of upright or undulating rods. Of the richest and most delicate wall veil decoration by inlaid work, as practised in Italy from the 12th to the 15th century, I have given the reader two characteristic examples in plates 20 and 21. There are, however, three spaces in which the wall veil, peculiarly limited in shape, was always felt to be fitted for surface decoration of the most elaborate kind, and in these spaces are found the most majestic instances of its treatment, even to late periods. One of these is the spandril space, or the filling between any two arches, commonly of the shape A, figure 61, the half of which, or the flank filling of any arch, is called a spandril. In chapter 17, on filling of apertures, the reader will find another of these spaces noted, called the tympanum, and commonly of the form B, figure 61, and finally, in chapter 18, he will find the third space described, that between an arch and its protecting gable, approximating generally to the form C, figure 61. The methods of treating these spaces might alone furnish subject for 3 very interesting essays, but I shall only note the most essential points respecting them. 1. The spandril. It was observed in chapter 12 that this portion of the arch-load might frequently be lightened with great advantage by piercing it with a circle, or with a group of circles, and the roof of the Euston Square railroad station was adduced as an example. One of the spandril decorations of Bayeux Cathedral is given in the 7 lamps, plate 7, figure 4. It is little more than one of these Euston Square spandrils with its circles foliated. Sometimes the circle is entirely pierced. At other times it is merely suggested by a mosaic or light tracery on the wall surface, as in the plate opposite, which is one of the spandrils of the Ducal Palace at Venice. It was evidently intended that all the spandrils of this building should be decorated in this manner, but only 2 of them seem to have been completed. The other modes of spandril filling may be broadly reduced to 4 heads. 1. Free figure sculpture, as in the chapter house of Salisbury, and very superbly along the west front of Bourges, the best Gothic spandrils I know. 2. Radiated foliage, more or less referred to the centre, or to the bottom of the spandril for its origin. Single figures with expanded wings, often answering the same purpose. 3. Trefoils. And 4. Ordinary wall decoration continued into the spandril space, as in plate 13 above, from St. Pietro at Pistoia, and in Westminster Abbey. The Renaissance architects introduced spandril fillings composed of colossal human figures, reclining on the sides of the arch in precarious lassitude, but these cannot come under the head of wall veil decoration. 2. The tympanum. It was noted that, in Gothic architecture, this is, for the most part, a detached slab of stone, having no constructional relation to the rest of the building. The plan of its sculpture is therefore quite arbitrary, and, as it is generally in a conspicuous position near the eye and above the entrance, it is almost always charged with a series of rich figure sculptures, solemn in feeling and consecutive in subject. It occupies, in Christian sacred edifices, very nearly the position of the pediment in Greek sculpture. This latter is itself a kind of tympanum, and charged with sculpture in the same manner. 3. The gable. The same principles apply to it which have been noted respecting the spandril, with one more of some importance. The chief difficulty in treating a gable lies in the excessive sharpness of its upper point. It may, indeed, on its outside apex, receive a finial, but the meeting of the inside lines of its terminal mouldings is necessarily both harsh and conspicuous, unless artificially concealed. The most beautiful victory I have ever seen obtained over this difficulty was by placing a sharp shield, its point as usual downwards, at the apex of the gable, which exactly reversed the offensive lines, yet without actually breaking them, the gable being completed behind the shield. The same thing is done in the northern and southern Gothic, in the porches of Availle and the tombs of Verona. I believe there is little else to be noted of general laws of ornament respecting the wall veil. We have next to consider its concentration in the shaft. Now, the principal beauty of a shaft is its perfect proportion to its work, its exact expression of necessary strength. If this has been truly attained, it will hardly need, in some cases hardly bear, more decoration than is given to it by its own rounding and taper curvatures. For, if we cut ornaments in intaglio on its surface, we weaken it. If we leave them in relief, we overcharge it, and the sweep of the line from its base to its summit, though deduced in Chapter 8 from necessities of construction, is already one of gradated curvature, and of high decorative value. It is, however, carefully to be noted, that decorations are admissible on colossal and on diminutive shafts, which are wrong upon those of middle size. For, when the shaft is enormous, incisions or sculpture on its sides, unless colossal also, do not materially interfere with the sweep of its curve, nor diminish the efficiency of its sustaining mass. And if it be diminutive, its sustaining function is comparatively of so small importance, the injurious results of failure so much less, and the relative strength and cohesion of its mass so much greater, that it may be suffered in the extravagance of ornament or outline, which would be unendurable in a shaft of middle size, and impossible in one of colossal. Thus, the shafts drawn in Plate 13, of the 7 lamps, though given as examples of extravagance, are yet pleasing in the general effect of the arcade they support, being each some 6 or 7 feet high. But they would have been monstrous as well as unsafe if they had been 60 or 70. Therefore, to determine the general rule for shaft decoration, we must ascertain the proportions representative of the mean bulk of shafts. They might easily be calculated from a sufficient number of examples, but it may perhaps be assumed, for our present general purpose, that the mean standard would be of some 20 feet in height, by 8 or 9 in circumference. Then this will be the size on which decoration is most difficult and dangerous, and shafts become more and more fit subjects for decoration as they rise farther above, or fall farther beneath it, until very small or very vast shafts will both be found to look blank unless they receive some chasing or imagery. Blank, whether they support a chair or table on the one side, or sustain a village on the ridge of an Egyptian architrave on the other. Of the various ornamentation of colossal shafts, there are no examples so noble as the Egyptian. These the reader can study in Mr. Roberts's work on Egypt, nearly as well, I imagine, as if he were beneath their shadow. One of their chief merits, as examples of method, being the perfect decision and visibility of their designs at the necessary distance. Contrast with these the incrustations of bas-relief on the Trajan pillar, much interfering with the smooth lines of the shaft, and yet themselves untraceable, if not invisible. On the shafts of middle size, the only ornament which has ever been accepted as right is the Doric fluting, which, indeed, gave the effect of a succession of unequal lines of shade, but lost much of the repose of the cylindrical gradation. The Corinthian fluting, which is a mean multiplication and deepening of the Doric, with a square instead of a sharp ridge between each hollow, destroyed the serenity of the shaft altogether, and is always rigid and meagre. Both are, in fact, wrong in principle. They are an elaborate weakening of the shaft, exactly opposed, as above shown, to the ribbed form, which is the result of a group of shafts bound together, and which is especially beautiful when special service is given to each member. On shafts of inferior size, every species of decoration may be wisely lavished, and in any quantity, so only that the form of the shaft be clearly visible. This I hold to be absolutely essential, and that barbarism begins wherever the sculpture is either so bossy or so deeply cut as to break the contour of the shaft or compromise its solidity. Thus, in Plate 21, Appendix 8, the richly sculptured shaft of the lower story has lost its dignity and definite function, and become a shapeless mass, injurious to the symmetry of the building, though of some value as adding to its imaginative and fantastic character. Had all the shafts been like it, the facade would have been entirely spoiled. The inlaid pattern, on the contrary, which is used on the shortest shaft of the upper story, adds to its preciousness without interfering with its purpose, and is every way delightful, as are all the inlaid shaft ornaments of this noble church. Another example of them is given in Plate 12 of the 7 lamps. The same rule would condemn the caryatid, which I entirely agree with Mr. Ferguson in thinking, both for this and other reasons, one of the chief errors of the Greek schools, and, more decisively still, the Renaissance inventions of shaft ornament, almost too absurd and too monstrous to be seriously noticed, which consist in leaving square blocks between the cylinder joints, as in the portico of No. 1 Regent Street, and many other buildings in London, or in rusticating portions of the shafts, or wrapping fleeces about them, as at the entrance of Burlington House in Piccadilly, or tying drapery round them in knots, as in the new buildings above noticed, Chapter 20, 7, at Paris. But within the limits thus defined, there is no feature capable of richer decoration than the shaft. The most beautiful examples of all I have seen are the slender pillars, encrusted with arabesques, which flank the portals of the Baptistery and Duomo at Pisa, and some others of the Pisan and Lucchese churches. But the varieties of sculpture and inlaying, with which the small Romanesque shafts, whether Italian or northern, are adorned when they occupy important positions, are quite endless, and nearly all admirable. Mr. Digby Wyatt has given a beautiful example of inlaid work so employed, from the cloisters of the Lateran, in his work on early mosaic, an example which unites the surface decoration of the shaft with the adoption of the spiral contour. This latter is often all the decoration which is needed, and none can be more beautiful. It has been spoken against, like many other good and lovely things, because it has been too often used in extravagant degrees, like the well-known twisting of the pillars in Raphael's Beautiful Gate. But that extravagant condition was a Renaissance barbarism. The old Romanesque builders kept their spirals slight and pure, often, as in the example from St. Zeno, in Plate 17 below, giving only half a turn from the base of the shaft to its head, and nearly always observing what I hold to be an imperative law, that no twisted shaft shall be single, but composed of at least 2 distinct members twined with each other. I suppose they followed their own right feeling in doing this, and had never studied natural shafts, but the type they might have followed was caught by one of the few great painters who were not affected by the evil influence of the 15th century, Benozzo Gozzoli, who, in the frescoes of the Riccardi Palace, among stems of trees for the most part as vertical as stone shafts, has suddenly introduced one of the shape given in figure 62. Many forest trees present, in their accidental contortions, types of most complicated spiral shafts, the plan being originally of a grouped shaft rising from several roots. Nor, indeed, will the reader ever find models for every kind of shaft decoration, so graceful or so gorgeous, as he will find in the great forest aisle, where the strength of the earth itself seems to rise from the roots into the vaulting. But the shaft surface, barred as it expands with rings of ebony and silver, is fretted with traceries of ivy, marbled with purple moss, veined with grey lichen, and tessellated by the rays of the rolling heaven, with flitting fancies of blue shadow and burning gold. End of chapter 26. Recording by Daniel Fraser.
Chapter 27, Part 1 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 27, The Cornice and Capital, Part 1. Section 1. There are no features to which the attention of architects has been more laboriously directed in all ages than these crowning members of the wall and shaft, and it would be vain to endeavour, within any moderate limits, to give the reader any idea of the various kinds of admirable decoration which have been invented for them. But, in proportion to the effort and straining of the fancy, have been the extravagances into which it has occasionally fallen; and while it is utterly impossible severally to enumerate the instances either of its success or its error, it is very possible to note the limits of the one and the causes of the other. This is all that we shall attempt in the present chapter, tracing first for ourselves, as in previous instances, the natural channels by which invention is here to be directed or confined, and afterwards remarking the places where in real practice it has broken bounds. Section 2. The reader remembers, I hope, the main points respecting the cornice and capital, established above in the chapters on construction. Of these I must, however, recapitulate thus much. 1. That both the cornice and capital are, with reference to the slope of their profile or bell, to be divided into two great orders, in one of which the ornament is convex, and in the other concave. Chapter 6, Section 5. 2. That the capital, with reference to the method of twisting the cornice round to construct it, and to unite the circular shaft with the square abacus, falls into 5 general forms, represented in Fig. 22, page 119. 3. That the most elaborate capitals were formed by true or simple capitals with a common cornice added above their abacus. Chapter 9, Section 24. We have then, in considering decoration, first to observe the treatment of the two great orders of the cornice, then their gathering into the 5 of the capital, then the addition of the secondary cornice to the capital when formed. Section 3. The two great orders or families of cornice were above distinguished in Fig. 5, page 69, and it was mentioned in the same place that a third family arose from their combination. We must deal with the two great opposed groups first. They were distinguished in Fig. 5 by circular curves, drawn on opposite sides of the same line. But we now know that in these smaller features the circle is usually the least interesting curve that we can use, and that it will be well, since the capital and cornice are both active in their expression, to use some of the more abstract natural lines. We will go back, therefore, to our old friend the salvia leaf, and taking the same piece of it we had before, XY, Plate 7, we will apply it to the cornice line, first within it, giving the concave cornice, then without, giving the convex cornice. In all the figures A, B, C, D, Plate 15, the dotted line is at the same slope, and represents an average profile of the root of cornices. A, Fig. 5, page 69. The curve of the salvia leaf is applied to it in each case, first with its roundest curvature up, then with its roundest curvature down, and we have thus the two varieties, A and B, of the concave family, and C and D of the convex family. Section 4. These 4 profiles will represent all the simple cornices in the world. Represent them, I mean, as central types, for in any of the profiles an infinite number of slopes may be given to the dotted line of the root, which in these 4 figures is always at the same angle. And on each of these innumerable slopes an innumerable variety of curves may be fitted, from every leaf in the forest, and every shell on the shore, and every movement of the human fingers and fancy. Therefore, if the reader wishes to obtain something like a numerical representation of the number of possible and beautiful cornices which may be based upon these 4 types or roots, and among which the architect has leave to choose according to the circumstances of his building and the method of its composition, let him set down a figure 1 to begin with, and write ciphers after it as fast as he can, without stopping, for an hour. Section 5. None of the types are, however, found in perfection of curvature except in the best work. Very often cornices are worked with circular segments, with a noble massive effect, for instance, in St. Michel of Lucca, or with rude approximation to finer curvature, especially A, Plate 15, which occurs often so small as to render it useless to take much pains upon its curve. It occurs perfectly pure in the condition represented by 1 of the series 1 to 6 in Plate 15 on many of the Byzantine and early Gothic buildings of Venice. In more developed form it becomes the profile of the bell of the Capitol in the later Venetian Gothic, and in much of the best Northern Gothic. It also represents the Corinthian Capitol, in which the curvature is taken from the bell to be added in some excess to the nodding leaves. It is the most graceful of all simple profiles of cornice and capital. Section 6. B is a much rarer and less manageable type, for this evident reason, that while A is the natural condition of a line rooted and strong beneath, but bent out by superincumbent weight, or nodding over in freedom, B is yielding at the base and rigid at the summit. It has, however, some exquisite uses, especially in combination, as the reader may see by glancing in advance at the inner line of the profile 14 in Plate 15. Section 7. C is the leading convex or Doric type, as A is the leading concave or Corinthian. Its relation to the best Greek Doric is exactly what the relation of A is to the Corinthian. That is to say, the curvature must be taken from the straighter limb of the curve and added to the bolder bend, giving it a sudden turn inwards, as in the Corinthian a nod outwards, as the reader may see in the Capitol of the Parthenon in the British Museum, where the lower limb of the curve is all but a right line. Footnote: in very early Doric it was an absolute right line, and that capital is therefore derived from the pure cornice root, represented by the dotted line. End footnote. But these Doric and Corinthian lines are mere varieties of the great families which are represented by the central lines A and C, including not only the Doric capital, but all the small cornices formed by a slight increase of the curve of C, which are of so frequent occurrence in Greek ornaments. Section 8. D is the Christian Doric, which I said, Chapter 1, Section 20, was invented to replace the antique. It is the representative of the great Byzantine and Norman families of convex cornice and capital, and next to the profile A, the most important of the four, being the best profile for the convex capital, as A is for the concave. A being the best expression of an elastic line inserted vertically in the shaft, and D of an elastic line inserted horizontally and rising to meet vertical pressure. If the reader will glance at the arrangements of boughs of trees, he will find them commonly dividing into these two families, A and D. They rise out of the trunk and nod from it as A, or they spring with sudden curvature out from it, and rise into sympathy with it, as at D. But they only accidentally display tendencies to the lines B or C. Boughs which fall as they spring from the tree also describe the curve D in the plurality of instances, but reversed in arrangement, their junction with the stem being at the top of it, their sprays bending out into rounder curvature. Section 9. These then being the two primal groups, we have next to note the combined group, formed by the concave and convex lines joined in various proportions of curvature, so as to form together the reversed or ogee curve, represented in one of its most beautiful states by the glacier line A on Plate 7. I would rather have taken this line than any other to have formed my third group of cornices by, but as it is too large and almost too delicate, we will take instead that of the Matterhorn side, EF, Plate 7. For uniformity's sake, I keep the slope of the dotted line the same as in the primal forms, and applying this Matterhorn curve in its 4 relative positions to that line, I have the types of the 4 cornices or capitals of the third family, E, F, G, H, on Plate 15. These are, however, general types only thus far, that their line is composed of one short and one long curve, and that they represent the 4 conditions of treatment of every such line, namely the longest curve concave in E and F, and convex in G and H, and the point of contrary flexure set high in E and G, and low in F and H. The relative depth of the arcs, or nature of their curvature, cannot be taken into consideration without a complexity of system which my space does not admit. Of the 4 types thus constituted, E and F are of great importance; the other 2 are rarely used, having an appearance of weakness in consequence of the shortest curve being concave. The profiles E and F, when used for cornices, have usually a fuller sweep and somewhat greater equality between the branches of the curve, but those here given are better representatives of the structure applicable to capitals and cornices indifferently. Section 10. Very often in the farther treatment of the profiles E or F, another limb is added to their curve in order to join it to the upper or lower members of the cornice or capital. I do not consider this addition as forming another family of cornices, because the leading and effective part of the curve is in these, as in the others, the single ogee, and the added bend is merely a less abrupt termination of it above or below. Still this group is of so great importance in the richer kinds of ornamentation that we must have it sufficiently represented. We shall obtain a type of it by merely continuing the line of the Matterhorn side, of which before we took only a fragment. The entire line E to G on Plate 7 is evidently composed of 3 curves of unequal lengths, which if we call the shortest 1, the intermediate one 2, and the longest 3, are there arranged in the order 1, 3, 2, counting upwards. But evidently we might also have had the arrangements 1, 2, 3, and 2, 1, 3, giving us 3 distinct lines, altogether independent of position, which, being applied to one general dotted slope, will each give 4 cornices, or 12 altogether. Of these, the 6 most important are those which have the shortest curve convex. They are given in light relief from K to P, Plate 15, and by turning the page upside down, the other 6 will be seen in dark relief. Only the little upright bits of shadow at the bottom are not to be considered as parts of them, being only admitted in order to give the complete profile of the more important cornices in light. Section 11. In these types, as in E and F, the only general condition is, that their line shall be composed of 3 curves of different lengths and different arrangements, the depth of arcs and radius of curvatures being unconsidered. They are arranged in 3 couples, each couple being 2 positions of the same entire line, so that numbering the component curves in order of magnitude and counting upwards, they will read K 1 2 3, L 3 2 1, M 1 3 2, N 2 3 1, O 2 1 3, P 3 1 2. M and N, which are the Matterhorn line, are the most beautiful and important of all the 12. K and L the next. O and P are used only for certain conditions of flower carving on the surface. The reverses, dark, of K and L are also of considerable service. The other 4 hardly ever used in good work. Section 12. If we were to add a 4th curve to the component series, we should have 48 more cornices, but there is no use in pursuing the system further, as such arrangements are very rare and easily resolved into the simpler types with certain arbitrary additions fitted to their special place, and, in most cases, distinctly separate from the main curve, as in the inner line of No. 14, which is a form of the type E, the longest curve, that is, the lowest, having deepest curvature and each limb opposed by a short contrary curve at its extremities, the convex limb by a concave, the concave by a convex. § 13. Such, then, are the great families of profile lines, into which all cornices and capitals may be divided; but their best examples unite two such profiles in a mode which we cannot understand till we consider the further ornament with which the profiles are charged. And in doing this we must, for the sake of clearness, consider, first the nature of the designs themselves, and next the mode of cutting them. § 14. In Plate XVI, opposite, I have thrown together a few of the most characteristic mediæval examples of the treatment of the simplest cornice profiles. The uppermost, A, is the pure root of cornices from St. Mark's. The second, D, is the Christian Doric cornice, here lettered D in order to avoid confusion, its profile being D of Plate XV, in bold development, and here, seen on the left-hand side, truly drawn, though filled up with the ornament to show the mode in which the angle is turned. This is also from St. Mark's. The third, B, is B of Plate XV, the pattern being inlaid in black because its office was in the interior of St. Mark's, where it was too dark to see sculptured ornament at the required distance. The other two simple profiles, A and C of Plate XV, would be decorated in the same manner, but require no example here, for the profile A is of so frequent occurrence that it will have a page to itself alone in the next volume; and C may be seen over nearly every shop in London, being that of the common Greek egg cornice. The fourth, E, in Plate XVI, is a transitional cornice, passing from Byzantine into Venetian Gothic. F is a fully developed Venetian Gothic cornice, founded on Byzantine traditions, and G the perfect Lombardic Gothic cornice, founded on the Pisan Romanesque traditions, and strongly marked with the noblest northern element, the Lombardic vitality restrained by classical models. I consider it a perfect cornice, and of the highest order. § 15. Now, in the design of this series of ornaments there are two main points to be noted. The first, that they all, except B, are distinctly rooted in the lower part of the cornice and spring to the top. This arrangement is constant in all the best cornices and capitals, and it is essential to the expression of the supporting power of both. It is exactly opposed to the system of running cornices and banded. [Footnote: The word banded is used by Professor Willis in a different sense, which I would respect by applying it in his sense always to the impost, and in mine to the capital itself. This note is not for the general reader, who need not trouble himself about the matter. End footnote. Capitals, in which the ornament flows along them horizontally, or is twined round them, as the mouldings are in the early English capital, and the foliage in many decorated ones. Such cornices have arisen from a mistaken appliance of the running ornaments, which are proper to archivolts, jambs, etc., to the features which have definite functions of support. A tendril may nobly follow the outline of an arch, but must not creep along a cornice, nor swathe or bandage a capital. It is essential to the expression of these features that their ornament should have an elastic and upward spring; and as the proper profile for the curve is that of a tree bough, as we saw above, so the proper arrangement of its farther ornament is that which best expresses rooted and ascendant strength, like that of foliage. There are certain very interesting exceptions to the rule; we shall see a curious one presently; and in the carrying out of the rule itself we may see constant licenses taken by the great designers, and momentary violations of it, like those above spoken of, respecting other ornamental laws. violations which are for our refreshment and for increase of delight in the general observance. And this is one of the peculiar beauties of the cornice G, which, rooting itself in strong central clusters, suffers some of its leaves to fall languidly aside, as the drooping outer leaves of a natural cluster do so often. But at the very instant that it does this, in order that it may not lose any of its expression of strength, a fruit stalk is thrown up above the languid leaves, absolutely vertical, as much stiffer and stronger than the rest of the plant as the falling leaves are weaker. Cover this with your finger, and the cornice falls to pieces like a bouquet which has been untied. Section 16. There are some instances in which, though the real arrangement is that of a running stem, throwing off leaves up and down, the positions of the leaves give nearly as much elasticity and organization to the cornice as if they had been rightly rooted; and others, like B, where the reversed portion of the ornament is lost in the shade, and the general expression of strength is got by the lower member. This cornice will nevertheless be felt at once to be inferior to the rest; and though we may often be called upon to admire designs of these kinds, which would have been exquisite if not thus misplaced, the reader will find that they are both of rare occurrence and significative of declining style, while the greater mass of the banded capitals are heavy and valueless, mere aggregations of confused sculpture, swathed round the extremity of the shaft, as if she had dipped it into a mass of melted ornament, as the glass blower does his blowpipe into the metal, and brought up a quantity adhering glutinously to its extremity. We have many capitals of this kind in England, some of the worst and heaviest in the choir of York. The later capitals of the Italian Gothic have the same kind of effect, but owing to another cause; for their structure is quite pure and based on the Corinthian type, and it is the branching form of the heads of the leaves which destroys the effect of their organization. On the other hand, some of the Italian cornices, which are actually composed by running tendrils, throwing off leaves into oval interstices, are so massive in their treatment, and so marked and firm in their vertical and arched lines, that they are nearly as suggestive of support as if they had been arranged on the rooted system. A cornice of this kind is used in St. Michel of Lucca, Plate 6 in the 7 lamps, and 21 here, and with exquisite propriety; for that cornice is at once a crown to the story beneath it and a foundation to that which is above it, and therefore unites the strength and elasticity of the lines proper to the cornice with the submission and prostration of those proper to the foundation. Section 17. This, then, is the first point needing general notice in the designs in Plate 16. The second is the difference between the freedom of the Northern and the sophistication of the classical cornices, in connection with what has been advanced in Appendix 8. The cornices A, D, and B are of the same date, but they show a singular difference in the workman's temper. That at B is a single copy of a classical mosaic, and many carved cornices occur, associated with it, which are, in like manner, mere copies of the Greek and Roman egg and arrow mouldings. But the cornices A and D are copies of nothing of the kind. The idea of them has indeed been taken from the Greek honeysuckle ornament, but the chiseling of them is in no wise either Greek or Byzantine in temper. The Byzantines were languid copyists. This work is as energetic as its original; energetic not in the quantity of work, but in the spirit of it. An indolent man forced into toil may cover large spaces with evidence of his feeble action, or accumulate his dullness into rich aggregation of trouble, but it is gathered weariness still. The man who cut those two uppermost cornices had no time to spare, did as much cornice as he could in half an hour, but would not endure the slightest trace of error in a curve, or of bluntness in an edge. His work is absolutely unreprovable, keen and true as nature's own. His entire force is in it, and fixed on seeing that every line of it shall be sharp and right. The faithful energy is in him. We shall see something come of that cornice. The fellow who inlaid the other, B, will stay where he is forever, and when he has inlaid one leaf up, will inlay another down, and so undulate up and down to all eternity. But the man of A and D will cut his way forward, or there is no truth in handicrafts, nor stubbornness in stone. Section 18. But there is something else noticeable in those two cornices, besides the energy of them. As opposed either to B or the Greek honeysuckle or egg patterns, they are natural designs. The Greek egg and arrow cornice is a nonsense cornice, very noble in its lines, but utterly absurd in meaning. Arrows have had nothing to do with eggs, at least since Leda's time. Neither are the so-called arrows like arrows, nor the eggs like eggs, nor the honeysuckles like honeysuckles. They are all conventionalized into a monotonous successiveness of nothing, pleasant to the eye, useless to the thought. But those Christian cornices are, as far as may be, suggestive. There is not the tenth of the work in them that there is in the Greek arrows, but as far as that work will go, it has consistent intention. With the fewest possible incisions, and those of the easiest shape, they suggest the true image of clusters of leaves, each leaf with its central depression from root to point, and that distinctly visible at almost any distance from the eye, and in almost any light. Section 19. Here, then, are two great new elements visible, energy and naturalism. Life with submission to the laws of God and love of his works. This is Christianity dealing with her classical models. Now look back to what I said in Chapter 1, Section 20, of this dealing of hers, and invention of the new Doric line. Then to what is above stated, Section 8, respecting that new Doric, and the boughs of trees, and now to the evidence in the cutting of the leaves on the same Doric section, and see how the whole is beginning to come together. Section 20. We said that something would come of these two cornices, A and D. In E and F we see that something has come of them. E is also from St. Mark's, and one of the earliest examples in Venice of the transition from the Byzantine to the Gothic cornice. It is already singularly developed. Flowers have been added between the clusters of leaves, and the leaves themselves curled over. And observe the well-directed thought of the sculptor in this curling. The old incisions are retained below, and their excessive rigidity is one of the proofs of the earliness of the cornice. But those incisions now stand for the under surface of the leaf. And behold, when it turns over, on the top of it you see true ribs. Look at the upper and under surface of a cabbage leaf, and see what quick steps we are making. Section 21. The fifth example, F, was cut in 1347. It is from the tomb of Marco Giustiniani, in the church of St. John and Paul, and it exhibits the character of the central Venetian Gothic fully developed. The lines are all now soft and undulatory, though elastic. The sharp incisions have become deeply gathered folds. The hollow of the leaf is expressed completely beneath, and its edges are touched with light, and incised into several lobes, and their ribs delicately drawn above. The flower between is only accidentally absent. It occurs in most cornices of the time. But in both these cornices the reader will notice that while the naturalism of the sculpture is steadily on the increase, the classical formalism is still retained. The leaves are accurately numbered and sternly set in their places. They are leaves in office, and dare not stir nor wave. They have the shapes of leaves, but not the functions, having the form of knowledge, but denying the power thereof. What is the meaning of this? Section 22. Look back to the 33rd paragraph of the first chapter, and you will see the meaning of it. These cornices are the Venetian ecclesiastical Gothic, the Christian element struggling with the formalism of the papacy, the papacy being entirely heathen in all its principles. That officialism of the leaves and their ribs means apostolic succession, and I don't know how much more, and is already preparing for the transition to old heathenism again, and the Renaissance. Footnote: the Renaissance period being one of return to formalism on the one side, of utter licentiousness on the other, so that sometimes, as here, I have to declare its lifelessness, at other times, Chapter 25, Section 17, its lasciviousness. There is, of course, no contradiction in this, but the reader might well ask how I knew the change from the base 11 to the base 12 in Plate 12 to be one from temperance to luxury, and from the cornice F to the cornice G in Plate 16 to be one from formalism to vitality. I know it both by certain internal evidences, on which I shall have to dwell at length hereafter, and by the context of the works of the time. But the outward signs might in both ornaments be the same, distinguishable only as signs of opposite tendencies by the event of both. The blush of shame cannot always be told from the blush of indignation. Section 23. Now look to the last cornice G. That is Protestantism, a slight touch of dissent, hardly amounting to schism in those falling leaves, but true life in the whole of it. The forms all broken through and sent heaven knows where, but the root held fast, and the strong sap in the branches, and best of all, good fruit ripening and opening straight towards heaven, and in the face of it, even though some of the leaves lie in the dust. Now observe, the cornice F represents heathenism and papistry, animated by the mingling of Christianity and nature. The good in it, the life of it, the veracity and liberty of it, such as it has, are Protestantism in its heart. The rigidity and saplessness are the Romanism of it. It is the mind of Fra Angelico in the monk's dress, Christianity before the Reformation. The cornice G has the Lombardic life element in its fullness, with only some color and shape of classicalism mingled with it, the good of classicalism, as much method and formalism as are consistent with life, and fitting for it. The continence within certain border lines, the unity at the root, the simplicity of the great profile, all these are the healthy classical elements retained. The rest is reformation, new strength, and recovered liberty. Section 24. There is one more point about it especially noticeable. The leaves are thoroughly natural in their general character, but they are of no particular species, and after being something like cabbage leaves in the beginning, one of them suddenly becomes an ivy leaf in the end. Now I don't know what to say of this. I know it indeed to be a classical character. It is eminently characteristic of Southern work, and markedly distinctive of it from the Northern ornament, which would have been oak, or ivy, or apple, but not anything nor two things in one. It is, I repeat, a clearly classical element, but whether a good or bad element I am not sure. Whether it is the last trace of centaurism and other monstrosity dying away, or whether it is a figurative purpose, legitimate in architecture, though never in painting, and has been rightly retained by the Christian sculptor to express the working of that spirit which grafts one nature upon another, and discerns a law in its members warring against the law of its mind. Section 25. These, then, being the points most noticeable in the spirit both of the designs and the chiseling, we have now to return to the question proposed in Section 13, and observe the modifications of form of profile which resulted from the changing contours of the leafage, for up to Section 13 we had, as usual, considered the possible conditions of form in the abstract. The modes in which they have been derived from each other in actual practice require to be followed in their turn. How the Greek Doric or Greek ogee cornices were invented is not easy to determine, and fortunately is little to our present purpose, for the medieval ogee cornices have an independent development of their own, from the first type of the concave cornice A in Plate 15. Section 26. That cornice occurs in the simplest work, perfectly pure, but in finished work it was quickly felt that there was a meagreness in its junction with the wall beneath it, where it was set as here at A, Fig. 63, which could only be conquered by concealing such junction in a bar of shadow. There were two ways of getting this bar: one by a projecting roll at the foot of the cornice, B, Fig. 63; the other by slipping the whole cornice a little forward, C, Fig. 63. From these two methods arise two groups of cornices and capitals, which we shall pursue in succession. End of Chapter 27, Part 1. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Chapter 27, Part 2 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 27, The Cornice and the Capital, Part 2. Section 27. First group. With the roll at the base, B, Fig. 63. The chain of its succession is represented from 1 to 6 in Plate 15. 1 and 2 are the steps already gained, as in Fig. 63, and in them the profile of cornice used is A of Plate 15, or a refined condition of B of Fig. 5, page 69 above. Now, keeping the same refined profile, substitute the condition of it, F of Fig. 5, and there accounted for, above the roll here, and you have 3, Plate 15. This superadded abacus was instantly felt to be harsh in its projecting angle, but you know what to do with an angle when it is harsh. Use your simplest chamfer on it, A or B, Fig. 53, page 287 above, but on the visible side only, and you have Fig. 4, Plate 15, the top stone being made deeper that you may have room to chamfer it. Now this Fig. 4 is the profile of Lombardic and Venetian early capitals and cornices, by tens of thousands, and it continues into the late Venetian Gothic, with this only difference, that as time advances, the vertical line at the top of the original cornice begins to slope outwards, and through a series of years rises like the hazel wand in the hand of a diviner. But how slowly! A stone dial which marches but 45 degrees in 3 centuries, and through the intermediate condition 5 arrives at 6, and so stays. In tracing this chain, I have kept all the profiles of the same height in order to make the comparison more easy. The depth chosen is about intermediate between that which is customary in cornices on the one hand, which are often a little shorter, and capitals on the other, which are often a little deeper. Footnote: the reader must always remember that a cornice, in becoming a capital, must, if not originally bold and deep, have depth added to its profile, in order to reach the just proportion of the lower member of the shaft head, and that therefore the small Greek egg cornices are utterly incapable of becoming capitals till they have totally changed their form and depth. The Renaissance architects, who never obtained hold of a right principle, but they made it worse than a wrong one by misapplication, caught the idea of turning the cornice into a capital, but did not comprehend the necessity of the accompanying change of depth. Hence we have pilaster heads formed of small egg cornices, and the meanest of all mean heads of shafts, the coarse Roman Doric profile chopped into a small egg and arrow moulding, both which may be seen disfiguring half the buildings in London. And it is to be noted that the profiles 5 and 6 establish themselves in capitals chiefly, while 4 is retained in cornices to the latest times. Section 28. Second group, C, Fig. 63. If the lower angle, which was quickly felt to be hard, be rounded off, we have the form A, Fig. 64. The front of the curved line is then decorated as we have seen, and the termination of the decorated surface marked by an incision, as in an ordinary chamfer, as at b here. This I believe to have been the simple origin of most of the Venetian ogee cornices, but they are farther complicated by the curves given to the leafage which flows over them. In the ordinary Greek cornices, and in A and D of Plate 16, the decoration is incised from the outside profile, without any suggestion of an interior surface of a different contour. But in the leaf cornices which follow, the decoration is represented as overlaid on one of the early profiles, and has another outside contour of its own, which is indeed the true profile of the cornice, but beneath which, more or less, the simpler profile is seen or suggested, which terminates all the incisions of the chisel. This under profile will often be found to be some condition of the type A or B, Fig. 64, and the leaf profile to be another ogee with its fullest curve up instead of down, lapping over the cornice edge above, so that the entire profile might be considered as made up of two ogee curves laid, like packed herrings, head to tail. Figures 8 and 9 of Plate 15 exemplify this arrangement. Fig. 7 is a heavier contour, doubtless composed in the same manner, but of which I had not marked the innermost profile, and which I have given here only to complete the series, which, from 7 to 12 inclusive, exemplifies the gradual restriction of the leaf outline, from its boldest projection in the cornice to its most modest service in the capital. This change, however, is not one which indicates difference of age, but merely of office and position. The cornice 7 is from the tomb of the Doge Andrea Dandolo, 1350, in St. Mark's; 8 from a canopy over a door of about the same period; 9 from the tomb of the Doge Aressa, Agnesa Vanier, 1411; 10 from that of Pietro Cornaro, 1361. Footnote: I have taken these dates roughly from Salvatico. Their absolute accuracy to within a year or two is here of no importance. End footnote. And 11 from that of Andrea Morosini, 1347, all in the church of San Giovanni and Paola, all these being cornice profiles; and finally 12 from a capital of the Ducal Palace, of 14th century work. Section 29. Now the reader will doubtless notice that in the three examples, 10 to 12, the leaf has a different contour from that of 7, 8, or 9. This difference is peculiarly significant. I have always desired that the reader should theoretically consider the capital as a concentration of the cornice, but in practice it often happens that the cornice is, on the contrary, an unrolled capital, and one of the richest early forms of the Byzantine cornice, not given in Plate 15, because its separate character and importance require examination apart, is nothing more than an unrolled continuation of the lower range of acanthus leaves on the Corinthian capital. From this cornice others appear to have been derived, like E in Plate 16, in which the acanthus outline has become confused with that of the honeysuckle, and the rosette of the centre of the Corinthian capital introduced between them, and thus their forms approach more and more to those derived from the cornice itself. Now if the leaf has the contour of 10, 11, or 12, Plate 15, the profile is either actually of a capital or of a cornice derived from a capital; while if the leaf have the contour of 7 or 8, the profile is either actually of a cornice or of a capital derived from a cornice. Where the Byzantines use the acanthus, the Lombards use the Persepolitan water leaf, but the connection of the cornices and capitals is exactly the same. Section 30. Thus far, however, we have considered the characters of profile which are common to the cornice and capital both. We have now to note what farther decorative features or peculiarities belong to the capital itself, or result from the theoretical gathering of the one into the other. Look back to Fig. 22, page 110. The 5 types there given represented the 5 different methods of concentration of the root of cornices, A of Fig. 5. Now, as many profiles of cornices as were developed in Plate 15, from this cornice root there represented by the dotted slope, so many may be applied to each of the 5 types in Fig. 22. Applied simply in A and B, but with farther modifications necessitated by their truncations or spurs in C, D, and E. Then, these cornice profiles having been so applied in such length and slope as is proper for capitals, the farther condition comes into effect described in Chapter 9, Section 24, and any one of the cornices in Plate 15 may become the abacus of a capital formed out of any other, or out of itself. The infinity of forms thus resultant cannot, as may well be supposed, be exhibited or catalogued in the space at present permitted to us; but the reader, once master of the principle, will easily be able to investigate for himself the syntax of all examples that may occur to him, and I shall only here, as a kind of exercise, put before him a few of those which he will meet with most frequently in his Venetian inquiries, or which illustrate points, not hitherto touched upon, in the disposition of the abacus. Section 31. In Plate 17, the capital at the top, on the left hand, is the rudest possible gathering of the plain Christian Doric cornice, D of Plate 15. The shaft is octagonal, and the capital is not cut to fit it, but is square at the base, and the curve of its profile projects on 2 of its sides more than on the other 2, so as to make the abacus oblong, in order to carry an oblong mass of brickwork, dividing one of the upper lights of a Lombard campanile at Milan. The awkward stretching of the brickwork, to do what the capital ought to have done, is very remarkable. There is here no second superimposed abacus. Section 32. The figure on the right hand at the top shows the simple but perfect fulfillment of all the requirements in which the first example fails. The mass of brickwork to be carried is exactly the same in size and shape, but instead of being trusted to a single shaft, it has 2 of smaller area, compare Chapter 8, Section 13, and all the expansion necessary is now gracefully attained by their united capitals, hewn out of one stone. Take the section of these capitals through their angle, and nothing can be simpler or purer. It is composed of 2 in Plate 15, used for the capital itself, with C of Fig. 63 used for the abacus. The reader could hardly have a neater little bit of syntax for a first lesson. If the section be taken through the side of the bell, the capital profile is the root of cornices, A of Fig. 5, with the added roll. This capital is somewhat remarkable in having its sides perfectly straight, some slight curvature being usual on so bold a scale; but it is all the better as a first example, the method of reduction being of order D, in Fig. 22, page 110, and with a concave cut, as in Fig. 21, page 109. These 2 capitals are from the cloister of the Duomo of Verona. Section 33. The lowermost figure in Plate 17 represents an exquisitely finished example of the same type, from St. Zeno of Verona. Above, at 2, in Plate 2, the plan of the shafts was given, but I inadvertently reversed their position. In comparing that plan with Plate 17, Plate 2 must be held upside down. The capitals with the band connecting them are all cut out of one block. Their profile is an adaptation of 4 of Plate 15, with a plain headstone superimposed. This method of reduction is that of order D, in Fig. 22, but the peculiarity of treatment of their truncation is highly interesting. Fig. 65 represents the plans of the capitals at the base, the shaded parts being the bells, the open line the roll with its connecting band. The bell of the one, it will be seen, is the exact reverse of that of the other. The angle truncations are, in both, curved horizontally as well as uprightly, but their curve is convex in the one and in the other concave. Plate 17 will show the effect of both, with the farther incisions, to the same depth, on the flank of the one with the concave truncation, which join with the rest of its singularly bold and keen execution in giving the impression of its rather having been cloven into its form by the sweeps of a sword than by the dull travail of a chisel. Its workman was proud of it, as well he might be. He has written his name upon its front. I would that more of his fellows had been as kindly vain. And the goodly stone proclaims forever, Edaminus di Sancto Giorgio mi fecit. Section 34. The reader will easily understand that the gracefulness of this kind of truncation, as he sees it in Plate 17, soon suggested the idea of reducing it to a vegetable outline, and laying 4 healing leaves, as it were, upon the wounds which the sword had made. These 4 leaves, on the truncations of the capital, correspond to the 4 leaves which we saw, in like manner, extend themselves over the spurs of the base, and, as they increase in delicacy of execution, form one of the most lovely groups of capitals which the Gothic workman ever invented, represented by 2 perfect types in the capitals of the Piazzetta columns of Venice. But this pure group is an isolated one. It remains in the first simplicity of its conception far into the 13th century, while around it rise up a crowd of other forms, imitative of the old Corinthian, and in which other and younger leaves spring up in luxuriant growth among the primal 4. The varieties of their grouping we shall enumerate hereafter. One general characteristic of them all must be noted here. Section 35. The reader has been told repeatedly, Chapter 1, Section 19, Appendix 7, and Chapter 6, Section 5, that there are 2, and only 2, real orders of capitals, originally represented by the Corinthian and the Doric, and distinguished by the concave or convex contours of their bells, as shown by the dotted lines at E, Fig. 5, page 65. And hitherto, respecting the capital, we have been exclusively concerned with the methods in which these 2 families of simple contours have gathered themselves together, and obtained reconciliation to the abacus above, and the shaft below. But the last paragraph introduces us to the surface ornament disposed upon these, in the chiselling of which the characters described above, Section 28, which are but feebly marked in the cornice, boldly distinguish and divide the families of the capital. Section 36. Whatever the nature of the ornament be, it must clearly have relief of some kind, and must present projecting surfaces separated by incisions. But it is a very material question whether the contour, hitherto broadly considered as that of the entire bell, shall be that of the outside of the projecting and relieved ornaments, or of the bottoms of the incisions which divide them; whether, that is to say, we shall first cut out the bell of our capital quite smooth, and then cut farther into it, with incisions which shall leave ornamental forms in relief, or whether, in originally cutting the contour of the bell, we shall leave projecting bits of stone, which we may afterwards work into the relieved ornament. Section 37. Now look back to Fig. 5, page 65. Clearly, if to ornament the already hollowed profile B, we cut deep incisions into it, we shall so far weaken it at the top that it will nearly lose all its supporting power. Clearly also, if to ornament the already bulging profile C, we were to leave projecting pieces of stone outside of it, we should nearly destroy all its relation to the original sloping line X, and produce an unseemly and ponderous mass, hardly recognizable as a cornice profile. It is evident, on the other hand, that we can afford to cut into this profile without fear of destroying its strength, and that we can afford to leave projections outside of the other, without fear of destroying its lightness. Such is, accordingly, the natural disposition of the sculpture, and the 2 great families of capitals are therefore distinguished. not merely by their concave and convex contours, but by the ornamentation being left outside the bell of the one, and cut into the bell of the other, so that in either case the ornamental portions will fall between the dotted lines at E, Fig. 5, and the pointed oval, or vesica piscis, which is traced by them, may be called the limit of ornamentation. § 38. Several distinctions in the quantity and style of the ornament must instantly follow from this great distinction in its position. First, in its quantity. For observe, since in the Doric profile C of Fig. 5 the contour itself is to be composed of the surface of the ornamentation, this ornamentation must be close and united enough to form or at least suggest a continuous surface. It must therefore be rich in quantity and close in aggregation, otherwise it will destroy the massy character of the profile it adorns, and approximate it to its opposite, the concave. On the other hand, the ornament left projecting from the concave must be sparing enough and dispersed enough to allow the concave bell to be clearly seen beneath it, otherwise it will choke up the concave profile, and approximate it to its opposite, the convex. § 39. And secondly, in its style. For clearly as the sculptor of the concave profile must leave masses of rough stone prepared for his outer ornament, and cannot finish them at once, but must complete the cutting of the smooth bell beneath first, and then return to the projecting masses, for if he were to finish these latter first, they would assuredly, if delicate or sharp, be broken as he worked on. Since, I say, he must work in this foreseeing and predetermined method, he is sure to reduce the system of his ornaments to some definite symmetrical order before he begins. And the habit of conceiving beforehand all that he has to do will probably render him not only more orderly in its arrangement, but more skilful and accurate in its execution than if he could finish all as he worked on. On the other hand, the sculptor of the convex profile has its smooth surface laid before him, as a piece of paper on which he can sketch at his pleasure. The incisions he makes in it are like touches of a dark pencil, and he is at liberty to roam over the surface in perfect freedom, with light incisions or with deep, finishing here, suggesting there, or perhaps, in places, leaving the surface altogether smooth. It is 10 to 1, therefore, but that, if he yield to the temptation, he becomes irregular in design and rude in handling. And we shall assuredly find the two families of capitals distinguished, the one by its symmetrical, thoroughly organized, and exquisitely executed ornament, the other by its rambling, confused, and rudely chiseled ornament. But, on the other hand, while we shall often have to admire the disciplined precision of the one, and as often to regret the irregular rudeness of the other, we shall not fail to find balancing qualities in both. The severity of the disciplinarian capital represses the power of the imagination. It gradually degenerates into formalism, and the indolence which cannot escape from its stern demand of accurate workmanship seeks refuge in copyism of established forms, and loses itself at last in lifeless mechanism. The license of the other, though often abused, permits full exercise to the imagination. The mind of the sculptor, unshackled by the niceties of chiseling, wanders over its orbed field in endless fantasy, and, when generous as well as powerful, repays the liberty which has been granted to it with interest, by developing through the utmost wildness and fullness of its thoughts an order as much more noble than the mechanical symmetry of the opponent's school, as the domain which it regulates is vaster. § 40. And now the reader shall judge whether I had not reason to cast aside the so-called 5 orders of the Renaissance architects, with their volutes and fillets, and to tell him that there were only 2 real orders, and that there could never be more. (Footnote: Chapter 1, Section 19.) For we now find that these 2 great and real orders are representative of the 2 great influences which must for ever divide the heart of man. the one of lawful discipline with its perfection and order, but its danger of degeneracy into formalism; the other of lawful freedom, with its vigor and variety, but its danger of degeneracy into licentiousness. § 41. I shall not attempt to give any illustrations here of the most elaborate developments of either order; they will be better given on a larger scale. But the examples in Plate XVII and XVIII represent the two methods of ornament in their earliest appliance. The two lower capitals in Plate XVII are a pure type of the concave school; the two in the centre of Plate XVIII of the convex. At the top of Plate XVIII are two Lombardic capitals, that on the left from Santa Sofia at Padua, that on the right from the Cortile of St. Ambrogio at Milan. They both have the concave angle truncation, but being of date prior to the time when the idea of the concave bell was developed, they are otherwise left square, and decorated with the surface ornament characteristic of the convex school. The relation of the designs to each other is interesting, the cross being prominent in the centre of each, but more richly relieved in that from St. Ambrogio. The two beneath are from the southern portico of St. Mark's. The shafts having been of different lengths, and neither, in all probability, originally intended for their present place, they have double abaci, of which the uppermost is the cornice running round the whole façade. The zigzagged capital is highly curious, and in its place very effective and beautiful, although one of the exceptions which it was above noticed that we should sometimes find to the law stated in Section 15 above. § 42. The lower capital, which is also of the true convex school, exhibits one of the conditions of the spurred type, e of Fig. 22, respecting which one or two points must be noticed. If we were to take up the plan of the simple spur, represented at e, in Fig. 22, page 110, and treat it with the salvia leaf as we did the spur of the base, we should have for the head of our capital a plan like Fig. 46, which is actually that of one of the capitals of the Fondaco de' Turchi at Venice, with this only difference, that the intermediate curves between the spurs would have been circular. The reason they are not so here is that the decoration, instead of being confined to the spur, is now spread over the whole mass, and contours are therefore given to the intermediate curves, which fit them for this ornament; the inside shaded space being the head of the shaft, and the outer the abacus. The reader has, in Fig. 46, a characteristic type of the plans of the spurred capitals, generally preferred by the sculptors of the convex school, but treated with infinite variety, the spurs often being cut into animal forms, or the incisions between them multiplied, for richer effect. And in our own Norman capital the type c of Fig. 22 is variously subdivided by incisions on its slope, approximating in general effect to many conditions of the real spurred type e, but totally differing from them in principle. § 43. The treatment of the spur in the concave school is far more complicated, being borrowed in nearly every case from the original Corinthian. Its plan may be generally represented by Fig. 47. The spur itself is carved into a curling tendril or concave leaf, which supports the projecting angle of a four-sided abacus, whose hollow sides fall back behind the bell, and have generally a rosette or other ornament in their centres. The medieval architects often put another square abacus above all, as represented by the shaded portion of Fig. 47, and some massy conditions of this form, elaborately ornamented, are very beautiful; but it is apt to become rigid and effeminate, as assuredly it is in the original Corinthian, which is thoroughly mean and meagre in its upper tendrils and abacus. § 44. The lowest capital in Plate XVIII is from St. Mark's, and singular in having double spurs. It is therefore to be compared with the doubly spurred base, also from St. Mark's, in Plate XI. In other respects it is a good example of the union of breadth of mass with subtlety of curvature, which characterizes nearly all the spurred capitals of the convex school. Its plan is given in Fig. 48. The inner shaded circle is the head of the shaft, the white cross the bottom of the capital, which expands itself into the external shaded portions at the top. Each spur thus formed is cut like a ship's bow, with the Doric profile. The surfaces so obtained are then charged with arborescent ornament. Section 45. I shall not here farther exemplify the conditions of the treatment of the spur, because I am afraid of confusing the reader's mind, and diminishing the distinctness of his conception of the differences between the two great orders, which it has been my principal object to develop throughout this chapter. If all my readers lived in London, I could at once fix this difference in their minds by a simple yet somewhat curious illustration. In many parts of the West End of London, as, for instance, at the corners of Belgrave Square and the north side of Grosvenor Square, the Corinthian capitals of newly built houses are put into cages of wire. The wire cage is the exact form of the typical capital of the convex school. The Corinthian capital within is a finished and highly decorated example of the concave. The space between the cage and capital is the limit of ornamentation. Section 46. Those of my readers, however, to whom this illustration is inaccessible, must be content with the two profiles 13 and 14 on Plate 15. If they will glance along the line of sections from 1 to 6, they will see that the profile 13 is their final development, with a superadded cornice for its abacus. It is taken from a capital in a very important ruin of a palace near the Rialto of Venice, and hereafter to be described. The projection, outside of its principal curve, is the profile of its superadded leaf ornamentation. It may be taken as one of the simplest, yet a perfect type of the concave group. Section 47. The profile 14 is that of the capital of the main shaft of the northern portico of St. Mark's, the most finished example I ever met with of the convex family, to which, in spite of the central inward bend of its profile, it is marked as distinctly belonging, by the bold convex curve at its root, springing from the shaft in the line of the Christian Doric cornice, and exactly reversing the structure of the other profile, which rises from the shaft like a palm leaf from its stem. Farther in the profile 13, the innermost line is that of the bell, but in the profile 14 the outermost line is that of the bell, and the inner line is the limit of the incisions of the chisel, in undercutting a reticulated veil of ornament, surrounding a flower like a lily. Most ingeniously, and I hope justly, conjectured by the Marchese Salvatico to have been intended for an imitation of the capitals of the Temple of Solomon, which Hiram made, with nets of checker work and wreaths of chain work for the chapiters that were on the top of the pillars, and the chapiters that were upon the top of the pillars were of lily work in the porch. 1 Kings 7, 17, 19. Section 48. On this exquisite capital there is imposed an abacus of the profile with which we began our investigation long ago, the profile A of Fig. 5. This abacus is formed by the cornice already given, A of Plate 16. And therefore we have in this lovely Venetian capital the summary of the results of our investigation, from its beginning to its close. The type of the first cornice, the decoration of it in its emergence from the classical models, the gathering into the capital, the superimposition of the secondary cornice, and the refinement of the bell of the capital by triple curvature in the two limits of chiseling. I cannot express the exquisite refinements of the curves on the small scale of Plate 15. I will give them more accurately in a larger engraving, but the scale on which they are here given will not prevent the reader from perceiving, and let him note it thoughtfully, that the outer curve of the noble capital is the one which was our first example of associated curves. that I have had no need, throughout the whole of our inquiry, to refer to any other ornamental line than the three which I at first chose, the simplest of those which nature set by chance before me, and that this lily of the delicate Venetian marble has but been wrought by the highest human art into the same line which the clouds disclose, when they break from the rough rocks of the flank of the Matterhorn. End of Chapter 27, Part 2, The Cornice and the Capital. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Chapter 28 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. The Archivolt and Aperture. Section 1. If the windows and doors of some of our best northern Gothic buildings were built up, and the ornament of their archivolts concealed, there would often remain little but masses of dead wall and unsightly buttress, the whole vitality of the building consisting in the graceful proportions of rich mouldings of its apertures. It is not so in the south, where, frequently, the aperture is a mere dark spot on the variegated wall. But there the column, with its horizontal or curved architrave, assumes an importance of another kind, equally dependent upon the methods of lintel and archivolt decoration. These, though in their richness of minor variety they defy all exemplification, may be very broadly generalized. Of the mere lintel, indeed, there is no specific decoration, nor can be. It has no organism to direct its ornament, and therefore may receive any kind and degree of ornament, according to its position. In a Greek temple it has meagre horizontal lines; in a Romanesque church it becomes a row of upright niches, with an apostle in each, and may become anything else at the architect's will. But the arch head has a natural organism, which separates its ornament into distinct families broadly definable. Section 2. In speaking of the arch line and arch masonry, we considered the arch to be cut straight through the wall, so that if half built it would have the appearance at A, Fig. 69, but in the chapter on form of apertures we found that the side of the arch or jamb of the aperture might often require to be beveled, so as to give the section B, Fig. 69. It is easily conceivable that when two ranges of voussoirs were used, one over another, it would be easier to leave those beneath, of a smaller diameter, than to bevel them to accurate junction with those outside. Whether influenced by this facility, or by decorative instinct, the early northern builders often substitute for the bevel the third condition, C, of Fig. 69, so that of the three forms in that figure, A belongs principally to the south, C to the north, and B indifferently to both. Section 3. If the arch in the northern building be very deep, its depth will probably be attained by a succession of steps, like that in C, and the richest results of northern archivolt decoration are entirely based on the aggregation of the ornament of these several steps, while those of the south are only the complete finish and perfection of the ornament of one. In this ornament of the single arch the points for general note are very few. Section 4. It was in the first instance derived from the classical architrave. Footnote: the architrave is properly the horizontal piece of stone laid across the tops of the pillars in Greek buildings, and commonly marked with horizontal lines, obtained by slight projections of its surface, while it is protected above in the richer orders by a small cornice. End footnote. And the early Romanesque arches are nothing but such an architrave bent round. The horizontal lines of the latter become semicircular, but their importance and value remain exactly the same. Their continuity is preserved across all the voussoirs, and the joints and functions of the latter are studiously concealed. As the builders get accustomed to the arch, and love it better, they cease to be ashamed of its structure. The voussoirs begin to show themselves confidently, and fight for precedence with the architrave lines, and there is an entanglement of the two structures, in consequence, like the circular and radiating lines of a cobweb, until at last the architrave lines get worsted, and driven away outside of the voussoirs, being permitted to stay at all only on condition of their dressing themselves in mediaeval costume, as in the plate opposite. Section 5. In other cases, however, before the entire discomfiture of the architrave, a treaty of peace is signed between the adverse parties on these terms: that the architrave shall entirely dismiss its inner 3 meagre lines, and leave the space of them to the voussoirs, to display themselves after their manner, but that in return for this concession, the architrave shall have leave to expand the small cornice which usually terminates it. The reader had better look at the original form and that of the Erechtheum, in the middle of the Elgin Room of the British Museum, into bolder prominence, and even to put brackets under it, as if it were a roof cornice, and thus mark with a bold shadow the terminal line of the voussoirs. This condition is seen in the arch from Santo Pietro, of Plate XIII above. Section 6. If the Gothic spirit of the building be thoroughly determined and victorious, the architrave cornice is compelled to relinquish its classical form and take the profile of a Gothic cornice or dripstone, while in other cases, as in much of the Gothic of Verona, it is forced to disappear altogether. But the voussoirs then concede, on the other hand, so much of their dignity as to receive a running ornament of foliage or animals, like a classical frieze, and continuous round the arch. In fact, the contest between the adversaries may be seen running through all the early architecture of Italy, success inclining sometimes to the one, sometimes to the other, and various kinds of truce or reconciliation being effected between them, sometimes merely formal, sometimes honest and affectionate, but with no regular succession in time. The greatest victory of the voussoir is to annihilate the cornice, and receive an ornament of its own outline, and entirely limited by its own joints. And yet this may be seen in the very early apse of Murano. Section 7. The most usual condition, however, is that unity of the two members above described, Section 5, and which may be generally represented by the Archivolt Section A, Fig. 70, and from this descend a family of Gothic archivolts of the highest importance, for the cornice thus attached to the arch suffers exactly the same changes as the level cornice, or capital, receives in due time its elaborate ogee profile and leaf ornaments, like Fig. 8 or 9 of Plate XV, and when the shaft loses its shape, and is lost in the later Gothic jamb, the archivolt has influence enough to introduce this ogee profile in the jamb also, through the banded impost, and we immediately find ourselves involved in deep successions of ogee mouldings in sides of doors and windows, which never would have been thought of but for the obstinate resistance of the classical architrave to the attempts of the voussoir at its degradation or banishment. Section 8. This, then, will be the first great head under which we shall in future find it convenient to arrange a large number of archivolt decorations. It is the distinctively Southern and Byzantine form, and typically represented by the section A of Fig. 70, and it is susceptible of almost every species of surface ornament, respecting which only this general law may be asserted, that, while the outside or vertical surface may properly be decorated, and yet the soffit or under surface left plain, the soffit is never to be decorated, and the outer surface left plain. Much beautiful sculpture is, in the best Byzantine buildings, half lost by being put under soffits, but the eye is led to discover it, and even to demand it, by the rich chasing of the outside of the voussoirs. It would have been an hypocrisy to carve them externally only. But there is not the smallest excuse for carving the soffit, and not the outside, for in that case we approach the building under the idea of its being perfectly plain, We do not look for the soffit decoration, and of course do not see it; or if we do, it is merely to regret that it should not be in a better place. In the Renaissance architects it may perhaps, for once, be considered a merit that they put their bad decoration systematically in the places where we should least expect it, and can seldomest see it. Approaching the Scuola di San Rocco, you probably will regret the extreme plainness and barrenness of the window traceries; but if you will go very close to the wall beneath the windows, you may, on sunny days, discover a quantity of panel decorations which the ingenious architect has concealed under the soffits. The custom of decorating the arch soffit with panelling is a Roman application of the Greek roof ornament, which, whatever its intrinsic merit (compare Chapter XXIX, Section 4), may rationally be applied to wagon vaults, as of St. Peter's, and to arch soffits under which one walks. But the Renaissance architects had not wit enough to reflect that people usually do not walk through windows. § 9. So far, then, of the southern archivolt. In Fig. 69 above, it will be remembered that C represents the simplest form of the northern. In the farther development of this, which we have next to consider, the voussoirs, in consequence of their own negligence or over confidence, sustain a total and irrecoverable defeat. That archivolt is in its earliest conditions perfectly pure and undecorated, the simplest and rudest of Gothic forms. Necessarily, when it falls on the pier, and meets that of the opposite arch, the entire section of masonry is in the shape of a cross, and is carried by the crosslet shaft, which we above stated to be distinctive of northern design. I am more at a loss to account for the sudden and fixed development of this type of archivolt than for any other architectural transition with which I am acquainted; but there it is, pure and firmly established, as early as the building of San Michele of Pavia, and we have thenceforward only to observe what comes of it. § 10. We find it first, as I said, perfectly barren, cornice and architrave altogether ignored, the existence of such things practically denied, and a plain deep-cut recess with a single mighty shadow occupying their place. The voussoirs, thinking their great adversary utterly defeated, are at no trouble to show themselves. Visible enough in both the upper and under archivolts, they are content to wait the time when, as might have been hoped, they should receive a new decoration peculiar to themselves. § 11. In this state of paralysis or expectation, their flank is turned by an insidious chamfer. The edges of the two great blank archivolts are felt to be painfully conspicuous. All the four are at once beaded or chamfered, as at B, Fig. 70. A rich group of deep lines, running concentrically with the arch, is the result on the instant, and the fate of the voussoirs is sealed. They surrender at once without a struggle and unconditionally. The chamfers deepen and multiply themselves, cover the soffit, ally themselves with other forms resulting from grouped shafts or traceries, and settle into the inextricable richness of the fully developed Gothic jamb and arch, farther complicated in the end by the addition of niches to their recesses, as above described. § 12. The voussoirs, in despair, go over to the classical camp, in hope of receiving some help or tolerance from their former enemies. They receive it indeed, but as traitors should, to their own eternal dishonor. They are sharply chiselled at the joints, or rusticated, or cut into masks and satyrs' heads, and so set forth and pilloried in the various detestable forms of which the simplest is given above, in Plate XIII, on the left. And others may be seen in nearly every large building in London, more especially in the bridges, and, as if in pure spite at the treatment they had received from the archivolt, they are now not content with vigorously showing their lateral joints, but shape themselves into right-angled steps at their heads, cutting to pieces their limiting line, which otherwise would have had sympathy with that of the arch, and fitting themselves to their new friend, the Renaissance-ruled copybook wall. It had been better they had died 10 times over in their own ancient cause than thus prolong their existence. Section 13. We bid them farewell in their dishonour, to return to our victorious chamfer. It had not, we said, obtained so easy a conquest, unless by the help of certain forms of the grouped shaft. The chamfer was quite enough to decorate the archivolts, if there were no more than 2. But if, as above noticed in Section 3, the archivolt was very deep, and composed of a succession of such steps, the multitude of chamferings were felt to be weak and insipid, and instead of dealing with the outside edges of the archivolts, the group was softened by introducing solid shafts in their dark inner angles. This, the manliest and best condition of the early northern jamb and archivolt, is represented in section at Fig. 12 of Plate II, and its simplest aspect in Plate V, from the Broletto of Como. An interesting example, because there the voussoirs, being in the midst of their above described southern contest with the architrave, were better prepared for the flank attack upon them by the shaft and chamfer, and make a noble resistance with the help of colour, in which even the shaft itself gets slightly worsted and cut across in several places, like General Zach's column at Marengo. Section 14. The shaft, however, rapidly rallies, and brings up its own peculiar decorations to its aid, and the intermediate archivolts receive running or panelled ornaments also, until we reach the exquisitely rich conditions of our own Norman archivolts, and of the parallel Lombardic designs, such as the entrance of the Duomo, and of San Fermo at Verona. This change, however, occupies little time, and takes place principally in doorways, owing to the greater thickness of wall, and depth of archivolt, so that we find the rich shafted succession of ornament in the doorway and window aperture associated with the earliest and rudest double archivolt in the nave arches at San Michele of Pavia. The nave arches, therefore, are most usually treated by the chamfer, and the voussoirs are there defeated much sooner than by the shafted arrangements, which they resist, as we saw, in the south by colour, and even in the north, though forced out of their own shape, they take that of birds' or monsters' heads, which for some time peck and pinch the rolls of the archivolt to their heart's content; while the Norman zigzag ornament allies itself with them, each zigzag often restraining itself amicably between the joints of each voussoir in the ruder work, and even in the highly finished arches distinctly presenting a concentric or sun-like arrangement of lines, so much so as to prompt the conjecture, above stated, Chapter 20, Section 26, that all such ornaments were intended to be typical of light issuing from the orb of the arch. I doubt the intention, but acknowledge the resemblance, which perhaps goes far to account for the never-failing delightfulness of this zigzag decoration. The diminution of the zigzag as it gradually shares the defeat of the voussoir, and is at last overwhelmed by the complicated railroad-like fluency of the later Gothic mouldings, is to me one of the saddest sights in the drama of architecture. Section 15. One farther circumstance is deserving of especial note in Plate V. The greater depth of the voussoirs at the top of the arch. This has been above alluded to as a feature of good construction, Chapter 11, Section 3. It is to be noted now as one still more valuable in decoration, for when we arrive at the deep succession of concentric archivolts, with which northern portals and many of the associated windows are headed, we immediately find a difficulty in reconciling the outer curve with the inner. If, as is sometimes the case, the width of the group of archivolts be twice or three times that of the inner aperture, the inner arch may be distinctly pointed, and the outer one, if drawn with concentric arcs, approximate very nearly to a round arch. This is actually the case in the later Gothic of Verona, the outer line of the archivolt having a hardly perceptible point, and every inner arch of course forming the point more distinctly, till the innermost becomes a lancet. By far the nobler method, however, is that of the pure early Italian Gothic, to make every outer arch a magnified facsimile of the innermost one, every arc including the same number of degrees, but degrees of a larger circle. The result is the condition represented in Plate V, often found in far bolder development, exquisitely springy and elastic in its expression, and entirely free from the heaviness and monotony of the deep northern archivolts. § 16. We have not spoken of the intermediate form b of Fig. LXIX., which its convenience for admission of light has rendered common in nearly all architectures, because it has no transitions peculiar to itself. In the north it sometimes shares the fate of the outer architrave, and is channeled into longitudinal mouldings; sometimes remains smooth and massy, as in military architecture, or in the simpler forms of domestic and ecclesiastical. In Italy it receives surface decoration like the architrave, but has perhaps something of peculiar expression in being placed between the tracery of the window within and its shafts and tabernacle work without, as in the Duomo of Florence. In this position it is always kept smooth in surface, and inlaid or painted with delicate arabesques, while the tracery and the tabernacle work are richly sculptured. The example of its treatment by colored voussoirs, given in Plate XIX, may be useful to the reader as a kind of central expression of the aperture decoration of the pure Italian Gothic. Aperture decoration proper, applying no shaft work to the jambs, but leaving the bevelled opening unenriched, using on the outer archivolt the voussoirs and concentric architrave in reconcilement, the latter having, however, some connection with the Norman zigzag, and beneath them the pure Italian two-pieced and mid-cusped arch, with rich cusped decoration. It is a Veronese arch, probably of the 13th century, and finished with extreme care. The red portions are all in brick, delicately cast; and the most remarkable feature of the whole is the small piece of brick inlaid on the angle of each stone voussoir, with a most just feeling, which every artist will at once understand, that the color ought not to be let go all at once. § 17. We have traced the various conditions of treatment in the archivolt alone, but, except in what has been said of the peculiar expression of the voussoirs, we might throughout have spoken in the same terms of the jamb. Even a parallel to the expression of the voussoir may be found in the Lombardic and Norman divisions of the shafts, by zigzags and other transverse ornamentation, which in the end are all swept away by the canaliculated mouldings. Then in the recesses of these and of the archivolts alike, the niche and statue decoration develops itself, and the vaulted and cavernous apertures are covered with incrustations of fretwork, and with every various application of foliage to their fantastic mouldings. § 18. I have kept the inquiry into the proper ornament of the archivolt wholly free from all confusion with the questions of beauty and tracery; for, in fact, all tracery is a mere multiplication and entanglement of small archivolts, and its cusp ornament is a minor condition of that proper to the spandril. It does not reach its completely defined form until the jamb and archivolt have been divided into longitudinal mouldings, and then the tracery is formed by the innermost group of the shafts or fillets, bent into whatever forms or foliations the designer may choose; but this with a delicacy of adaptation which I rather choose to illustrate by particular examples, of which we shall meet with many in the course of our inquiry, than to delay the reader by specifying here. As for the conditions of beauty in the disposition of the tracery bars, I see no hope of dealing with the subject fairly, but by devoting, if I can find time, a separate essay to it, which in itself need not be long, but would involve, before it could be completed, the examination of the whole mass of materials lately collected by the indefatigable industry of the English architects who have devoted their special attention to this subject, and which are of the highest value as illustrating the chronological succession or mechanical structure of tracery, but which in most cases touch on their aesthetic merits incidentally only. Of works of this kind, by far the best I have met with is Mr. Edmund Sharp's Undecorated Windows, which seems to me, as far as a cursory glance can enable me to judge, to exhaust the subject as respects English Gothic, and which may be recommended to the readers who are interested in the subject, as containing a clear and masterly enunciation of the general principles by which the design of tracery has been regulated, from its first development to its final degradation. End of Chapter 28. The Archivolt and Aperture. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 29 of the Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzales. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. The Roof. The modes of decoration hitherto considered have been common to the exteriors and interiors of all noble buildings, and have taken no notice of the various kinds of ornament which require protection from weather, and are necessarily confined to interior work. But in the case of the roof, the exterior-interior treatments become, as we saw in the construction, so also in decoration, separated by broad and bold distinctions. One side of the wall is, in most cases, the same as another, and if a structure be concealed, it is mostly on the inside. But, in the roof, the anatomical structure, out of which decoration should naturally spring, is visible, if at all, in the interior only, so that the subject of internal ornament becomes both wide and important, and that of external comparatively subordinate. Now, so long as we were concerned principally with outside of buildings, we might be safe to leave expressional character out of the question for the time, because it is not to be expected that all persons who pass the building, or see it from a distance, shall be in a temper which the building is properly intended to induce, so that ornaments somewhat at variance with this temper may often be employed externally, without painful effect. But these ornaments would be inadmissible in the interior, for those who enter will, for the most part, either in the proper temper which the building requires, or desirous of acquiring it. The distinction is not rigidly observed by the medieval builders, and grotesque or profane subjects occur in the interior of churches, in bosses, crockets, capitals, brackets, and such other portions of the minor ornament. But we do not find the interior wall covered with hunting and battle pieces, as often as the Lombardic exteriors. And thus the interior expression of the roof or ceiling becomes necessarily so various, and the kind and degree of fitting decoration so dependent upon particular circumstances, that it is nearly impossible to classify its methods, or limit its application. I have little, therefore, to say here, and that touching rather the omission than the selection of decoration, as far as regards interior roofing. Whether of timber or stone, roofs are necessarily divided into surfaces, and ribs or beams. Surfaces, flat or carved, ribs traversing this in a direction where main strength is required, or beams, filling the hollow of the dark gable with the intricate roof tree, or supporting the flat ceiling. Wherever the ribs and beams are simply and unaffectedly arranged, there is no difficulty about decoration. The beams may be carved, the ribs moulded, and the eye is satisfied at once. But when the vaulting is unribbed, as in plain waggon vaults and much excellent early Gothic, or when the ceiling is flat, it becomes a difficult question how far the surfaces may receive ornamentation, independent of their structure. I have never myself seen a flat ceiling satisfactorily decorated, except by painting, There is much good and fanciful panelling in old English domestic architecture, but it always is in some degree meaningless and mean. The flat ceilings at Venice, as in the Scuola di San Rocco and Ducal Palace, have in their vast panelling some of the noblest paintings on stretched canvas which the world possesses, and this is all very well for the ceiling. But one would rather have the painting in a better place, especially when the rain soaks through its canvas, as I have seen it doing through many a noble Tintoret. On the whole, flat ceilings are as much to be avoided as possible, and, when necessary, perhaps a panelled ornamentation with rich coloured patterns is the most satisfying, and loses least of valuable labour. But I leave the question to the reader's thought, being myself exceedingly undecided respecting it, except only touching one point, that a blank ceiling is not to be redeemed by a decorative ventilator. I have more confirmed opinion, however, respecting the decoration of curved surfaces. The majesty of a roof is never, I think, so great as when the eye can pass undisturbed over the course of its curvatures, and trace the drawing of the shadows along its smooth and sweeping bolts. And I would rather, myself, have a plain rich Gothic vault, with all its rough stones visible, to keep the sleet and wind out of cathedral aisle, than old fanning and pendanting and foliation that ever bewildered Tudor weight. But mosaic or fresco may of course be used as far as we can afford to obtain them, for these do not break the curvature. Perhaps the most solemn roofs in the world are the apse conchas of the Romanesque basilicas, with their golden ground and severe figures. Exactly opposed to these are the decorations which disturb the serenity of the curve without giving it interest, like the vulgar panelling of St. Peter's and the Pantheon, both, I think, in the last degree detestable. As roofs internally may be divided into surfaces and ribs, externally they may be divided into surfaces, and points, or ridges. These latter often receive very bold and distinctive ornament. The outside surface is of small importance in Central Europe, being almost universally low in slope, and taught throughout Spain, South France, and North Italy. Of still less importance where it is flat, as a terrace, as often in South Italy and the East, mingled with low domes, but the larger Eastern Arabian domes become elaborate in ornamentation. I cannot speak of them with confidence, to the mind of an inhabitant of the North. A roof is a guard against wild weather, not a surface which is forever to bask in serene heat, and gleam across deserts like a rising moon. I can only say that I have never seen any drawing of a richly decorated Eastern dome that made me desire to see the original. Our own northern roof decoration is necessarily simple. Coloured tiles are used in some cases with quaint effect, but I believe the dignity of the building is always greater when the roof is kept in an undisturbed mass, opposing itself to the variegation and richness of the walls. The Italian round tiles is itself decoration enough, a deep and rich fluting, which all artists delight in. This, however, is fitted exclusively for low pitch of roofs. On steep domestic roofs, there is no ornament better than may be obtained by merely rounding or cutting into an angle the low extremities of the flat tiles or shingles, as in Switzerland. Thus the whole surface is covered with an appearance of scales, a fish-like defence against water, at once perfectly simple, natural, and effective at any distance, and the best decoration of sloping stone roofs, as of spires, is a mere copy of this scale armour. It enriches every one of the spires and pinnacles of the Cathedral of Coutances, and many a Norman and early Gothic buildings. Roofs covered or edged with lead have often patterns designed upon lead, gilded and relieved with some dark colour, as on the house of Jacques Coeur at Bourges, and I imagine the effect of this must have been singularly delicate and beautiful, but only traces of it now remain. The northern roofs, however, generally stand in little need of surface decoration, the eye being drawn to the fantastic ranges of their dormer windows, and to the finials and fringes of their points and ridges. Whether dormer windows are legitimately to be classed as decorative features seems to me to admit of doubt. The northern spire system is evidently a mere elevation and exaggeration of the domestic turret with its lookout windows, and one can hardly part with the grotesque lines of projections, though nobody is to be expected to live in the spire. But, at all events, such windows are never to be allowed in places visibly inaccessible, or unless on a natural and serviceable scale. Under the general head of roof ridge and point decoration, we may include, as above noted, the entire race of fringes, finials, and crockets, as there is no use in any of these things, and as they are visible additions and practical portions of the structure. More caution is required in their use than any other features of ornament, and the architect and spectator must both be felicitous humour before they can be well designed or thoroughly enjoyed. They are generally most admirable where the grotesque northern spirit has most power, and I think there is almost always a certain spirit of playfulness in them, adverse to the grandest architectural effects, or at least to be kept in severe subordination to the serene character of the prevalent lines. But as they are opposed to the seriousness of majesty on the one hand, so they are to the weight of dullness on the other. And I know not any features which make the contrast between continental domestic architecture and our own more humiliatingly felt, or which gives so sudden a feeling of new life and delight, when we pass from the streets of London to those of Availle or Rouen, as the quaint points and pinnacles of the roof gables and turrets. The commonest and heaviest roof may be redeemed by a spike at the end of it, if it is set on with any spirit, but foreign builders have, or had, at least, a peculiar feeling in this, and gave animation to the whole roof by the fringe of its back, and the spike on its forehead, so that all goes together, like the dorsal fins and spines of a fish. But our spikes have a dull, screwed-on look, a far-off relationship to the nuts of machinery, and our roof fringes are sure to look like fenders, as if they were meant to catch ashes at the London smoke clouds. Stone finials and crockets are, I think, to be considered in architecture. What points and flashes of light are in the colour of painting, or of nature. There are some landscapes whose best character is sparkling, and there is a possibility of repose in the midst of brilliancy, or embracing it, as on the fields of summer sea or summer land. Calm and deep peace on this high world, and on the dews that drench the firs, and on the silvery gossamers that twinkle into green and gold. And there are colours who can keep their quiet in the midst of the jewellery of light, but, for the most part, it is better to avoid breaking up either lines and masses by too many points, and to make the few points used exceedingly precious. So the best crockets and finials are set, like stars, along the lines, and at the points, which they adorn, with considerable intervals between them, an exquisite delicacy and fancy of sculpture in their own designs. If very small, they may become more frequent, and describe lines by a chain of points, but their whole value is lost if they are gathered into bunches or clustered into tassels and knots, and an overindulgence in them always marks the lowness of skill. In Venice, the addition of the finial to the arch head is the first sign of degradation. All her best architecture is entirely without either crockets or finials, and her ecclesiastical architecture may be classed, with far less accuracy, as better or worse, in proportion to the diminution or expansion of the crocket. The absolutely perfect use of crocket is found, I think, in the Tower of Giotto, in some other buildings of Pisan school. In the north they generally err on one side or other, and are either florid and huge, or mean in outline, looking as if they had been pinched out of stonework, as throughout the entire Cathedral of Amiens, and are besides connected with the generally sportive system which has been spoken of under the head of Archivolt decoration, employed, however, in moderation, They are among the most delightful means of delicate expression, and the architect has more liberty in their individual treatment than in any other feature of the building. Separated entirely from the structural system, they are subjected to no shadow of any other laws than those of grace and chastity, and the fancy may rage without rebuke, for materials of their design, through the whole field of the visible or imaginable creation. End of chapter 29. Recording by April Gonzales.
Chapter 30 of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin. Chapter 30. The Vestibule. I have hardly kept my promise. The reader has decorated but little for himself as yet, but I have not, at least, attempted to bias his judgment. Of the simple forms of decoration which have been set before him, he has always been left free to choose, and the stated restrictions in the methods of applying them have been only those which followed on the necessities of construction previously determined. These having been now defined, I do indeed leave my reader free to build. And with what a freedom! All the lovely forms of the universe set before him, whence to choose, and all the lovely lines that bound their substance or guide their motions, and of all these lines, and there are myriads of myriads in every bank of grass and every tuft of forest, and groups of them divinely harmonized, in the bell of every flower, and in every several member of bird and beast, of all these lines, for the principal forms of the most important members of architecture, I have used but 3. What, therefore, must be the infinity of the treasure in them all? There is material enough in a single flower for the ornament of a score of cathedrals. But suppose we were satisfied with less exhaustive appliance, and built a score of cathedrals, each to illustrate a single flower. That would be far better than trying to invent new styles, I think. There is quite difference of style enough between a violet and a harebell for all reasonable purposes. Perhaps, however, even more strange than the struggle of our architects to invent new styles, is the way they commonly speak of this treasure of natural infinity. Let us take our patients to us for an instant, and hear one of them, not among the least intelligent. It is not true that all natural forms are beautiful. We may hardly be able to detect this in nature herself, but when the forms are separated from the things, and exhibited alone, by sculpture or carving, we then see that they are not all fitted for ornamental purposes, and indeed that very few, perhaps none, are so fitted without correction. Yes, I say correction, for though it is the highest aim of every art to imitate nature, this is not to be done by imitating any natural form, but by criticizing and correcting it, criticizing it by nature's rules gathered from all her works, but never completely carried out by her in any one work, correcting it by rendering it more natural, i.e., more conformable to the general tendency of nature, according to that noble maxim recorded of Raphael, that the artist's object was to make things not as nature makes them, but as she would make them. As she ever tries to make them, but never succeeds, though her aim may be deduced from a comparison of her efforts, just as if a number of archers had aimed unsuccessfully at a mark upon a wall, and this mark were then removed, we could by the examination of their arrow marks point out the most probable position of the spot aimed at, with a certainty of being nearer to it than any of their shots. I had thought that by this time we had done with that stale, second-hand, one-sided and misunderstood saying of Raphael's, or that at least, in these days of purer Christian light, men might have begun to get some insight into the meaning of it. Raphael was a painter of humanity, and assuredly there is something the matter with humanity. A few dovrebis, more or less, wanting in it. We have most of us heard of original sin, and may perhaps in our modest moments conjecture that we are not quite what God or nature would have us to be. Raphael had something to mend in humanity. I should have liked to have seen him mending a daisy, or a pease blossom, or a moth, or a mustard seed, or any other of God's slightest works. If he had accomplished that, one might have found for him more respectable employment, to set the stars in better order perhaps, they seem grievously scattered as they are, and to be of all manner of shapes and sizes, except the ideal shape and the proper size, or to give us a corrected view of the ocean that, at least, seems a very irregular and improvable thing. The very fishermen do not know, this day, how far it will reach, driven up before the west wind. Perhaps some one else does, but that is not our business. Let us go down and stand by the beach of it, of the great irregular sea, and count whether the thunder of it is not out of time. 1, 2, here comes a well-formed wave at last, trembling a little at the top, but, on the whole, orderly. So, crash among the shingle, and up as far as this grey pebble. Now stand by and watch. Another. Ah, careless wave! Why couldn't you have kept your crest on? It is all gone away into spray, striking up against the cliffs there. I thought as much, missed the mark by a couple of feet. Another. How now, impatient one, couldn't you have waited till your friend's reflux was done with, instead of rolling yourself up with it in that unseemly manner? You go for nothing. A fourth, and a goodly one at last. What think we of yonder slow rise, and crystalline hollow, without a flaw? Steady, good wave! Not so fast, not so fast! Where are you coming to? By our architectural word, this is too bad, 2 yards over the mark, and ever so much of you in our face besides, and a wave which we had some hope of, behind there, broken all to pieces out at sea, and laying a great white tablecloth of foam all the way to the shore, as if the marine gods were to dine off it. Alas, for these unhappy arrow shots of nature! She will never hit her mark with those unruly waves of hers, nor get one of them into the ideal shape if we wait for 1,000 years. Let us send for a Greek architect to do it for her. He comes, the great Greek architect, with measure and rule. Will he not also make the weight for the winds, and weigh out the waters by measure, and make a decree for the rain, and a way for the lightning of the thunder? He sets himself orderly to his work, and behold, this is the mark of nature, and this is the thing into which the great Greek architect improves the sea. Thalatta, Thalatta. Was it this, then, that they wept to see from the sacred mountain, those wearied ones? But the sea was meant to be irregular. Yes, and were not also the leaves, and the blades of grass, and in a sort, as far as may be without mark of sin, even the countenance of man? Or would it be pleasanter and better to have us all alike, and numbered on our foreheads, that we might be known one from the other? Is there then nothing to be done by man's art? Have we only to copy, and again copy, for ever, the imagery of the universe? Not so. We have a work to do upon it. There is not any one of us so simple, nor so feeble, but he has work to do upon it. But the work is not to improve, but to explain. This infinite universe is unfathomable, inconceivable in its whole. Every human creature must slowly spell out, and long contemplate, such part of it as may be possible for him to reach. Then set forth what he has learned of it for those beneath him, extricating it from infinity, as one gathers a violet out of grass. One does not improve either violet or grass in gathering it, but one makes the flower visible, and then the human being has to make its power upon his own heart visible also, and to give it the honour of the good thoughts it has raised up in him, and to write upon it the history of his own soul. And sometimes he may be able to do more than this, and to set it in strange lights, and display it in 1,000 ways before unknown, ways especially directed to necessary and noble purposes, for which he had to choose instruments out of the wide armoury of God. All this he may do, and in this he is only doing what every Christian has to do with the written as well as the created word, rightly dividing the word of truth. Out of the infinity of the written word, he has also to gather and set forth things new and old, to choose them for the season and the work that are before him, to explain and manifest them to others, with such illustrations and enforcement as may be in his power, and to crown them with the history of what, by them, God has done for his soul. And in doing this, is he improving the word of God? Just such difference as there is between the sense in which a minister may be said to improve a text, to the people's comfort, and the sense in which an atheist might declare that he could improve the book, which if any man shall add unto, there shall be added unto him the plagues that are written therein. Just such difference is there between that which, with respect to nature, man is, in his humbleness, called upon to do, and that which, in his insolence, he imagines himself capable of doing. Have no fear, therefore, reader, in judging between nature and art, so only that you love both. If you can love one only, then let it be nature, you are safe with her, but do not then attempt to judge the art to which you do not care to give thought or time. But if you love both, you may judge between them fearlessly. You may estimate the last, by its making you remember the first, and giving you the same kind of joy. If in the square of the city you can find a delight, finite indeed, but pure and intense, like that which you have in a valley among the hills, then its art and architecture are right. But if, after fair trial, you can find no delight in them, nor any instruction like that of nature, I call on you fearlessly to condemn them. We are forced, for the sake of accumulating our power and knowledge, to live in cities. But such advantage as we have in association with each other is in great part counterbalanced by our loss of fellowship with nature. We cannot all have our gardens now, nor our pleasant fields to meditate in at eventide. Then the function of our architecture is, as far as may be, to replace these, to tell us about nature, to possess us with memories of her quietness, to be solemn and full of tenderness like her, and rich in portraitures of her, full of delicate imagery of the flowers we can no more gather, and of the living creatures now far away from us in their own solitude. If you ever felt or found this in a London street, if ever it furnished you with one serious thought, or one ray of true and gentle pleasure, if there is in your heart a true delight in its grim railings and dark casements, and wasteful finery of shops, and feeble coxcombry of club-houses, it is well. Promote the building of more like them. But if they never taught you anything, and never made you happier as you passed beneath them, do not think they have any mysterious goodness, nor occult sublimity. Have done with the wretched affectation, the futile barbarism of pretending to enjoy. For, as surely as you know that the meadow grass, meshed with fairy rings, is better than the wood pavement, cut into hexagons, and as surely as you know the fresh winds and sunshine of the upland are better than the choke damp of the vault, or the gas-light of the ball-room, you may know, as I told you that you should, that the good architecture, which has life and truth and joy in it, is better than the bad architecture, which has death, dishonesty, and vexation of heart in it, from the beginning to the end of time. And now, come with me, for I have kept you too long from your gondola. Come with me, on an autumnal morning, through the dark gates of Padua, and let us take the broad road leading towards the east. It lies level, for a league or two, between its elms, and vine festoons full laden, their thin leaves veined into scarlet hectic, and their clusters deepened into gloomy blue. then mounts an embankment above the Brenta, and runs between the river and the broad plain, which stretches to the north in endless lines of mulberry and maize. The Brenta flows slowly, but strongly, a muddy volume of yellowish grey water, that neither hastens nor slackens, but glides heavily between its monotonous banks, with here and there a short, babbling eddy twisted for an instant into its opaque surface, and vanishing, as if something had been dragged into it and gone down. Dusty and shadeless, the road fares along the dyke on its northern side, and the tall white tower of Dolo is seen trembling in the heat mist far away, and never seems nearer than it did at first. Presently you pass one of the much vaunted villas on the Brenta, a glaring, spectral shell of brick and stucco, its windows with painted architraves like picture frames, and a courtyard paved with pebbles in front of it, all burning in the thick glow of the feverish sunshine, but fenced from the high road, for magnificence sake, with goodly posts and chains. Then another, of Kew Gothic, with Chinese variations painted red and green. A third composed for the greater part of dead wall, with fictitious windows painted upon it, each with a pea-green blind, and a classical architrave in bad perspective, and a fourth, with stucco figures set on the top of its garden wall, some antique, like the kind to be seen in the corner of the New Road, and some of clumsy grotesque dwarfs, with fat bellies and large boots. This is the architecture to which her studies of the Renaissance have conducted modern Italy. The sun climbs steadily, and warms into intense white the walls of the little piazza of Dolo, where we change horses. Another dreary stage among the now divided branches of the Brenta, forming irregular and half-stagnant canals, with one or two more villas on the other side of them, but these of the old Venetian type, which we may have recognised before at Padua, and sinking fast into utter ruin, black and rent and lonely, set close to the edge of the dull water, with what were once small gardens beside them, kneaded into mud, and with blighted fragments of gnarled hedges and broken stakes for their fencing, and here and there a few fragments of marble steps, which have once given them graceful access from the water's edge, now settling into the mud in broken joints, all aslope and slippery with green weed. At last the road turns sharply to the north, and there is an open space, covered with bent grass on the right of it. But do not look that way. 5 minutes more, and we are in the upper room of the little inn at Mestre, glad of a moment's rest in shade. The table is, always, I think, covered with a cloth of nominal white and perennial grey, with plates and glasses at due intervals, and small loaves of a peculiar white bread, made with oil, and more like knots of flour than bread. The view from its balcony is not cheerful. A narrow street with a solitary brick church and barren campanile on the other side of it, and some conventual buildings with a few crimson remnants of fresco about their windows, and, between them and the street, a ditch with some slow current in it, and one or two small houses beside it, one with an arbour of roses at its door, as in an English tea garden. The air, however, about us having in it nothing of roses, but a close smell of garlic and crabs, warmed by the smoke of various stands of hot chestnuts. There is much vociferation also going on beneath the window respecting certain wheelbarrows, which are in rivalry for our baggage. We appease their rivalry with our best patience, and follow them down the narrow street. We have but walked some 200 yards when we come to a low wharf or quay, at the extremity of a canal, with long steps on each side down to the water, which latter we fancy for an instant has become black with stagnation. Another glance undeceives us. It is covered with the black boats of Venice. We enter one of them, rather to try if they be real boats or not, than with any definite purpose, and glide away, at first feeling as if the water were yielding continually beneath the boat, and letting her sink into soft vacancy. It is something clearer than any water we have seen lately, and of a pale green. The banks only 2 or 3 feet above it, of mud and rank grass, with here and there a stunted tree, gliding swiftly past the small casement of the gondola, as if they were dragged by upon a painted scene. Stroke by stroke we count the plunges of the oar, each heaving up the side of the boat slightly as her silver beak shoots forward. We lose patience, and extricate ourselves from the cushions. The sea air blows keenly by, as we stand leaning on the roof of the floating cell. In front, nothing to be seen but long canal and level bank. To the west, the tower of Mestre is lowering fast, and behind it there have risen purple shapes, of the colour of dead rose-leaves, all around the horizon, feebly defined against the afternoon sky. The Alps of the Bassano. Forward still, the endless canal bends at last, and then breaks into intricate angles about some low bastions, now torn to pieces and staggering in ugly rents towards the water. The bastions of the fort of Malghera. Another turn, and another perspective of canal, but not interminable. The silver beak cleaves it fast, it widens, the rank grass of the banks sinks lower, and at last dies in tawny knots along an exposure of weedy shore. Over it, on the right, but a few years back, we might have seen the lagoon stretching to the horizon, and the warm southern sky bending over Malamocco to the sea. Now we can see nothing but what seems a low and monotonous dockyard wall, with flat arches to let the tide through it. This is the railroad bridge, conspicuous above all things. But at the end of those dismal arches, there rises, out of the wide water, a struggling line of low and confused brick buildings, which, but for the many towers which are mingled among them, might be the suburbs of an English manufacturing town. 4 or 5 domes, pale and apparently at a greater distance, rise over the centre of the line, but the object which first catches the eye is a sullen cloud of black smoke brooding over the northern half of it, and which issues from the belfry of a church. It is Venice. End of Chapter 30. End of The Stones of Venice, Volume 1, by John Ruskin.